Now let's see if we're connecting. And says no data, but hopefully that changes any moment. Now it says excellent, and hopefully that's followed up by some signaling. We're going to check to see. Now that we got some signal coming in, we're going to check the channel and see if it's on the channel. With that, we're going to check for echo. Hopefully that's followed up. We have some echo. Excellent. All right. So with that, we ask everyone to upvote. It's a very small act on your part, but it means a lot to us. Indeed, it's life or death for Team Dietrich. So please reflexively do that. We're going to go now to the call, infinite call, and we're going to see if we can start an audio call. And with that, we have ringing that begins. Every transmission begins with ringing. And that always discourages me from speaking. There we are, until the answer from Aristides. Welcome aboard, Aristides. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you in terms of a mood for the blurb?
Aristides? I'm just about there, I think.
Excellent, excellent. Feel free to. Do you want me to hold the stage for a few moments, or?
Well, I mean, we can bullshit for a minute while I get situated, and remind everyone to hit the thumbs up upvote, and we will explain why that is so important.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Excellent idea.
Yes.
So some fine art is in the text box from our dear friend T. Tank Berry, and I will of course acknowledge that. And these were incredible works of art. They're by an artist whose name I don't remember at the moment. I'd have to look him up. He could actually be identified by his images. And beyond that, I'm going to sneeze. So I'm going to go mute.
Okay. Go ahead.
Talk while I do that. Thank you.
Yes. Sneeze. Go ahead. I will get started on a blurb, I suppose.
I couldn't sneeze after all, but
all right.
I hate it when that happens.
No problem.
At any rate, such haven't been articulated. That makes me in no better a position to talk.
No, you're just gonna be, kind of on the verge. You'll sneeze. You'll sneeze eventually.
Yes, eventually.
It'll come out.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll again implore everyone to hit the thumbs up, upvote. There, the like, whatever you want to call it, button. Hit that. Throw an upvote, and it's very important, not just to show your support to humans like Douglas and crew, but to show the algorithm that determines so much.
Yes.
That the content should be shared and prioritized and promoted, etc., and that makes a difference in search results, suggested content, etc., type things in YouTube. So, and it is especially important to balance out a few automated downvotes that are placed as soon as the show starts. So, basically, a bunch of bums with bots, right?
That's right. Good word for it.
So we want to kind of cancel that out and get the algorithm, keep it positive. So that's what the upvote does. At least that's the first most important thing to do. To do that, you need to be logged in to YouTube, and that's not as hard as it sounds if you've never done that. Because if you tried to hit the like and it said you can't do this, you're not logged in. That's why. So to be logged in, if you've never done it, if you have a Gmail, I think that'll get you logged in without creating any type of account, because they're the same company, and you can just register that as a login on YouTube. And in fact, if you have more than one Gmail, you can register more than one, and then you can switch between them once you are logged in the account menu there. If you hit that in the upper corner where it says switch account, you go in there, you can switch between which one you're logging in on, and guess what? You can upvote again. So that's why we're telling you that.
Yes.
So it's pretty easy there once that's all registered to just switch between a few clicks, and you can vote more than once for Douglas, right?
Yes.
You know, only it was that way other places. So
yes, imagine
yeah.
a place where your vote actually counts for once.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it counts here, so
Yes.
keep it right here
Yes,
on critical emissions, and
indeed.
you know, switch between your logins, do your upvotes.
Mhm.
I suppose there's other ways to get logged in or signed up on YouTube if you follow the prompting, and then it would be similar, as in you could probably register with any email and get some kind of I don't quite know if you have to make a separate account, or I would guess so, to avoid having to make a new account, and if you have a Gmail handy. Otherwise, follow the instructions or the prompts or whatever it wants you to do, whatever seems right. Get yourself logged in with those upvotes, and even if you're only going to be logged in on one account, in that same kind of menu there, account area of the menu, if you go under there, you can, or you should be able to create channels. And what that is it's underneath your main login account. That's what a person would publish with. It has a different name. You don't have to publish with it. You don't have to put anything on it. It could just be kind of a blank dummy channel. But channels can also do their own upvoting. So there's a whole other opportunity to vote more than once. So as many of these things as you want to do, you can upvote with. So
Yes.
there you go. So that's the first step there. You can sign in, upvote, hopefully more than once. And then once you are signed in, other YouTube things that you can do are, let's see, like, subscribe. If you see a button directly below there that says subscribe, that means you're not, and you want to press it and become subscribed. If you don't see it, it could mean that you are, probably, we hope, especially if you have in the past. But people do become unsubscribed because for various reasons, either just whether it's due to being Douglas or just due to being YouTube and not being monetized. They can just drop people off channels that aren't monetized because if the channel's not making money, they're not making money. That's, they let people do the work, and then they and if they get monetized, of course, they collect their part.
Oh boy, do they ever! Straight out of your bank account. Yeah, that's why I canceled.
Is that how that works?
Yes, that's.
And then probably still put ads up.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Which they never did in my case, interestingly enough.
Right.
Of course, ultimately I severed from that whole thing.
Right.
Vengeance.
Yeah, no, right. But make sure you're subscribed. So if you see the button, press it. If you don't see it and you're not sure, you can go to the main channel page. Don't click the blue highlighted name, lower left, Douglas Dietrich right now, or just directly click, because you will leave the live here. But if you can open a new tab or window, or go check it later, and you go there, it'll say either way right there, subscribed or not. And that's how you know. So either place, you'll see the little bell icon. That's the notification bell. If you click that, you get a little menu. You want to click all, and that means in all cases there's a new program starting, or new upload, or anything on the channel. It will send a pop-up notification to your device, which is very handy for multiple reasons. It gets you here on time, nothing to remember, think about. You just press it, you're here, and it should serve as a reminder that you're still subscribed, or a confirmation that you are. And it's just super handy. So of all the annoying things you gotta close out every day, ads and all these things, and so least of your worries. So yeah, sign up for that. That's the spam you want to sign up for.
Yes,
because it's not spam.
that's
right?
excellent.
Yeah. So yeah, turn on that notification bell. Hit all. For me, that makes little lines, emphasis lines around the bell. Like it's like really ringing or something.
Yes.
A lot. Only 2 times a week. It's not like every day. So, yeah. So that's the notifications. Subscribe. Share. Sharing is caring.
Yes.
And it's also a way to directly not rely on any algorithm for the content to reach new people, because you're recommending it directly.
Yes.
So there's a share button below. If you hit that, it'll give you a spot to copy the link, basically the same link out of the browser bar. It's just a little handier, and plus the algorithm is going to feel that you clicking those buttons, and that gives you other platform specific buttons there that'll take you right to you. What do I get here? Messages. What messages? WhatsApp, Facebook, X, email, Reddit, Pinterest,
Yes.
LinkedIn. Yes, share it on your LinkedIn. Do that.
Excellent. Yes.
Sure, you'll get plenty of job interviews.
Oh yeah, that's
After
you'll be
maybe
investigated.
not for maybe not for the jobs you want, but Pinterest. Funny. Yeah, there. Yes, that's easy way to share. That matters a lot, and share wherever makes sense or is convenient, or where you can reach a lot of people. Group chats, text, direct messages, email, your Facebook, all these things. That's electronically, and you could even print out a QR code. There's free QR code generators. Link to the program or to the channel, and print out the QR code. You could tape it up there somewhere, where people are going to see it, and could include one of the very enticing thumbnail show posters.
There we are.
That'll get some interest. And people just have to know what all this is about. I think.
You would hope.
Yeah. Think of a catchy phrase to put.
Yes.
I can. I dare not think of one right now, but we can get back to that. Try to make up a short list there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Just continue. You're doing great. You're
okay.
dulcet tones.
Let's continue. Yeah. Let's just continue. There, because I could probably think of some funny ones. So yeah, it's ways to share. There's probably many others, but that would be the most practical and common ways to share content. So like subscribe, share. What else? Oh, contribute. Yeah.
Yes, that would help.
Last but not least, Douglas doesn't do this for clout, for popularity, for his own moral satisfaction, or at least not just that. He does it for money, and
yes.
Not that he's a beggar or some type of there are many penny shekel graveling shills on the internet, but this is his actual job, and it's duly recognized job under his working disabled program. So he has acknowledged that he will work in the capacity he can, and that is this. And his salary or his wages are zero, and he works just for tips. So let's make sure to get him some tips, so to speak.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the easiest way would be PayPal. Let's put the PayPal link in there. The PayPal name is just Douglas D. Dietrich. You don't ever have to have some crazy link. All you have to remember is PayPal, Douglas D. Dietrich. If you ever just type it in, you get there. So it's so easy. You could just write it down on a Post-it note, Douglas D. Dietrich, one word.
Thank you.
And then you could go to PayPal. And if you have money in your PayPal, send it to his PayPal. Simple as, right?
Yes, or at least
as much as you can. Yeah, as much as you can. That's the simple way. So, and that would be great. If you don't have a PayPal and you have some type of plastic, meaning a card, I don't know if people use that. It's kind of old-fashioned.
What, the term
right?
plastic?
They used to, yeah. They used to say you'd call up somewhere and you're ordering something, be like, "Oh, do you take plastic?" You know, if you say that nowadays, like, be like, "What?" You're like,
Yes.
well, who wouldn't take a card? Like, you know. Like,
True. We're showing our age. Yes.
but yeah. So if you have a card, credit, debit that works, very easy to contribute with that. Although you wouldn't go to that same PayPal link, I think you'll have to go to his production account, and we'll show you why and show you where. You would want to go to his website. We'll put that in the chat. It's just douglasdietrich.com, and get that in there. There's got to be a direct link to that. The same thing that the button is, but well, hey, let's make them pass by the website. Why not? douglasdietrich.com, and depending on where your gaze lands, it may land right in the middle on a button that says donate. That doesn't do anything. That's our practice button.
Yes, a decoy set up long time ago.
Decoy, right? Yeah, it's just that it needs to be removed. But for now, it's just for practice. You hit it, and it's kind of harden your resolve, and you're just gonna have to hit. It'll say, it can't, and you have to go back, and then you'll see the yellow button up in the corner, upper right corner. And it says donate. It has the credit card icons below it. You want to hit that one. That's the one that works. And it'll get you to a little menu. It says Dietrich Productions Incorporated. This is where you can pay with a card without being signed in at all. It's still over PayPal, but it pays his production account, where they do take a little bit of a fee out. So add a few more on top of that. And
yes, and budget that in there.
Yep, and then you can just pay with the card. You have to be signed in. Some people, some people, once they have a bad experience, they'll be like, "I'll never use, PayPal, insert, company service website again."
Well, believe me, I've been having a lot of bad experiences with PayPal lately, but it's like you're stuck. What the fuck else are you?
Well, you're not going to stop because you need to get the money, right? Right, but if that's your preference or whatever, and you just want to use a card, even if you have PayPal, you don't want it to, if you just want to use a card, that's where you would go. You get this little menu there, and don't even debit or credit card. Also, there's a button for Venmo. You happen to have money in there, and that's more convenient for you, because they do talk to each other now. They're the same. A lot of companies are becoming the same company. It's funny.
Imagine that. Yeah, it's called monopoly.
PayPal and Venmo, and YouTube and YouTube and Google, and
it's called predatory capitalism, end stage monopolism, all the rest of that. They have terms.
The it'll be Corporation A or Corporation B, right?
Yes.
Which is a subsidiary of Corporation A. And the third option there is donate with PayPal. I believe that would imply being signed in. So if you can sign in with your PayPal, use Douglas D. Dietrich. But however, if you manage to hit that and send a large amount of money there, I don't think he'll complain. But the first one we mentioned would probably be preferable there, at least because of the fees thing. So there you go. So you can donate with just a card. So that covers most people, we hope. There are currently no other pay services set up. Even if you did, I doubt you would get many, people. We had the one guy ask about Venmo, and it's like, have you ever even had somebody ask, like, "Oh, I have money in Cash App," do you? Maybe once.
Yeah, just once. Yes.
Yeah, well, usually you could, I mean, you could pull it out and stick it into something else. If you had it in there, or a lot of people don't even keep money in there. It balances in there. It just pulls directly out of their whatever their main account is anyway. I don't know what other popular services there are out there. But so that's electronically. Beyond that, if you are, either old-fashioned or you find yourself in a situation where it's most preferable, or paying a last visit to grandma before she goes off to the home, and and everybody's weeping, and then you just go off to the side there and be like, I need a few minutes alone, and you tear a check out of her checkbook. She'll never know. It probably never make a dent in that money. That'll never do anyone any good.
Otherwise.
So yeah, or a person, or your own check, and money order. Actually, that's the joke, but money order is probably best. Postal money order, since you'd have to mail that. You can get that right at the post office, and mail it right there. And so you can send in physical payments. If you're going to do that, you will probably want to email Douglas, let him know that something is on its way in the physical mail, and then he can give you his address to mail it to, and then he can know to look out for it. So there you go. Or if you're in the San Francisco area, you can just jam cash through his mail slot, like some people do.
Indeed.
But preferably not through the mail, and it's always a bad idea to send anyone cash through the mail. If you do, you want to.
You have no idea. I had an experience recently. One of these days, I'll share the horror story. Go on.
Right. Yeah. You want to bundle it up tight. Let's, not make it obvious that it's cash. Let's, put it in a regular letter envelope, with one piece of paper wrapped around it. That'd be a bad idea. You can get those nice stiff envelope thingies at the post office too while you're there. So.
True.
Yeah. And then, I mean, as long as it gets to him, I don't think he's going to object to getting cash, but danger is that it doesn't. So, they probably have some well-trained cash sniffing dogs, or if they even use, or something, or some type of,
no, they're genuine cash
scanning.
sniffing dogs. Yeah, believe me.
There are. I'm sure there are. Absolutely. They probably have scanners too. I mean, think about it realistically,
Yeah, true.
Stuff is passing through.
Oh, they'll take every aid they can get to find your money and steal it. Yes, that's all they do. Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm sure, and especially with, I bet you there's like those strips that they put in the bills now are probably metallized or something like that, where it'll easily show up. You're like, oh, look, money.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, yep. So those are the ways to send money, and Douglas relies on this to have any kind of standard of living, and he has expenses, as anyone does. He does get some form of support from the state, but is very, very limited and very
it's worthless.
Very meager. Very meager. Yeah. Right. Basically, to rent. So if you weren't going to eat or drink anything, or or have any creature comforts, but he does need those things. He does need tasty food sometimes, and potable water, or better yet, some beers, pizza maybe. Something besides cafeteria food that's delivered.
The Meals on Wheels.
Meals on Wheels, yeah.
Which goes straight through you.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's food. You won't die probably. But
sometimes it can kill you. That's let's just put it this way. There's a reason that's free. And the damage it does to your teeth. There's no exaggeration here. Yeah, wood chips in the vegetables, all that shit, bones in the meat, what little meat there is.
Sawdust in the if they even give you a burger, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's
Sawdust in the
yeah,
meat-like
yeah,
patties, you know.
yes. It's
Yeah. Right.
there's times when it's good, but those are
Yeah.
rare. Those are
Right.
those are rare. It's
Yeah. Right.
yeah.
Right. Sort of
You
like
know,
the cafeteria, you know, you had your favorite days, you know, when you go in school, it'd be like, you know, pizza day, yay, or something else. What would it be? You know,
I'm not quite sure pizza was a good day in cafeteria, was it?
well, I don't know. When you're young, it's just like any pizza
True,
was.
true. That's
You know,
true.
what else would be good in the, you know, in the
Hot
I
dogs,
don't know,
maybe.
hot dogs
Did they
or
ever
yeah,
have hot dogs? Yeah, in the
or,
old days, they gave
oh,
us hot dogs once in a blue moon. Then they stopped completely.
I think they do because there's some really like institutional grade hot dogs out there. You know, you know. You know, when you go to the real grocery store, it says like grade A, like, and did you ever wonder, does that imply the existence of other grades?
Yeah, one would assume.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does. Yes, it
yes, it
does. They're the
does.
ones
It
that
does.
they're the boxes going to the to the you know
School
public school
cafeteria.
cafeteria
Yes,
and the Meals on Wheels kitchen.
yes. Thank you.
And
Thank
they're
you.
probably grade B, maybe
Yes,
C.
yes.
Um,
Oh my God.
so yeah.
Thank you. That's suitably
So
depressing. Yes,
yeah,
it's
right. So let's not, you know, let's do better for them than that and get them your contribution. Oh, and if you're sending on PayPal, the most excellent thing to do is to check the box. It'll probably offer you that says make it a recurring donation. So
thank you.
um,
Thank you.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
And that helps
very
immensely.
important.
Also, say
Yes.
that you need to say it's to a friend or a gift if they still have that option on display. They may have eliminated
Right.
that simply because
Mm,
of the personal account being different from the production account.
yeah.
So they kind of separated that out.
If you make it whatever it is the first time, if you send it the first time and you say this is a gift to a friend and not a payment for a service,
Yeah,
and
that
then say
helps.
recurring,
Yeah, that helps too. Yeah.
it should recur the same. Yeah, it should recur the same thing that you did. Let's put it right. Um,
Yes. Excellent. Thank you. That's wonderful, Aristides. As always, excellent.
okay.
And
Oh,
so,
yep. All right.
oh, we still got other
Checking on
things.
is
We still got other things.
actually
Yes. Covered, yes.
warming up. I was just warming up some tea here. Checking on that.
Excellent. I'll start slurping
So,
on mine.
yeah,
Yes.
I sent you a little video about tea. You can
Oh,
check it out.
geez, thank you. I didn't have a chance to look at anything. You have
Yeah,
no idea.
it's fine.
It's been a nightmare. I have been to the dentist, and this was actually the first time ever that, no fault of the dentist involved, that I had a bad dental appointment. Just a number of factors. It just made it horrible. So let me take a look at Aristides here and the here we are. Wonderful video on tea. Let me heart that and got an image up here. Then another. Here we are. Okay, Changbin. That Changbin. There we are. That looks intriguing. And is that something you can talk about live on air, or is that
Where? Let me
the
see.
latest link you sent me? The Devil Creatures of Changbin. Oh, is that
Oh,
that
yeah.
Vietnam War cryptid encounter? Correct.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'll take a look at that.
Yeah. So that would relate to things that you have talked about.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
And, yeah. So please continue. Go on.
Yep.
That's great.
Supposedly there were 3 different incidents that were separately reported, and you don't always hear them all together, but they kind of compiled that.
Yes.
So,
Excellent.
yeah.
And, okay.
That is about it. Unless we talk about, let's see, the footnotes here.
Yes.
So
Text.
you'll there's always title bar is always filled up.
Yes.
There, and there's always more to say. And so you always want to click more, see more on the description below to get full download there. Everything Doug wants to acknowledge. And if there's an asterisk in the title, it will refer to a specific note in that description. So otherwise, there he details the historical, calendrical, social events and issues he wants to acknowledge for this time. So 79th Roswell atrocity cover-up. So It's that time again, huh?
Yeah, believe it or not, yeah, it seems to happen every day, doesn't it? The years pass so fucking fast. Uh, that was, of course, I've done something I've never done before. I just added a little note at the bottom talking about a historical commemorative date that I didn't include in the title. I just couldn't be bothered by the time I uploaded it. So it's just a note at the bottom about what happened some half a thousand years ago. Half a thousand
Yeah.
years ago. Well, you can tell them, Aristides.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've just briefly distracted for a moment.
No worries, no worries.
What happened half a thousand years ago?
It's in the text. It's in the text. It's something I've never done before. I added a note concerning a historical commemorative date that I did not mention in the title. So it's yeah, and
Okay.
I just figured.
Oh, there it is. There. Okay, it's not in that because it's a lot to look at there with all the other languages and Dietrich there.
You have to open the text. Yes, you have to remind them.
Yes, very, which is all very fascinating. But there's below. Okay, from this day in 1497, 529 years ago, Europeans begin their first direct ocean voyage to Asia.
Yes.
In what would be the longest known sea journey of its time, the Portuguese explorer, let's see, Vasco da Gama, is that it?
Yes, yes.
Correct. Piloted an armada of 4 ships and 170 men out of Lisbon's harbor south to Africa's Cape and then east towards India. So a vast Asian subcontinent on the cusp of global trade and colonization. So I think I've heard about that. Yeah.
It's you would hope they would teach these things in school.
I would think. I would think. Well, was that the one where it's like 4 ships and 170 men, but I think it was like 1 ship and like less than 20 men that finally made it back.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I didn't add that part. Yeah, that's
yeah. This wasn't quite a routine. I think this is the thing. I saw a little blip about it not too long ago.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Maybe I guess a few other people are aware of these historical dates as well. It just kind of maybe it was uploaded for just that reason. Right.
Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, I found a little bit about it here. Sailed into waters previously unknown to Europeans, or so they say. I mean, I can believe that. I mean, if you're talking about like America, it was like probably the Vikings were there in goddamn like 1100 or something, but among other people. But as far as that, now that is a, unlike hopping over, little, it's not real far. You're in Northern Europe, stop over to Iceland and you're just about there, Canada,
Not to mention that, oh God, what was the name of was it Kennewick Man? The name of the white guy who they found that was old as the Indians in terms of America? It was there was a body that they found that was...
Oh, they find a lot of this stuff. Yeah. That's basically it's like the anthropological equivalent of out of place artifacts.
Yes, that's right. But I believe it was called Kennewick Man, and people can correct me if I'm wrong. But what they were saying was that obviously Europoid Caucasians had literally followed the ice during the age of ice, and they literally followed the ice pack to get to America, and actually it made the navigation much easier. You're just skimming along the ice pack from between Greenland
let's see,
and Iceland.
in Washington. So you're saying came over like the Alaska?
No, not Alaska. From Europe. They believe that he crossed the Atlantic like many others, and he was older than some genetic traces of Indian tribes.
8,500 years or something like that.
Yeah. And thank you. So I actually remembered it correctly. It was Kennewick Man. Yeah, and then the Native American community got together and lobbied to have him reburied so that they couldn't use him for evidence anymore. How do you believe that shit?
was only in 2015, advanced DNA extraction settled the anthropological debate. Genetic testing proved that the Kennewick man was, in fact, deeply related to modern Native American groups. Oh,
Yeah, no,
okay.
that was all bullshit. It was he
Okay.
was white. And he was
Well, wait,
Caucasian.
deeply related to. So, but what made him different? Like, I'm sure they found other graves.
Yeah, well, what made him different was he was white. He was like Europoid, Caucasian,
Right.
and then
There
they
must have been some, right? There must have been a, right, something that like, oh, this looks different.
yes,
Or
and
a lot of times they would find,
yeah.
maybe he wasn't the one that came over. They would find, like half breeds of sorts.
Yeah, it was the Native American lobby raised a big stink, and then they politically forced them to come up with that DNA test, and it was kind of like a 23andMe. It was all just bullshit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, enough pressure, they'll come up with whatever.
Yeah, just political pressure changed
right.
the reality, because the first original DNA tests,
Oh.
he was white. It was like, hey,
Okay.
wow, this guy's white. He looks white. He is white.
Yeah. Right. Then they're like, oh no, we did a more advanced, a more intricate one.
Yes.
And oh no,
That's
no,
right.
it wasn't.
That's right. It's like with Cheddar Man in England.
Yeah.
Where they said, oh, these DNA tests show his skin is black, and people reacted violently to that.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite sure what was going on with that, and whether they changed that, because they claimed he had blue eyes. They said the genetics show he had blue eyes, but that his skin was heavily melanated. So, and of course he had that stupid name after, the area in England where the cheddar cheese is made, and hence the name Cheddar Man. They could have named him something else. He was found in a cave that had a much more dignified name, but yeah, these things are just, they're not anomalous. They are something that should be historical, but people just can't deal with them, and so they just start like, they shut them off to the side so we don't have to think of them again.
Yeah, right. Well, there are these things either in prehistoric times or earlier than they say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So all that being said, Aristides, thank you so much. That was wonderful. What I want everyone to know is my whole biorhythms were all thrown off by. Oh, we're joined by Amy Como. Amy, okay.
Hello.
Do you want me to? I noticed now you sent me something. Let me open that. You don't want me to read this? Do you want me to read this on air? No.
You don't have to. Can we talk about how there's 3 profiles with my name on it on the call? Can we just delete them? That isn't this one?
I don't know how.
I mean, how? I don't know how either. I don't know how I got 3 profiles, and
Because you've
anyway.
made 3 different accounts from different phones. and
Yeah,
stuff.
because
well, this is the only one that works today.
Okay.
Right.
now.
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
Okay. Does
I
this one
tried
have?
to delete it myself. It didn't. It didn't participate.
But by the way, your voice
All
is
right.
really muffled, like you're talking through a burqa or something. Are you?
I need a burqa for all the freaking mosquitoes around here.
Oh.
Wish I had a burqa.
Yes.
It would be great.
Yes.
A little babushka.
Yeah.
It's fun. Can you hear me? Is it better?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is anything better?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. In your case, obviously, something very upsetting has just happened.
Yeah. I just got off the phone with her.
Oh, okay.
That's.
Oh my God. So.
And
yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
Oh.
Like removed.
Oh.
Removed to.
Yeah. So sorry.
There.
Yeah. and it's and so all that being said, do you care to share that story? It's up to you.
Do you think it's valuable? I mean, it's kind of the same story that other people experience, but it's tragic. I mean,
by the way, Aristides did remove you from chat. He did remove the other 2 Amy Comos, the Amy Como clones from
yeah,
chat.
I thought somebody else could do it easier than I could. I couldn't
Yeah.
I couldn't see
He's
it,
the
but
man. He's the man. So continue, please.
he is the man, and
That's-
I'm so glad that I'm awake. Like every time I tried to think about coming on, I wanted to let you know that your friend, that I know you're having a secret love affair with Tokyo Bloker, and
Oh, did
he,
you hear what you
of
heard my
course I
snarky?
did.
What's that? You heard my snarky comment?
Yes, yes. It's like I have you on, you're just playing, I walk away, I come back, that's what you're talking about. Of course it is. And just so you know, just so that you can feel good about your snarkiness, he now has 3 new sailboats. Well,
How the fuck did that
2
happen?
sailboats and 1 kayak. So now there's a total of like 6
On
boats.
property. On property.
No, 1 is actually on the lake.
Oh, good God. So I don't understand. How did he get these? How did they
I don't
transport them?
understand either. What do you mean? Like, it's so bizarre. Like, you're like making fun of him for a broken keel, and
Yeah.
doesn't even matter. Like, he's got like 5 other ones he could use now. I mean, it just like the boats were like multiplying. Like,
That's
I don't
disgusting.
even know.
Yeah.
That's the dimension I'm in. I'm in the multiple boat dimension over here.
But he doesn't even have the energy to get on them and pull the sail strings. I mean, it's like
No, it's all shim sham. We've tried a couple times for his birthday. We went to try to go sail. Nothing was right. Like he has to get the right sails, the right lines, you know, everything hasn't been put in the water for years, so we've got to make sure that it's ready, you know? Like takes effort.
How about you
And
just
when
put
you're
him
like,
off on one of those boats and set it on fire so he can have a Viking funeral while he's alive?
oh,
And you can just watch him burn from the shoreline and hear his
oh
screams.
my
And
goodness.
that would just be
We
so
all
delightful.
know that you two are just in love with each other, so just give it up. We're gonna give him a marina slot. We're gonna give him 6 marina slots down in San Francisco off the Presidio. We're gonna find the marina and dump all 6 of them in the marina, and then you'll never even know which one he's in. He'll just be there. No, I don't know what is gonna happen, but that was so funny that you were talking about his boat, and I was like, I haven't even told him how there's so many more boats.
Again, I don't understand how they were transported onto that. What do you
He
still?
did it.
How?
Does this stuff.
I thought all you
He's
guys
a
had was that
savage.
little Prius. I thought all you guys had was that little.
Oh my God. Well, I'll give you this, that the Prius can tow 3 of the boats.
Okay.
The Prius can tow the 2 Hobie Cats and the kayak.
Okay.
Prius is pretty versatile.
Okay.
It's pretty good. But also, I'd like to say I've been to Canada, and it's nice up there.
Oh, you were
And
able to cross the border.
Are you crazy? Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I did. And it was I went swimming in the river that runs by this place, and it was so clean up there.
Yeah.
It was so clean. Whatever is making it dirty is on this side of the border.
There we
It's
are.
so clean up there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was incredible.
And well,
I mean, I was just shocked. I was shocked that it's so nice, and there's like fish in it, and it's a different river up above in Canada, and you get down here and it's all like it's got this stuff in it, like cow poop. I don't know. I have no idea. Stuff. It could be anything.
That's pretty depressing. That's really depressing.
Yeah.
And I thought you said that it was definitely a sewer of cow shit because of all the major in bovine industrial exploitation centers that they've got in.
Well, and I got to tell you, because I live in this rural community, you know, where you see the same people all the time. Like, you don't really have a choice when there's like 50 people in town. You're going to see the same people.
Yes.
And the rumor around town is that they're dumping human waste in the river now.
Oh.
Like that they're having so many problems with like getting rid of like human waste, that they're just dumping it in the river, which I mean, why, what would spur such a rumor if there wasn't like a small grain of truth?
Well, I don't believe it is a rumor. I mean, I would just believe that
Yeah.
wholeheartedly. It would make perfect sense. It sounds about right. Yes.
Yeah.
And you've described the smell. You pretty much said it smelled like that. Yes. And
I mean, actually, we've been talking though, like the smell in Enosburg, like
yeah.
further down the river, is much worse, and the smell up in Richford is a little more tolerable. The smell in Enosburg, though, oh my gosh, just insane. The dairy capital of the world is so stinky right now with the manure
Jeez.
from the dairy.
Jesus, so sorry to hear that. Well, we're joined by Brendan ઝOGHET, and
There he is.
I don't know if you can hear me, Brendan, but let me know. Let us know. It'd be interesting to test your audio as well. Matter of fact, I totally forgot to. Yeah, there we are. Say hi, Brendan.
Am I audible?
You are audible. I even forgot to check if our man was registering Aristides when I first came on. I was so discombobulated. But definitely you're all registering, and otherwise people would have complained that I was talking to myself or for
Well,
long
I'm
periods of
in a
time.
very remote area, so
Yeah.
I might
Okay.
not be able to get longer.
Yeah, well, definitely welcome aboard. I haven't been avoiding you, I assure you that. I mean, if anything, I've just been, it's just been the schedule just hasn't accommodated our syncing up in terms of catching up, but I'm sure we'll take care of that tomorrow. But other
Oh,
than that,
I don't care about that. I'm just so far out. I'm surprised I get cell service. I'm in the
yeah.
middle of the woods.
Well, Amy's far out too, and I'm surprised she's getting any cell service whatsoever. And I don't understand why she stays in that situation up there. And she should have, literally went to China with her
I told you
acupuncturist.
I'm making plans. I
Yes,
am
okay.
making plans.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not really ready to talk about them today,
Got it.
but
Okay.
I got stuff happening. It's, taking baby steps
Good.
across the border, that
Good.
kind of
Excellent.
movement.
Excellent. And with yourself, Brendan, again, I wasn't pouting in terms of, I happen to be up at the same time that, shall we say, Brendan arises early so he can get on the move. And I said, you can call me now on the Microsoft Teams. And it was just the whole sleep schedule was thrown off by the whole dental appointment, which, like I said, was unlike usual, a very torturous dental appointment. Just a number of factors involved with that. Morbid entertainment
Nothing
for
you
like.
didn't deserve. Of course.
Oh yeah, well I didn't sleep for about 2 days because I didn't sleep the night before the dentist, and I had to be up at the dentist at 8 in the morning. There's almost no point in trying to go to sleep. Some quick cat naps, but I really slept after I came home. Yeah, and yeah, and then again because the sleep schedule was thrown off, I wound up just sleeping until right before the show, and of course waking up as hell. So Amy, Brendan, catch us up on what's going on with both of you. Amy's given us a brief introduction. She managed to hear what I said the other day about Tokyo Bloker. So let's give Brendan a few minutes here to catch everyone up else on his own adventures.
Oh, I have
Brendan.
nothing to say, really. Nothing to say. I have nothing to say, really. I should have clicked the YouTube, but I fucked up and clicked the wrong thing. Like, I was just gonna check in, and it's just pretty much just seeing if you're alive or not, and then I just leave.
Well, thank you. They're still glitching you out there where you're at. Oh, the Waymo! They dispatched a Waymo to terminate you. Tell us about the Waymo out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. You were out on the road, and the Waymo comes out of nowhere, obviously for no good.
Oh yeah, it was way off. Yeah, I'd have to tell you that privately, the full story, but it was way off of the beaten path. And I saw it, and I said, "Oh, maybe there's some rich fool using it, to get to work or something." And no, it routes around me, and cuts me off, and somehow it's in the same vicinity as I am. But it's not a residential street. It was just like an industrial area.
Yeah.
So it had no reason to be there other than surveillance. It was bizarre.
Yes.
Never saw a Waymo there before.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. That's well, thank you for that. Quite the adventures you're having. And
yeah, why do I sound like RoboCop?
No, not like RoboCop. Just they're glitching you a little bit.
Because you're glitching.
Am I
You're
really?
glitching hella bad. So I can only hear like a few things.
Well, let's hope it's
But I'm
not.
like in a super remote area, so I'm not surprised.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's hope let's hope that's not everyone's experience. So let me check in with the chat, see if anyone's complaining about our quality of sound. But nobody seems to be, so that's good. So, dear Amy, catch Brendan up on what's been going on with yourself. I don't know how much you want to share about your relationship with the acupuncturist, but it seems to be over now. You can't work with her sister at all, or any of her relations in America?
She has nobody.
Okay.
She
Okay.
she had two brothers who passed away when they were young,
Sad.
and she's an only child. Only living child of two deceased parents.
Oh, sad.
So she has no sisters. Like, she's alone, and they took her. Like, her immigration lawyer came and took her back
What?
to
You mean
China.
like she was deported?
Yeah,
What?
they stole everything from her and sent her back. She has nothing.
What?
I know. It's bizarre, right?
I don't understand. She told you this on the phone?
Yeah, like an hour ago. She called last night. I didn't get a chance to give her my new phone number, so she called Tokyo at midnight. And with the time change, she wasn't, I wasn't really awake. I was trying to talk to her, and I was like, blah, blah, blah. And I couldn't really, I was so happy to hear from her. And then today, we had to wait. We made a plan to talk at at an hour where we'd both be kind of awake.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, she was telling me how 2 days after I called her and said, "Oh, I'm about to leave Pittsburgh. Where are you? Do you want to meet up?" And then we were too far apart. And so I said, "I'll come back next time." And there was no next time. They came after her 2 days later, put her in jail.
What? This is unbelievable. I mean, I don't understand. How? What? For what reason? Was she violating something somehow? Some kind of.
I don't know. She says they do. She says that they've done this to her many times,
Really?
and I believe her. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
not sent back to China. She's been in the States for 25 years.
Right. So, but didn't you say that she's being sent back to China now?
He is there. Yeah.
Oh,
It's been 2 months.
Is she in China now talking
Are you
to?
sure that wasn't Mitch McConnell's wife?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know if you know
Maybe
them.
she's trying to leave Mitch. And
Yeah.
she's pulling a scam on me, huh?
Yeah, well, Mitch McConnell, you do know Mitch McConnell's wife is ethnically Chinese.
dead.
Yeah, and she's abandoned him to die in the United States and ran back to China.
Well, that's a smart woman.
Yes.
What the hell? Of
Yes.
course.
Yes, and but what I don't understand in the case of your acupuncturist, how old is she again? Her 60s, 70s? She's not in good shape.
No, she's 10 years younger than me.
What?
No, she's 8 years younger than me.
What? I thought you said she had a lot of health issues.
Well, yeah, it's because she's had a really rough go of it. Like, she had a stroke after her husband died.
Mm-hmm.
And they told her that it was a suicide. And she never believed it. And I said, yeah, that's what they tell you so they don't have to pay insurance to you.
Yes, well, wasn't he killed
There's
on
no
the doorstep? Wasn't he
investigation.
killed on the doorstep with gunfire?
Something like that. I don't know. I wasn't there.
That's the way That's the way I remember it being described. Yeah, it was. He was on his doorstep, and two men killed him with gunfire. And then they said, "Well, he killed himself, so they didn't have to pay the insurance." That's So go on.
I mean, yeah, like I said, like this all happened before I really knew her, but yeah, just since I've known her, she's been deported back to China, and the Chinese government gave her an apartment.
Okay.
Set her up in China, but she doesn't know anybody.
She's a communist. She's a communist spy.
25 years.
That's not normal.
Spy. I don't think she's a bad person. I think she did a lot of good for me.
Dude, she was wearing a Louis Vuitton like $8,000 tracksuit.
At least, I mean, her whole wardrobe was so money. It was all money. Her whole wardrobe. She
Hey, you
gave me
can't
some
just
Louis
buy that
Vuitton
unless
shoes.
you're sponsored.
Yeah, you know,
Dude,
he has a point, Amy. The way you
Doug,
describe,
back me up here. Come on, you're the fucking espionage guy.
yeah.
You're
Well,
the espionage.
I just said you have a point. I said, yeah, Brendan has a point. Your acupuncturist, not to defame her or slander her. I mean, she's just doing whatever she had to do, but whatever she's doing, I remember the way you described it. It wasn't like she was. Did she have like back-to-back client lines, like people lined up to see her? Where would she get that money otherwise? It was, oh, her husband, but her husband's insurance wasn't even paid out. So it does beg the question, does it not?
I don't really like have any access to like what she was doing before I met her. Like what can I say about how she ended up here and like how she was involved with this man for 8 years before he was killed or
Well, I mean,
suicided, whatever.
I guess we could talk about it now. I mean, that cop who was stalking her never was of any help whatsoever. He sure as hell didn't.
Well, no, and I said to her, you need to cut him off. Like, he's just sucking your time.
Yeah.
Not doing anything for you. Yeah. And maybe that was bad advice. Like, maybe he was really like serving a purpose, like handling her. And when she cut him off, it was like, okay, nobody's watching out for her now.
Oh,
he probably reported her to ICE.
That's
easy cheesy, yeah.
Yeah, that's my first thought, was that maybe because he was stalking her because he was assigned to keep an eye on her because she was suspected of being a spy, or known to be a spy, and but he just was more like a street cop, wasn't he? Or you don't know? He was supposed to be some kind of.
He's a fucking chump. Oh my god, I can't believe I just cussed. Like, I don't like. From what I could see, I was like, this guy is suddenly like never. Because I'm Puritan.
I mean, I'm going through a storm, so I can't hear you guys. It's like windy and raining.
Okay. Well, repeat what you said, Amy, so maybe he can hear it this time.
I'm saying the guy was a chump.
Yeah.
That he could not possibly have entertained her enough to make it worth her while.
Yeah.
Like, he was making excuses about, like, I don't want to get married because I'll lose my wife's Social Security.
Yes, that's right. No, which he only got because his wife was supposed to be dead, but he was still getting her Social Security check. So he obviously murdered his wife and didn't tell anyone. So
scammer.
So he could still keep collecting the check.
Yeah, she was buried in the backyard for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. But the fact that he was so open about it to your Chinese acupuncturist was because he was counting on her not being culturally savvy enough to understand the implications of what he basically confessed to murder.
So I wasn't encouraging her towards that.
But when she cut him off, like you said, maybe in his anger or rage, he reported her to ICE, or he was assigned to keep an eye on her and surveil her. And then when she cut off communications, he reported her to ICE. Either way, that's
either way, it's a bummer.
Yeah, well, it's a true bummer. I told you, I don't understand why you didn't.
She just got recalled by Beijing.
That could be that too. Well, tell people how you had always told her
your mic is pretty high. I don't know if it's my technology or.
I'm hoping it's just your technology. Let me take a look. It doesn't look particularly high to me. Yeah, so it must be your technology.
I don't know. I think your viewers like the abuse, but.
Well, let's take a look at the
maybe like take it down a notch on the OBS.
What? Here, look at it. Here's the OBS. Can you see it? Can you see the screen share?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, so what do you see? It's like it's not. Bleh,
bleh. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Bleh, bleh.
I mean, you are maxing it out, but it's not like super bad or anything like that.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the YouTube tones it down, so maybe the YouTube. It's because I'm not on YouTube, so it's like coming straight to me. So.
Oh, okay, maybe. All right. Anyhow, we'll stop sharing at that. But yeah, well, Amy, tell people how you were trying to tell your acupuncturist. Can we say her name or at least her first name?
Oh, don't even bother. No,
Okay. Well, you were
no.
trying to tell her that
Jin Woo.
yeah,
Jin
Jin
Su
Woo.
Chin Woo.
See, that's an inside joke, Amy. You'd have to hear the whole story behind that. Yeah. You were trying to tell her how my mother was half Japanese, half Chinese, and she couldn't even believe that as possible. So tell people about
Right.
this.
Well,
Like they were completely different breeds or something. They
Yeah,
couldn't breed.
species. Yeah.
it's different species.
Yeah.
So yeah, but this is,
But
how you
Tricom
kind
say
of,
shit like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be her indoctrination
Mhm.
speaking. But go on. Yeah. Or she
Well,
just came from a real backwards area. She was like outer Mongolia is where she was born. But go on.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she said, and she would always tell me how the people really mimicked the landscape, and like there's like these plateaus where there's no trees or anything and you can see for miles.
Mhm.
And it really is like the way the people are is like they really are just very open, and because they come from this place that's got a lot of air.
Mhm.
But I mean, I haven't talked to her in a while because I got a new phone. I've been having all kinds of other things interfere with my ability to do normal things.
Mhm.
But she's recently made contact, and she's let me know what had happened, because we had a friend who wanted to see her, and I was like, come see her today. Do it right now. Do it this very minute. And he didn't. And so he went after they'd already taken her, and he was like, Amy, nobody was there. And I was like, that
What I tell
whatever.
you? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And so
but go on, please.
yeah, so he did try to pop in on her, and she wasn't there, and I had tried to call. I called her, and I wanted, to tell her my new number to see what she was up to, and I couldn't get her through any, like it said, like this user has a full voicemail.
Mhm.
And so I just left it alone, and it was like a month and a half later.
Mhm.
This whole story
that was-
is just reeks of espionage. I don't know how. It's like,
But at the same time, Amy, I don't know how much you're willing to share, but we may as well now. It shouldn't bother anyone since she's gone. Honestly, it's equivalent as if she's dead. But so not that I'm saying that. Hopefully, you maintain contact with her, but it's not like it's any advantage to you anymore. I really tried to encourage you to really become kind of like a confidant and basically a care provider for this woman. But as you were saying, she really lived in a situation very similar to mine. She did not have working plumbing. She lived in a cellular unit that was like in the back of an apartment building that was all of her money.
window.
Oh, say it again.
No windows.
No windows. So she was living in a broom closet, and yet her car was an expensive car, and she wore very expensive clothing and had a Louis Vuitton bag or something of that nature. Various expensive accoutrements. What?
It's fun. Many
Yeah.
fancy bags and clothes.
Yeah.
And just fancy, and we talked about this tonight, how if she'd have known what was to happen, she would have given me everything. She would have forced me to take more, because now all she has is the stuff she gave me.
Wow. Yeah.
Do you see how that works? Like
you should
the
move to
art.
China. You
Yeah.
should go live with
She
her in
wanted
China.
me to. I was like, yeah, I'll get right to it.
Take,
Keep me there.
she'll buy you a flight. Just go. Why not?
She does nothing. They took everything. She can't get anything right now.
But as Brendan pointed out, it is unusual they would set her up with an apartment. Do you know which city she's in?
I didn't ask. What I did was I gave her the contact information for my cousin, whose wife has several businesses throughout different cities in China.
Okay.
So yeah, so she has somebody she can talk to over there that's not Chinese but also American. Because she doesn't feel like she's Chinese. I was like, but listen, it's very lucky that you're in China where there's no Chinese women. there's plenty of men over there. And she's like, I do not want any Chinese men. And I was like, well, of course not. You've been in America for 25 years. Most of your life has been in the American culture. Like, this is,
Well,
this is,
even though that was the case, didn't she have a very foreign air about her?
yes, of course. She's never going to not be Mongolian.
Yeah. So she had this, like, it was almost like she never really acculturated.
Well, it is really easy at this point in time with the technology to just, stay plugged into your own stuff. Like all
That's
these
true.
East Asians who own the gas stations in Vermont now, gas stations, grocery stores, it's all Indians, East Asians owning them. And they're playing Bhangra in the shops. It's like, they don't have to listen to American music. They don't have to watch American TV. They can watch Bollywood,
True, but she wasn't part of any cultural enclave.
Nobody has to.
Yeah, true. But she wasn't part of any cultural enclave. She may have had some connections. Did she have some friends who were like working in real estate and stuff like that? We don't want to get too deeply into this, but for her sake, for out of respect to her privacy. But you see what I'm saying. But aside from the few friends that you met that wanted to get you working in real estate, and you just weren't willing to do that, they were. She was mostly just alone. She was completely isolated and being preyed upon by this predatory cop who had murdered his own wife and pretty much admitted.
It did not appear like a safe relationship to me, and I cautioned her against it. But look at the results. Now I'm hoping that she's in a place where she can feel safer in some way. Like they're not going to just... What she explained was like her immigration lawyer that she's been paying all kinds of money to was the one who showed up with the police and put her in jail.
That was a bad investment. Say that again. She paid all this money to this immigration attorney and wound up in jail? Say that again?
Yeah. I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, that is what happens to widows, right?
I would sue that lawyer. Fine.
Well, beyond that, is it possible that she wound up in jail because the federal government said she's a spy?
Obviously.
I really have a hard time believing that she was a spy. I believe that she pokes people with needles and makes them better. That's what I believe. I didn't see a whole lot of people
like the
suffering.
ultimate spy cover.
It could be. It could be because
like an assassin that uses acupuncture. I'm pretty sure that was in a film.
Yeah. If not an assassin, an interrogator, like a torture.
Wasn't that Kill Bill or one of those kind of like American films?
Yeah. It's kind of like
the assassin was the acupuncturist.
Yeah, but she was in bad shape. Tell them the woman had stroked out after her husband's death, and so she needed help. She was almost paralyzed, right? In fact, she was paralyzed and had to cure herself with acupuncture. Was that not the case?
This is the story, yeah. And I believe it. Like, I believe, like, just from being around her, because, she treated me every day for 3 months and got my hands back. Like, I was able to use my hands again, and still to this day they've only like gone to the white color, like the Raynaud's, like just slightly one time where I was really feeling very triggered and traumatized. So I think one thing that I could talk about that wouldn't be like outing my connections in the espionage of the Chicoms
would be what?
I had my first hypnotherapy session with somebody to help me with my reactivity.
Okay.
And I just did it like less than a week ago.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah, I know. I was really fantasizing that it would be like a whole lot bigger, like I would have like a big shift.
Mm-hmm.
But it's honestly just more work. Like you just have to like keep at it every day. Like retraining your brain off of all the stuff that you can't ever change, but you want to repattern. You don't want to keep reliving it, so you want to just you know, do it every day. Listen to the track that was created for you every day. And that's where I'm at. I'm doing it. I'm trying to keep going. And then maybe he said in like another 6 weeks, like it might be good to think about having another session, creating a different audio track to kind of repair whatever has been arising underneath all of your issues, so that you no longer attract Nazi vampires and other crazy people into your life.
What about regular vampires?
Freaking yeah. Descendants of Vladimir Sepich. Yeah.
That shit's
All
like
that.
shit's like ringworm. Like you can't get rid of it. Shit.
Ringworm. It's just like ringworm.
But honey, how are you affording this? Who's paying for
affording
this?
What?
The hypnotherapy.
Gold. Everything I touch turns to gold. Douglas. Whatever. How am I affording this?
Well, it's only
I'm barely getting along. I'm not working. I'm receiving benefits for the first time in 12 years. So I feel rich, I think is what the issue is. I feel like it's okay.
Rich enough to share some of that largesse with your friend Doug?
You should have talked to me before I had to frickin' pay $600 to get Tokyo's car out of the.
Why do you do this for him? Why don't you just pay $600 to have
I wanted
him
to drive his car.
buried? Anyhow,
I wanted to drive his car while he was in jail, and then they let him out, and so I paid for the car.
You can't drive when you're in jail.
No,
I get that, but I can drive.
She wanted to drive his car while he was in jail, so she paid for it, and as soon as she paid to get it out of impound, then they let him out of jail. So
it's even worse than that. It's like, it's not even, like, you made it sound like it was just, whip, whip, I'm done. No, my friend had to take time out of her busy schedule to drive me to go pick up his car. And then she drops me off. I'm there to pick it up. And his card won't work. I can't pay for Tokyo's car with Tokyo's money because his card's not working. And like, they're looking at me and they're like, they can see that the card has money and it's not ringing through. So I use my card. That's how crazy it was. It was like, even though.
So then why not go to an ATM and take his money and put it back in your thing?
I had no ride. I had to get dropped off.
Take an Uber. Use his card to take an Uber. Shit.
Where the fuck do you think I am? Like, we don't have Uber. Nobody even has nobody even drives a legal car. The reason nobody can take me up to Canada is because
what's that
they
one
have
film?
felonies. They have DUIs. Their car is not inspected legal in any way.
What was the situation again with the it was the car is not legal to drive.
No.
Yeah, because I forgot why.
Then just go to a dealership and get another car loan in his name.
In the driveway before we finished it.
And it's legal for a whole year.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Tell her again.
Just go to the dealership and say, here's this guy's card. He's in jail. Yeah. We're gonna get a loan in his name, and you find a shady dealership, they'll just do it. And you have at least a year to drive it while it's registered.
Yeah.
And then they just charge his card.
Yeah, cool.
There's all kinds of shady persons that would do that, no problem.
Yeah.
Or Arabs, I should just say Arabs, because the Persians are getting too much issues right now, poor guys.
In California, you can get a car to come without even anybody in it and pick you up. We don't have this.
Yeah, that's true, but
actually, Brandon gets cars without people in them trying to kill them, trying to run them off the road.
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't have those. Right there. There's nobody behind the wheel.
Well, no, I wasn't proselytizing.
Oh shit. Oh yes, he's not effusing. Oh, but dear honey, look,
No, we lost another legend.
What now?
Akiko Hayashi.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Yes.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Yeah, manga, anime, which
Yeah, she was the original artist for Kiki's Delivery Service.
Ah, okay.
So sad.
Yeah.
Kiki. Delivery.
So,
Anyway.
not familiar with that, but I'm sure it's important, probably.
It's sadder than Mitch McConnell, just to put it
Yeah,
in
let's
American
put it
people's
that way.
perspective.
Yes, thank you.
And
There we
everyone
are.
there's like 100 people that swear they talk to him. It's like, was he on the phone all day? You know, so
well, if he's all paralyzed, he's got nothing better to do. But yeah, but
Shit.
all that being said, Amy, so how come this woman was in such dire straits? Like I said, she had a cell. There was no plumbing. There was no windows. Yet she had all of this incredible wardrobe, and her car. What was her car again? It was an expensive one, a Mercedes-Benz,
A Beamer.
a Beamer. Yeah, BMW. So she
Why
had.
didn't you just steal that? What the heck?
I drove it around. It was fun. I liked it. I like driving
But I'm
Beamer.
saying she got deported. Just fucking drive it around, and then when
Is
the
she?
cop
I'm
pulls
not
you over,
near
say,
her.
"Oh, I don't know what happened to my friend."
Oh my. I don't know.
Your
I know.
cops are like super troopers. It's
Yeah.
like you just tell them, "Oh, I'll challenge you to a syrup drinking contest," and they'll let you go.
Then to pay
Yeah.
Doug, I'm just gonna sell my maple flavored adipose to a bunch of elites. They can just eat all my extra maple flavored fat, right?
Yeah.
I've been listening.
Yes.
I've
well,
been
there we are.
listening to your
Thank you.
fantastic episodes.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, honey.
I need to tell you to go back to work. Go back to work, Douglas. I spent all your money, and one day you'll get to meet Tokyo, and maybe he'll give you a boat to live on. He's got extra.
What a shiesty ass deal.
Sexy.
But like I said,
Yeah,
why...
you don't even want to know the shit I had to do to fucking help this motherfucker. I had to
That's
smuggle
left unsaid.
things from the north of California all the way to the south.
Yeah.
And I had to swear to a priest that I wouldn't smuggle drugs or guns.
Yes.
You know, it's just
Oh,
Yeah.
all for Doug.
Yeah.
Just so, you know, he could, you know, whatever he's doing.
Yeah. Whatever he's up to today.
Yeah, it's just nonsense.
But honey, you never followed any of my advice. I told you to stay with her, become her care provider, but instead you went back up north. That was and
What are you talking about? I live up north. This is the closest to a new life I can get. It's walking distance to Quebec. I can get there from here.
Walk on over to Quebec. Just
well, tell Brendan about your Canadian adventure. Tell Brendan about your Canadian.
I did. I freaking went across the border and I swam in the river up in Canada that runs by this place, and it was so clean. I couldn't believe it. It was a beautiful spa. Had a great service. I had freaking reflexology massage from this woman who usually works in Montreal.
Damn, you're rolling.
Yeah, how do you afford all this shit?
I know. I know. That's right.
Hey, I wouldn't blame you if you just killed the guy and just took all his money. I mean, we ain't judging.
Well, she needs the checks every
ain't
month.
judging.
She's keeping him alive to get his checks every month. And she's not like the cop.
Well, yeah, put him in the basement or whatever.
Yeah, the cop could get away with killing his wife and collecting her Social Security checks, even though it's a federal crime. But Amy doesn't have that kind of clout, so she's got to keep the fucker alive. Yeah, that's right, honey. Yeah. But you got to give him
one day you're going to walk outside, there'll be somebody impaled on the thing out in front of your building.
Oh, yeah. No, you got to get him committed. Committed.
I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing any of that. I'm sorry. I'm not doing what you're trying to tell me to do. I'm not doing any of that, but I'm going to work it out and it's going to be great. This is gonna be better than fine. It's gonna be so good, and I'm gonna just keep enjoying it because I can't get wrapped up in all this nonsense, all this espionage, this corporate stability due diligence directive nonsense.
Is that the Adderall guy? Is that the Adderall guy?
No, that's you. That's you spouting off about how we're like financially in this conundrum with the rest of the world.
Yes.
About
Yes.
the directive, the due diligence directive, and I am in particularly. I'm
Really, triple D.
yes.
Really. Come on, dog.
No, yeah, actually, you know what? I don't consciously remember talking about due diligence directive. That doesn't
Corporate
sound like my field.
Sustainability.
Corporate sustainability. I'm not quite sure.
Due diligence directive.
Due diligence directive. Oh, I can't.
Something about some Europeans.
Oh, there we are.
European
We
law.
were talking. Oh, yes, we're talking about their laws with AI and other things. Yes.
Douglas Dietrich exposed.
Yeah.
Fraud watch.
Oh.
Damn.
He doesn't build the dolls either.
He doesn't play with dolls.
No, he plays with them. He just doesn't make them.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
doesn't
make them.
Oh.
Everybody thought I was manufacturing them. That was yeah.
They said he's buying them from Taiwan. It's like, yeah, he's always said that.
He's always said
It wasn't me, it was the government. I stole it from the government. But come on. The
all your toys.
Yes.
You stole all your good toys from the government.
That's true. That's true.
I know.
Yes.
I know. You're such a criminal. I can't believe I cavort with you on this machine. So do you remember now what you were talking about?
Yes, I believe that we were speaking about the European response to American AI and the attempts to regulate it. Yes. Right?
Okay.
No,
I don't know
asking
that they.
us.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You're supposed to be the expert here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she caught me off guard. When it's out of context, you can do that. But Amy, anything else going on in your life? People care about you as a person. Again, how did you hook up with the hypnotherapist?
On the Insight Timer.
Okay.
I found somebody that I was like found interesting, and then I did a consultation, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have this much money by this much at this point, and I'm gonna do it. Like I booked this like I don't know 4 months ago.
Wow.
And I just did it.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. And you were always concerned. I'm sorry. Continue. Finish your thought.
I mean, it was like I was going to do this thing, and then it was like so screaming hot here that like we needed to move into a hotel because it was too hot, and we needed the air conditioning because we were going to die.
Yes.
And like I was sitting at this pond, and I was just like feeling these waves of radiant heat like coming across the pond at me, and I couldn't believe how hot it was.
Yeah.
And so yeah. I'd planned on it though. Like I'd planned to like have enough money to be able to do this. And then it came and went, and it ended up costing a lot more than I thought it was going to cost because I had to get the hotel in order to do it.
Right.
But yeah, it was, I mean, I just can't believe I've never really gotten like I'd never gotten to a place where I've been around people that do that really. Like I mean, I remember in Spokane there was like a group of people that would like help people quit smoking or lose weight. But I never like none of them really like spoke to me in a way that made me want to work with them.
Right.
And this guy had studied, he told me who he'd studied with. He gave me like direct links to the program at Harvard that he had trained in. And
wow.
Then yeah. And they I mean legitimately like I have looked into this in the past, and it was a lot like what I already knew about it. And so I felt like this is going to work. Like I'm going to be able to shift a lot of stuff out of the way so that I can focus on doing better instead of a revolving door of chaos.
Right.
Which,
good idea.
you know,
Yeah. Hardly.
It's fun to walk around and around and around the same thing until you're just tired of it. And then, yeah. And then like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I'm getting a cat. I mean, I'm getting 2 cats.
Why?
Because we need them.
For what?
Because this friend of mine has 7 and I agreed to take 2 from her because they're wild and you can't even hold them.
I
Like,
don't I don't
wild
understand.
cats.
I don't understand the logic. It's like we need them.
But
They're wild.
We live in a I know, but we live in a place where like there are no cats. So
You need mice.
if we got 2 cats.
You're trying to control the mice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she has 7.
Okay.
And she doesn't need even 1. Like she needs to get rid of all of her animals. Like she's too old.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, she's got 2 birds, a parrot, and then 2 bunnies, and a bunch of ducks, and 7 cats, and 1 dog. And she's got rid of 7 chickens.
Sounds like Brooke.
Don't tell Brooke. She will take them all.
Good point. Good point. Oh my God. That's yeah. So yeah. Well, aren't you afraid of toxoplasmosis? Haven't I?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm so afraid.
Yeah.
I'm so fucking afraid. These cats aren't any. They don't come anywhere near you.
Oh, yeah.
Like these are like, they're like wild cats. Like what we're planning is to like give him, like we have several outbuildings. We're gonna give them their own building, and so they feel safe from the dog and the coyotes, and the hawks, all the things that will kill them. And then we're gonna cook outside at the campfire, and then we're gonna feed them meat from the campfire so that they learn to be friendly. So that maybe somebody might adopt them because they're crazy wild cats right now.
Are you just bored or what the fuck? I mean, I don't understand the logic. It's like
I can't. Yeah, I can't figure out. No, I literally I like this woman a lot, and she's always been so kind to me. I've always like really appreciated her friendship, and her daughter was somebody who I would go to study groups in Canada with. When we were kids, she would do all the work and everybody would copy the answers off of her.
Okay.
Like her daughter, all of her kids were super intelligent, and I'm sad that she's gotten to this point where she cannot live alone anymore, and the first step is dealing with the animal hoarding.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like it's more of a like, I don't really feel like I can do nothing. And we could take all 7 of these wildcats and, like I said, just cook on the campfire and feed them.
But
and hopefully get them to a place where they might get adopted.
Cook them on a campfire? Please don't do that. That's
for
horrific.
them, Brendan. Cook your cat?
Horrific.
Since when?
You just said that. You just said that.
No, just put the meat in the campfire and then feed it to them so they can come and be friendly to you. Because they're not trained at all. Like she can barely catch them. Like that's the other thing is like to get them into the kennel.
Well, we're joined by Holly Kiefer, and Holly, welcome aboard, and say hello to everyone, and let us know how you're doing.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to jump in here, Amy. I suggest at the campfire you feed them mice.
Yes.
Because otherwise, won't they just slaughter every wild bird out of boredom that they can catch for a mile around?
They'll do that anyway. They'll do that anyway. They'll do that.
Well, if mice are prevalent, then
I have to catch them.
Yeah. Ugh. There's live traps.
Ugh.
Yeah, I know.
They're gonna
it's
eat
distasteful.
Yeah, they're gonna eat.
I presume they're not fixed.
They're babies. They're brand new.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Yeah, and feral.
Yeah, like wildcats. Like I tried to grab. She said, "Oh, we have one black one." I'm like, "We'll get that one." and I grabbed it, and he scratched me and took off. Like, hell no. But she needs to get rid of them. Like, this is like, her daughter's coming. Her daughter is my friend, and her daughter's coming to look at the house and try to convince her that something needs to be done. Like, she can't live alone in the woods anymore. So it won't be hard. She's kind of accepted it. Like, she knows, like,
well, she'll have to.
It's, yeah. Like, it's just, it's got to change. Like, she has lived in other parts of Vermont, which were more like conducive to not driving and like having a little extra help, because it was an apartment building, not a house. So you know, I mean, they're hyper intelligent people, so they're well ahead of the curve. It's still not easy.
They're all obviously neurotic as well. Holly, what were you going to say?
Nothing.
Oh, well,
No.
so the heat wave, I'm just trying to get the chronology going here, right? The heat wave was so intense that both Toke and yourself had to get a hotel room. But was this coordinated with your getting the hypnotherapy treatment? Because you said you had to get a hotel room in order to get that, or was that a different hotel room?
No, it was the same time. It was like right at the same time. I just like the idea of like setting up the laptop in the car was going to be way too distracting, so I really needed like a quiet space. And it was so hot, like I didn't really want to go anywhere, so we just like got a room with air conditioning. And he came back here like at night. It was normal, like it would rain a little bit and then cool down to like 62, 63. So he just came back here, but you know, it was necessary. Like, we needed to spend a couple hours in air conditioning because it was way too hot.
Well, it was a matter of life and death. That's no questioning that. But what I don't understand, it's like, you'll have to tell our listeners that your property has no air conditioning and no heating, essentially, other than for your pot-bellied stoves. You literally are living, in effect, off the grid.
Yeah. It's just that, it's zoned for agricultural, and the buildings are small enough that they don't require permits, but they're like not livable. Like, you can't spend a winter in them.
And you have no plumbing. You basically have an outhouse because you
have plumbing. The electric is all solar powered or generator powered. And we don't like, it's not set up for winter. Like, we don't have like insulation. We don't have walls. Like, there's his place, there was a need to like tear apart most of it, and we haven't fixed that yet. Like, there's walls missing on his place.
Jesus.
So they're like structures. They're like camp structures. And so they don't actually, they don't fall under regulation. Like,
well,
it's just not.
The Chinese acupuncturist that you worked with had no shower either. She literally had no plumbing and had to take care of her hygiene pretty much with a sink. And that was...
but she had a sink. Like, we don't have a sink.
Yeah,
like,
you don't even have a sink. Yes. That's Jesus fucking Christ. It's like, I'm beginning to see a pattern here with my own life. That's it's all
brushing up against Douglas can be bad for your health.
Say that again. You were
brushing up against Douglas can be bad for your health.
Oh yeah, Brendan, you tell him. You tell him. She doesn't know the half of it.
Wait, what?
She said brushing up against Douglas will be bad for your health. Yeah, tell her she doesn't know the half of it.
Just even going near him is fucked. Yeah. Are you talking about the mold, or are you just talking about the evil eminence coming out of you all the time?
She's talking about
the evil chakra just emanating.
We were talking about the pattern of the acupuncturist she worked with had no plumbing, had no shower, lived in a broom closet, but she had a sink to attend to her physical hygiene needs. Whereas Amy Como doesn't even have a sink, and there's no walls. They're in a camping structure with buildings that they
that was just her outpost where you met her. She had like a hotel that was rented permanently by the Chinese government somewhere.
oh, if only that would. Yeah, so where did she park the Beamer? The Beamer was... Where did she park the Beamer, Amy?
Out front. I don't think she actually owned that car. I think it was in somebody else's name, and he like let her drive it.
Yeah, the Politburo or whatever the fuck they're called. Did it have like special plates?
I don't know. I didn't pay that close
Yeah,
attention.
that means it did. Fuck.
You drove it.
There's your answer.
You drove it.
I did drive it.
Yeah, in fact, she
So?
couldn't drive. You had to drive because she was legally blind.
Something like that. Yeah. Something like that.
So how did she maintain it when you weren't around to drive it?
She's not impaired in that way. Like, she was really doing very well.
Okay.
Treating herself with acupuncture.
Okay.
And my saddest problem was dragging her around through the American healthcare system, trying to explain to her how ridiculous it is. How you have to make all these appointments for doctors that aren't going to help you so that they can try to find you a doctor who can help you. And she couldn't understand. Like, it's just not like that. But where she was from.
Not that I'm denying anything you're saying, but the reality is she was here for over a quarter of a century, around 25 years, right?
Right.
And yet
in Pittsburgh.
Sus.
Wait, are you telling me Pittsburgh is like a foreign country? What I can't understand is, how did she not adapt to the American healthcare system in a quarter of a century? I'm not downing her. I'm not coming down on this as like how stupid she is. I'm just trying to. I just don't understand how somebody can avoid self-care like that. It's.
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Maybe she didn't need it. Maybe she didn't get sick.
No, she needed it. Amy, tell Holly, after her husband was assassinated on the doorstep where two men blew him away with firearms and the insurance wouldn't pay up, yet she still somehow managed to get an enormous amount of money to buy all of this expensive clothing and the Beamer, and yet she
No, the clothing. Okay, we need to back up.
Okay.
So the clothing was something that she bought when she was married with her husband.
So,
okay.
Like, he didn't die that long ago.
Okay.
Like, he died, I think she said they were married for 8 years. And then it had been a couple years since he'd passed.
Okay.
Like, more than 5.
I'm so
I'm
sorry.
not sure.
So sorry.
Yes. And then Brendan got caught groping some girl. Anyhow, so
yeah, I heard that, you son of a bitch. That was supposed to be on.
Okay.
He's on mute now.
So, and to be clear, I don't know how her husband was killed. I don't know if it was like in front of his house, because the last thing
he was on the doorstep and it was with gunfire. I remember the story very distinctly. It was on the doorstep.
I know she made it sound like that, but when I asked her about it, the story was that he was found in front of the sergeant's door of the police department.
Not the guy
like
who was
his
stalking
boss.
her. Not the police guy who was stalking her. Was it?
No, her husband.
No, I mean,
her husband.
Wait, the sergeant, he was found dead in front of the sergeant's door of the police station, but then she had this policeman who was stalking her. That they're not connected, are they? Like, was it that policeman, sergeant?
Okay, we're really like delving into this story in a way that is just feeding the rumors, and go on.
But
honestly,
wait a second, these
what
are
else
valid.
can we make up here?
These, just to we know for a fact she was being stalked by a policeman.
Yeah.
We know, So when you bring up the fact that her husband wound up dead in front of the sergeant, quote unquote, office, his door, I'm presuming at the station. At the station.
Yeah, you bastard. I wasn't groping any women, you son of a bitch. She came out of the door at the same time as I came in.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay.
And so, she was so attracted that it was shocking. That's what it was.
Cool. That's it. Yes. Yes.
She's actually a good friend of mine. Yeah.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Yes. So there was kisses
and hugs.
Of course?
What do you mean, of course? Dude, you son of a bastard. I
Oh,
frequent this place quite often, actually.
okay, yes, the same titty bar
Oh,
that our friend
No, it has
TJ
nothing
goes
to do
to.
with that. All right, good riddance. I hope all these spies get you, you sick vamp.
we, we love you, Brendan. Yeah, look, we don't mind. We don't mind. So, she came out the door same time I was going in. Yeah, she works there. Yeah, like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm having too much fun with this. Yeah, but Holly, just so you know, the acupuncturist, after her husband's murder, she had a stroke. The acupuncturist had a stroke,
ah,
was paralyzed, had to cure herself with her own
with the
skill in
acupuncture. Yeah,
acupuncture.
yeah.
And she did have an eye problem. She had some serious eye problem that, for all intents and purposes, it seemed to render her legally blind. In other words, she really could not drive safely, and Amy Como had to drive for her, and Amy
Hmm.
was driving her Beamer even without her, which is why
No,
Brendan
no,
suggested. Oh, you never drove it without her in it?
no, no. There was no need. I
Okay.
didn't need to do that. No, I just would take us. We would go to church.
Yeah.
We would go shopping.
Mhm.
We had errands. We did errands. You know what? It's so crazy. She made me eat pig's feet, and I really didn't want to, but she was like, every time we go shopping, she would buy out all the pig's feet. And she was just like, this is the best thing in China. People can't even pay for this in China because it's so expensive.
Wow.
Everybody wants it. And she would go to the Shop and Save and buy out all the pig's feet and make this like delicious barbecued, like glutinous cellulose, whatever is
All
in the
right.
pig hoof.
Mm.
You would like it.
I'm
Yeah.
sure I would.
I was weirded out by the whole thing, but I did taste it. It was delicious. I
Excellent.
don't think I'm ever gonna make it for myself.
My
But
family loved them. And they came
really,
in the grocery store in big glass jars full of clear jelly.
All right.
It was disgusting, but when you love a man, you're fanatical.
yeah,
The weird
it's
thing.
true. She loved it. She was like, that was what she would
My
buy, like
mom,
all of
oh
them,
yeah.
Oh,
all the pig's feet in the store, just in the cart.
well,
And I would be like, are you sure?
yeah, that's a delightful
Every
story.
time.
Yeah, well, that's a delightful story. And
I don't know for me if it was a deep South thing or a Polish thing. And I think both
Don't
of
know.
those groups eat them.
yeah, well, there you go. I mean, I hate to see
Black folks love them. My
Yeah.
black friend cooked them, and I even attempted to try, but nope,
Yeah. Well,
could not do it. And
oh,
he can cook.
there we go. All I can say is that
Yeah.
it's a shame to see any part of the pig go to waste.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm glad that you got an opportunity to enjoy that. She will be missed. She will be missed.
Me too. I know. And she's insisting, like, we have to live close to each other. She's like, we have to figure out a way to get closer because this is stupid. Like, and it's true. Like, I really I'm sad every time I wear the shoes she gave me.
Yeah.
And now I'm even just like, I'm just getting it. This happened last night.
Mhm.
She called last night and told me. And then I just got off the phone with her I was on the phone with her when I got your call.
Mhm.
And I had other stuff I had to do before calling you, but I had plans. I keep trying to get on and yell at you about trying to steal Tokyo away from me. I'm kinda
But you didn't know she was in
romance.
China
I
till
didn't
last
know
night.
where she was. I wasn't able to leave her a message. And my friend, Tokyo's friend, who wanted to get acupuncture, had gone by there and said she's not there. I was there. I've been going by. There's nobody there.
Got it.
Mhm.
And then today or last night, she called Tokyo and was like, "Is Amy there?"
Mhm.
Which is crazy because Tokyo has gone through 6 phones in like a month. Like he
Oh,
keeps forgetting, like wearing them swimming, breaking them, losing them. Yeah, so it was amazing that like she was able to even call him because he had just got his phone like hooked up again from screwing up the last one.
Well,
Like so
there's
yeah, it was really it's just things have been sliding into place, and I'm doing my best to keep going, and at the same time I'm really just kind of pretty amazed that I'm still alive, like despite all of it somehow.
Yeah. And so we're just glad you're alive, and there's a lot of synchronicity going on, and thank God some of it works out for the best. And the fact that you have a positive attitude and the money keeps coming in, all of that is for the well, obviously you're bettering your life, and all we can do is wish you the best, that it continues this way, and towards a better future than what you've been experiencing. Holly, you you yourself, what's going on that you feel we
I'm
should be
down
paying
with it.
attention? Wait, yes. Wait, what's going on that you feel we should be paying attention to, either nationally or
Well,
internationally?
it's been nice to hear from Amy again.
Most certainly.
And yeah, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but the thing about Ellen Chow, okay?
Oh, the wife of
So
Mitch McConnell, explained to our
that's
listeners,
right.
of course.
That's
Yes.
right. The wife of, oh boy, I'll bet that, I don't think that was like any kind of true love match, if you know what I mean.
But that really was a Chinese
So,
spy. That really was a communist Chinese spy.
just for the start of it, because I believe she's the sole heir of China's King Coal. Man,
Interesting.
he owns the industry over there, a wealth so fabulous, you know, it would blow your head off. So maybe it started back in the first term when here comes Trump, McConnell. Oh, Big Coal already knew it was dead. They were taking it apart and locking it down, and the CEOs were all walking away fat and happy because they didn't have to worry about that dying, impossible industry anymore, and got onto something else. But then here comes Trump and McWhat's-his-face and Chow, and they start it all up again.
Yes.
Wake it up.
Yeah.
Because they can't be having that California tree-hugging renewable energy.
No.
Even though that's a rat's nest.
And that would have been in China's interest, because China has gone green more and more so, and so it would be in their interest to have America go backwards so it can't compete in the green energy technologies. Go on.
That's right. Among other things, they may still need a little for this or that, so we could do the dirty work for them over here.
Yes.
I guess with robots. And it was that, remember that fake Democrat? A poisonous looking guy. I forget his name. But it was a real big
not the guy who stroked out, right? And Fetter? Not Fetter.
No, unfortunately. No. It was the guy right down there in coal country. Yeah. And there was two real out and proud Democratic stinkers. The one in Arizona and this guy. And he was in the papers every day. Mm-hmm. And I think he either quit or got run out of the party or whatever, but it just took the four of them to wake that ugly giant back up again. Horror. But Chow was fundamental.
Yeah. By the way,
I believe to that.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. By the way, Amy, I want you to know that I've spoken often on this show, and I don't know if you've heard it, about how much I appreciate the shoes you've purchased for myself, which I couldn't live without. No.
They're pretty great. And mine are all ripped up. I'm looking at which ones I want now because I need to replace mine, but I've been paying for others. I got borders to cross too, so.
Yes.
Spell that name for me again.
O-N.
It's just O-N. On. Literally on shoes.
Oh.
You'd have to put shoes after it or you won't get anything. On shoes. O-N.
Yeah. Well, I think cloud, right? Like some of the names are like on cloud 9,
Got it.
on cloud
Yeah, but that's
10,
not going to
on
help
cloud
because then you'll get
11.
computer shit. Then you'll get, if you put it on cloud, you'll
I
get
guess.
computer shit. So you have to say on shoes or on cloud shoes. Yeah. And but it's
Trying to
on Swiss
think of-
shoes. They're Swiss shoes. Yeah. And
Yeah.
But they were, yours are still holding up?
what?
They're not worn out at all?
No, not at all. Well, bear in mind, I don't walk much. I mean, I try to, but it's like no, I mean, it's not like I'm jogging or something like that. I'm a super sedentary kind of creature, but certainly no, they'll probably last me years. I hope so. So honey, I do want you to know I spoke of it often in the early days, and yeah, like Brendan says, he barely wakes up to do this. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, literally doesn't move an inch. Yeah, that's no, he's got it bang on. Yeah, not if I can help it. But that being said about coal, Holly, what else comes to your mind before I start diving in?
I'm raking my brain right now, and there's again so much crazy, just batshit crazy. Ice killed somebody
Again?
or maybe two separate incidences.
Oh,
yeah.
tell Holly about that. Your acupuncturist friend was arrested and put in jail.
No, I heard all that.
Okay.
I heard all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, is this not
But they're
shocking?
still
Yeah.
very active, very involved, constantly busy. And again, they always say the exact same thing. And I believe these were two incidences. They tried to hit me with their car.
Yeah, of course.
So without a citizen cell phone, we'll never know.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised they didn't say that about the bicycle guy at the reflecting pool, right? Oh, he tried to hit us with his bike. But there were citizen cameras, so they couldn't.
Well,
but
that's
you
because
know they would.
That wasn't ICE. That was National Guard. That's why.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But they're doing the same shit now. God, it trickles down.
So, in terms of, well, what I'll do now is I'm going to dive right into the subject matter for tonight. And I want everybody to just hang on for as long as they can stand it and just interject whenever you feel like it. If you feel you have something to say or add to it, just do so. Don't lurk, just dive in, and, interject forcibly if you have to. But such having been said, Holly, people care about you as a person. Everything safe in your area as can be, or
yeah. It all feels like we're like standing on the edge of a terrible abyss, but day by day.
Hasn't it been that way
ain't
for
come yet.
all our lives at this fucking point?
All our lives, Douglas. All our lives. And so I'm conscious of that lately. All my life. Hiding under the desk for the nuclear bomb threat in school. People not paying their taxes because the world's going to end in the 70s.
But
so all our lives.
Yeah. So that having been
It's got to
qualified,
get to you.
Amy's hasn't been with us for a while. So Amy, how like look, obviously we care about you and we want to, it just sounds like you're doing well, but everything is so ephemeral and it's kind of like there's some contradictory things going on here. The cats, for instance, sound really involved. That sounds really like a project that's going to take up a lot of time. Yet I think that. What's that?
I mean, I don't see it like that because I can't imagine that these feral cats are really. We're just doing it to relocate them to somewhere where it's better than a shelter, where they won't get adopted because they can't. They're not friendly. Do you see how it's like it's really just trying to do the most humane thing possible to these feral kittens?
Yeah, but I worry about the birds. I mean, cats are responsible for the
birds. There's so many birds. It's fine. The cats
well, and winter's coming. That may take care of the problem.
Okay.
I still don't even think it's going to be a problem. You guys, we live in the middle of the wild. Like there's plenty of all kinds of stuff that could be killed and eaten by
Oh,
cats.
well, we don't want them killing birds. That's the point.
No,
That's
no. And I'm saying,
Well,
like, even if they didn't kill birds,
Yeah.
and this is so funny because Tokyo, your lover boy, was saying he only wants these cats if we get a bell collar for them so they can't catch the birds.
There we are. Good,
Mm.
good. There we are. Good for him. So he has some modicum.
and then
of-
there's the fixing.
yeah.
Because if one's a boy and one's a girl, oh God.
I know, right? But
In 5
he
years.
also found the spay and neuter clinic that does
Very
it
good.
for cheap.
Very
Like
good.
he's had cats out here before, and he really did
Mhm.
enjoy it, but they don't last long because they go
Right.
wild.
Right.
There you go. Yeah. Well, he has some
Right.
modicum of redeemability from at least thinking that far ahead. Okay. So all of that being said, honey, definitely, I'm so glad you were able to come on tonight. Like you said, most of the time you're usually asleep at this point. I
I
mean,
try, and then like Aristides is talking, and I'm like, I can't do it. I gotta go to bed. I can't do it. It's too tiring. But anyway,
I don't
did
understand.
make it on tonight
Yeah.
because I was all worked up about recent developments,
Yes.
and I know the best will happen for everybody, and I feel like she's better off where she is
In China.
for now. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I mean,
Oh, okay.
if your immigration lawyer is going to turn you into the police,
Dude.
that's nowhere to be.
Well, that
You don't
does,
want to
Good
be.
Lord.
but that does add to the espionage theory, doesn't it?
Unless
I
they're
mean-
hiring, crooked immigration lawyers just to get people to go.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. I mean, because, in
Or
all,
it was ICE,
yeah,
like you say.
Yeah,
like,
really.
yeah,
Masquerading.
yeah. No, what we mean to say is that she had this cop that was stalking her, the acupuncturist, who literally murdered his
Right.
own wife and pretty much confessed to it. I don't know if you heard me talk about the details of that, but we figure he may have turned
Yeah, a
her
little
into
bit.
ICE. Yeah, he may have turned her into ICE.
Oh,
when she
no. I'm saying
spurned
this
him.
immigration lawyer
Mhm.
is a quasi-ICE.
Yeah, could be.
that was
Crypto
like
ICE.
probably the biggest betrayal to her, because she had just called him
Yeah.
about a work permit because she's no longer married. She's a widow.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So he was supposed to be working on making sure she could continue to run an acupuncture business.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And she was paying him
And-
big money. You said she was paying him
My
lots of money.
God.
Yeah.
She says that she has spent nearly $950,000
Mhm.
On this guy?
to be in this country.
Okay.
Just,
All in
like
all.
overall, like for them
Yeah.
to continually come at her and force her to do things like get lawyers and
Yeah.
and move all the time, move from place to place, like,
What a racket.
which is why I think, this is probably safer for her in this day and age to just get
Mhm.
get somewhere where you look like everybody else.
Yes. And
Anonymity.
yeah. And well, as Brendan points out, for $100,000 extra, she could have gotten a Trump gold card.
Yeah. I thought they were
I-
$1 million.
Yeah, I believe she does not favor the MAGA crowd in any way.
Well, thank God.
Mm.
Thank God. Yes.
Yeah,
And
this is not her deal.
yes.
But please go on for your listeners. I mean,
Well, we
Get-
love you dearly.
get to it. Get to work.
We certainly were glad that you dropped in with us, and always want to know how you're doing. And that being said, yes, I'll get to work. And but hang on as long as you can and interject when you will. But likely you are probably going to go straight to sleep, right? Or it's
almost
very
there.
it's very dark where you're at, right? I mean, it's basically midnight now where you're at.
3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah,
11.
It's 11.
11. Yeah, and
It's 11, and it's pretty dark.
yeah. Okay.
Bedtime in the
The
country.
thing is, it's been so hot that it's comfortable at this point. Like, it's like
Mm.
Yes.
you're not like sweating profusely just laying there. It's like finally
Kind of wakes you
below
up.
70 degrees.
Well, you have to get up in the middle of the night to kind of just get air, or you're gonna suffocate in that little box you're in, right?
Oh, yeah, we're working on it. We got plans.
Okay.
In the fall, we're gonna put in another door for extra ventilation.
Okay.
Nice.
We're working on it.
All right.
It's okay.
Okay. And
Slow as you go.
all right. Jesus. That's life is day to
Night.
day. Yeah. Yeah. What did you say, Holly? You just told her good night?
I said good night
Oh,
if she
okay.
was going.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And,
I'll bet it's a cute little shabby chic shack.
No.
I bet it is. I bet she's got it going on.
Douglas has seen it. It's not cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not cute
I
at all.
try.
It's
Not
little.
Thomas Kincaid in the Pine
No.
Grove. Oh.
And
This is
The
more like
little
Jimi
light
Hendrix
flickering in the
under
window.
bridge.
Oh.
oh. Well, all I could say is you've got the good attitude that'll keep you going, and all
Yeah.
right, love you
God help
dearly.
you.
Yes, blessed be. Okay, and Holly, love you too. Oh, check hasn't arrived
Yep.
yet, but I'm sure it will. The mail is slow. Mail is.
If it doesn't by the weekend, holler.
You will just. We have to give the mail a lot of time these days.
Yes, we do.
Believe
And
me.
slack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're it's a wonder that they're there at all. It's a wonder anything shows up at all these days.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So yeah, and so all that having been articulated, all right.
The post office, one quickie, is like one of the last great bastions of public art with the stamps.
Yes, true. Yes.
And it's a big reason why I'll defend them to my dying day. I remember.
Yes, no, they are. There's that.
They are. I
Yes.
love public art when it's good.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, and no, they're not incorporated yet, Brendan. That's and so but he's asking, are they a corp? Incorporated yet? No, not yet. They're supposed to turn their own profit, so they're supposed to operate like a corporation, but they're still federal government.
Right, because they were never started as a corporation. They are a service industry.
Yes.
They are not corporate and are not required to earn a profit to have a need to continue their
Existence.
immense labors.
Yeah.
Yeah, immense labors.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the tragedy.
No,
That can't be allowed.
They
they're gonna. That's tragic.
Yeah, well, they fucked them over by forcing them to pay for themselves, like somehow in essence. Yeah, in essence, turn a profit. But go on. What were you going to say?
Yeah, the post office always lost money.
Yeah.
Because they can't get but a trickle from the government anyway.
Yes.
So, and what they do used to be a big part of the fabric of the country.
Yes. Well, yes. All I can say is that, no, it should be again, because you just can't keep relying. Literally, the Postal Service should be an important part of any country. You shouldn't be relying on private. Yeah, you shouldn't be relying on private industry to deliver goods and stuff. Yeah, you really shouldn't, because at that point,
absolutely not. Yeah,
only the wealthy can then have deliveries made. It's a nightmare to live in a world that's privatized. That's what they.
Yeah, a nightmare.
And
I've watched it my whole life.
Yes.
Watched that happen, and it's always bad. Never good.
I don't know if you caught what we were saying about the acupuncturist that was the friend of our dear Amy.
Yeah.
But thank you for saying her name before I got it out. I would have gotten there. Amy.
Yeah.
In
of
case
course.
you're still listening. It's just but it's just I believe everything she said about her acupuncturist friend not being able to navigate the medical industrial complex of the United States, but still to be here 25 years and not be able to, that's pretty, like, she obviously didn't care about herself, or somehow was.
I could almost imagine that, given my own medical history, and I don't care about myself in that way necessarily. I always kind of longevity's never been my thing, you know. But if she never had need of it and she was taking care of herself,
and yet she did,
and
because
then
she
she was
stroked out.
married.
Then she stroked
Yeah, but she
out.
met. Then she was married for 8 years,
Yeah.
and then she didn't stroke out.
Yeah.
So that might only happen in the last couple of years.
Yes, she really her health took a dive in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
I
then
get
you're screwed.
Then she's
yeah.
screwed. Yes, got it. That explains it. That
Yeah.
explains it. I still don't understand why Amy just didn't stick with her all the way as her kind of representative, and she instead left her to go back up to that property, which to me is like a
Oh no, I could see that.
magnet
She
of
didn't think
doom.
she'd get snatched back to China in the, before halfway through the summer.
Well, I kept insisting otherwise. I didn't feel that she'd be snatched.
I mean, if you walk out your door, ever leave the house, Pittsburgh's no, sunny vacation either. For God's sake.
Yeah,
you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
it's as hot and it's as cold, and
yeah.
the only thing you got is like plumbing and electricity.
Yes.
And doctors.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's not a, vacation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well.
And I always think if you can, it makes sense in a way to keep a foot in two worlds.
I don't know about that.
If you can, if it's possible.
Yeah,
I would love to live one place in the winter and another place in the summer, but have them both established so that I could go back and forth freely.
Well, fortunately, you live in California where there's no such seasons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, not only for that reason, but,
Of course. Well, of course,
that would be the ideal.
Not only that, but we're the only state that, if Trump succeeds in cutting everything in terms of Medicaid and puts it all on the state, California is the only place that's going to be maintaining anything similar to the level of services we had before.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
California would always be one of the spots.
Yeah. The spot in the United States.
If I could split.
Yeah.
Yeah, half and half. I'd always keep my Colorado citizenship first. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. All right. So thank you, honey. Love you dearly, and stay with us. And Brendan,
I'll ride the wave a while.
Yeah, and Brendan's welcome to ride it as well if he cares to do so. Once he's done, enjoying himself at the Adult Entertainment Center.
Oh God. He's playing pachinko.
Oh no! In broken news, Trump killed off his own peace plan after the United States launched new retaliatory strikes on Iran, declaring that the ceasefire is over. But, of course, Iran, not Trump, is in control of this war, and Trump is vowing more Iran strikes as the Dow drops 800 points and oil hits $80. The ceasefire...
I have to go mute so you don't hear my blood-curdling shrieks.
Oh, that's fine. We don't mind. The ceasefire was always just a Donald Trump fantasy, and the Iranians... Oh, Brendan says, I'll be on in a minute. I don't know if that's a threat. Buy gas. He says, buy gas now. Yeah, there you go. Buy gas now before it gets expensive. Yes, indeed. That goes without saying. True. He's got it down. Everybody, that's the plan. You know who to blame. He's been fucking you up the ass ever since he's been elected, or rather selected by the enemy. At any rate, the ceasefire always was just a Donald Trump fantasy. The Iranians have made it clear what they think about America. This week, the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's funeral procession snaked through Karbala in Iraq. It was more victory parade than traditional lament, with generals occupying pride of place and Iranian flags draping the coffins. Iran, it is clear, is now dominated by military men. They welcome Donald Trump's declaration that the ceasefire is over, even if it is bluster, or perhaps especially so. So he says, yes, MOU, not ceasefire. Yes, he's talking about, of course, yes, Memorandum of Understanding. It was supposed to be targeted supposed to be enacted under conditions of ceasefire. So there we have that. All that being said, we'll get back to it. President Trump declared the Aryan American ceasefire finished and signaled continued military strikes, sending markets into a sharp retreat. The Dow fell 800 points and oil climbed to $80 a barrel as investors priced in a prolonged conflict threatening one of the world's most critical energy corridors. The announcement came after United States Central Command resumed airstrikes on Iranian targets, and the Treasury Department revoked a license that had allowed Iran to sell oil on the open market. Now, via X, if you can imagine that, we've degenerated to a point in history where the United States CENTCOM, the Central Command, used X, a private social media platform, to state that the United States military has launched new attacks on Iran in retaliation for Iranian attacks against commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The British military confirmed that 3 tankers were struck by projectiles yesterday, prompting the United States to revoke a license that had authorized the sale of Iranian oil as part of an interim deal to end the fighting. Per CENTCOM, Iran's demonstrated aggression was unwarranted, dangerous, and a clear violation of the ceasefire. Now, the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly 20%...
They hit pretty hard.
Well,
they hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
They hit 110 sites.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking about the Americans or Iran. You speaking of which side?
Iran.
Yeah, okay, so Iran.
They ain't playing.
Yeah.
I don't know what all. It's hard to find out, what kind of sites those were, but I read 110, pretty important hits in a quick time on Iran's part. They did.
I hear you.
So they're coming back strong.
Well, you're definitely keeping good track of this. And I'll verify what you're saying soon enough. Believe me, I know what you say is true.
Maybe like Brendan says, buy gas now, but also like Exxon stock.
Cool. Exocet missiles? You mean the or something?
No,
else?
I mean like Conoco or some oil company.
Yeah, there you go.
Because they'll be reaping the benefits of this, man.
Oh yeah. It's
reaping them.
Oh, just horrible.
Profits have never been higher.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Yeah, we live in a nightmare.
Shriek.
Oh, we live in a nightmare world. It's dystopia. We're entering the 90s science fiction era where, at any rate, the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly 20% of the global oil supply passes, is now the focal point of supply chain anxiety. At least 4 tankers have already turned back from attempting to transit the strait, and a Qatari LNG, or liquefied natural gas vessel, remains stranded after a projectile strike. Higher energy costs feed directly into inflation, freight rates, and manufacturing input prices. For business leaders and investors, the key variables to watch are whether diplomacy resumes at the NATO summit level, how quickly oil markets stabilize, and whether the Federal Reserve adjusts its rate posture in response to a new inflationary shock. But regardless, there be no more truce. Donald Trump declared the ceasefire with Iran over after the United States carried out the new round of strikes on more than 80 sites in Iran and revoked a waiver allowing new oil sales. This following...
He stole my word, by the way.
Oh, how so?
Did you watch that?
No.
Oh, come on, you didn't watch it?
No, what?
That was the most important thing I say.
Whoa, I didn't get a chance.
So I guess when he was in Turkey, some reporter asked him, they said, so is the MOU toast?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah. And they said, what happened? He said, they're scum.
Yeah, pond scum. That's right.
Yeah, he said they're all scum.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, he took my word.
Yeah.
Took my fucking word.
Oh, so when you saw the jars of pond scum is what you're talking about. Yeah, they are.
No, that was you. That was you.
That's me. Yes, brought to you.
No, but I always call you vampire scum, and I say, oh, he's fucking scum.
Yes.
And Trump said they're nothing but scum.
That's right. That's right. Now he's talking like
Well,
us.
there's some press conference. There's some press conference where he called it the Strait of Japan,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that
No,
was
something
just
like
now.
that.
no,
That was just now,
Yeah.
right?
yeah,
And he called somebody Putin that wasn't Putin.
yeah, Zelensky. He called Zelensky.
No, he
Putin.
called it the
Yeah.
Islamic Republic of Japan.
He said we were attacked by the Islamic Republic of Japan.
That's
Yes.
it.
I can just imagine
boy.
like anime turbans and shit. Like that's
yeah.
crazy. Anime jihadis or something.
Yes.
That's crazy.
No, he's
Yeah.
he's out of it. He's
They're not beating the dementia allegations.
yeah, that's for
Way
fucking
out.
sure. No.
But he's completely of sound mind. He's a good guy.
Oh.
He's smart and intelligent.
oh yeah,
He's got nice hair.
Coordinated.
yeah, he's the leader that we need. He's the thank you.
Yes. Yeah, what would we do without him?
Lifts
I
weights.
don't mean that in any kind of joking way. He's the greatest.
Gets the ladies.
Oh yeah, he gets them by the pussy. Yeah, that's kind
Yeah.
of like what Brendan was doing just before we heard a squeal. Yeah.
He
Damn,
was a
how much of
sex
that did you
machine.
hear? I was trying to. It was supposed to be on mute. The fuck?
It wasn't that bad, Brendan.
Okay, that's what I thought. I
Sounded
even
pretty bad.
apologized.
I'm sorry. I'm
It
sorry.
really wasn't.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to grope there.
Walks right into the woman, facing the phone.
No, I
Hers
startled
probably
her.
was too.
No contact was
Yeah.
made for anyone trying to report me.
Oh, well, at any rate, Brent crude jumped as a handful of oil carriers appeared to transit through the choke point. Iran is floating the imposition of charging transit fees. Now, Trump demanded Greenland again at his latest NATO outburst.
Damn, he's just tweaking. What did they put him on? Damn, what did they fucking put him on? Like, that's some serious shit. Like, it's just...
Yeah, it's like Tourette's syndrome, or it's some kind of demented, recidivism where they fall back on the same subject over and over again. So yeah, he's locked
It's like,
in.
what is it, like a second wind?
Yes.
Like Second Life?
Yeah, Second Life. Sammy
Like
Romero
he's an
has joined
RPG
us.
character?
Yeah, that's right. He's living like he's an avatar, that nothing can touch him. He's just,
Of evil.
Yeah, there you go. So, Sammy, welcome
what's up,
aboard.
dog?
Yes, now people care about you as an individual. Share with us as much as you feel safe sharing about how you're doing and your family, and let us know what's on your mind.
Hey, what's going on? To tell you the truth, it's just doing a dad thing, but like anything around the house, stuff breaks and you have to troubleshoot. And you just gotta kind of pull through it and try to find the solutions. My dryer broke, so I've been trying to diagnose it, and I probably have to order a part. But other than that,
Wow,
been all right.
man, that sucks. But go
Well,
on.
I mean, with this heat that we have in the summer,
Is it a Maytag?
Yeah.
it's a Whirlpool, so it's probably
yeah,
the
it's
heater
fixable.
coil. Yeah, the
Yeah,
heater coil
right.
probably went out. So it's just
Yeah.
stuff you gotta do. So I've just been drying my
It could
stuff
be,
outside.
Just like too much lint. Just pop the back off and some of
Yeah,
it can be remedied.
right. So just troubleshooting. But
Yeah.
honestly, it's just my weekend was good. My 4th of July
Love it.
was it was peaceful. It was good. But
I like how you had to
we-
qualify that it was peaceful, as judging by the area you used to live in, that would have been an accomplishment, yes. But you're kind of in
Well-
an area now that are people like taking out their firearms and firing them into the sky on 4th of July night? It wouldn't surprise me. You're in that zone.
well, to tell you the truth, it's really no different. It's just where I was at. There's just more people, but it's the same here. You can find bullshit anywhere if you really look closely. But for the most part, it was I keep to myself. But when I lived in the city, I usually worked on holidays, so I didn't mind. You kind of get acclimated to just making up your own holidays or just doing shit when no one else is, which I actually like doing. But as far as the calendrical holidays, I've kind of not followed those really. It's just, it's just social engineering. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying, I'm no Mormon here. I do celebrate, the things that I like, but I'm not going to live and die if I have to work a holiday or, it's just stuff that I don't put much emotion to it anymore. It's really not that big of a deal. One, because, everything's so inflated, and even how times are right now. Do you really want to go out and celebrate? And obviously, there's people doing that. This 4th of July is probably more dangerous than any other holiday.
It's true.
In the year. 4th of July is it's killing season.
Yeah, it's true.
You can say Christmas and Thanksgiving is suicide season, but right now it's headhunting season.
Yes.
Everybody for some reason wants to kill each other, which it actually goes in part to the spirit of how we betrayed the British crown. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's the spirit of murder. It's just how things go, right?
It's so true. It's very astute. That's a very astute observation. I really need to integrate that into tonight's monologue. I will. Go on. Yeah, continue.
Murder and self-bombing.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you guys heard what happened in Newport Beach.
Tell us.
Ooh, teenagers are going wild.
Well,
Newport Beach, for God's sake. That wasn't ghetto.
Well, God forbid, God forbid, some people's lawns got trampled, and
right.
I don't know, some Mercedes got, firework dust on. I don't know. The point is, there's more vandalism and murder happening in other quote unquote urban areas of Southern California. It's just they're brown and black people, so it's it's not, they're supposed to kill each other, right? So
well, there was 402 arrests, so I guess they put a stop to that. I mean, you would think they would just stand back and let it happen, but go on.
Well,
they were rich white kids.
There you go.
Well, I mean, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'm not worried about that. It's just, where I used to live at in South Central, it was, what's crazy about that is it was ran by a big bike on Central Avenue. There's a biker gang, which I'm not going to name, but it was on Central Avenue, and their headquarters was there, and they used to shut the whole street down. This was a black biker gang, so this was even more. I was more fascinated by them organizing. That's what made it very much made it interesting. The fact that they would organize, they had food vendors. And obviously with no permits, but you could tell, you could tell they were armed. Like you probably would not want to go down that street trying to ask for, where's your county health department permit? You probably wouldn't want to do that. But
because it was family friendly, and cops hate free food and stuff. Oh God.
It was family friendly, but they also had an element of scantily clad women.
Yes. Biker babes, of course.
You biker babes,
wild dancing.
Right. So it's just part of the scene, but it was very interesting how unfortunately, how can I say this? Brute force respects brute force is what I'm trying to say, where because of the amount of people, I would say, if I can estimate, there's probably around 10,000 people on that street lined up, and it was like a lot of people, and majority of them were bikers, so they had to come from other areas, but they were, it's too much to, and eventually the LAPD would come and try to say like, hey, it's time's up, and they would go, but they wouldn't go forcefully in the sense of when LAPD wanted them to go. It was almost like, hey guys, can you guys cut it short? It's 3 o'clock in the morning, yada yada yada. So You know, there wasn't a mutual understanding, I guess,
Yes.
but there's some other areas of South Central where it was just pure mayhem in the sense of these illegal fireworks are pretty much almost like mortars. They are, but you know, I'm talking. You can really weaponize them.
Yeah.
You point it at someone, they can cause a lot of damage. Obviously, the fire damage and all these dangerous things that are possible.
Remember when
with
the
these.
LAPD tried to blow up the fireworks and tore up half a block?
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that was one of the reasons why you know, they did it. It's because you know, it's just their incompetence or just their lack of empathy. I mean, you don't blow up you know, what they did is they overstuffed whatever I guess they detonated it right in the neighborhood. They over
Yeah, that's
they
right.
over quote unquote calculated, and they blew at least a couple blocks. You know, you had people's
Jeez.
of
No,
windows
the
shattering.
explosive guy, the explosive engineer told them it's way beyond capacity, and one of the cops overrode him and said, you know, we're gonna do it anyway. You know, get the fuck out of here. And he
Right,
just sat
you
back
know?
and laughed. He just watched it fucking explode, and none of them got charged. None of them got
Well,
charged.
you know, they pleaded, you know, we have to keep the identity, you know, anonymous because in fear for their lives, right?
Yes.
Their families, right? Of course, you know, right? Because you know, all these brown and black people don't have families, right? But honestly, you could, if you're around these environments, honestly, Doug, you've been around Oakland and the whole San Francisco Metroplex area.
Yeah.
The not giving a fuck spirit, it really is contagious because you're treated like shit with law enforcement. You just learn to hate law enforcement. You know, you're not receptive to, you know, you don't really call the cops. You know, the cops probably make things worse. So
That's
in a
so
sense,
true.
you can see
It's so true. My parents told me that when I was growing up, and I thought they're so mistaken. They can't be. What a silly idea! But I found out it was exactly like that. Go on, yes.
Oh, I mean, the airport
Even as a
police-
white kid
yeah.
in New Jersey, you learned young because you were not allowed to be outside at night.
Right.
Beautiful summer nights. No, you had to be in a movie theater or in a bar or any place, but you could
Right,
not be out. And God,
Wow.
that was the best part of childhood.
Jesus, sorry to
Well,
hear that.
you know,
Have
exactly.
night freedom at night to be
Yeah.
outdoors in the beautiful summer or whatever, or the fresh snow or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
And obviously, yeah. I mean, I think it's everywhere in this country. Obviously, me working at the airport, their police department is a joke.
Yeah, well, airport police, yeah, they're infamous as a joke. Yes,
Oh,
they get paid for
You
doing
learned
shit.
firsthand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
What's
on,
the
Sammy.
firsthand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
there was an individual stealing, you know, catalog converters. We literally see him, you know, stealing them out of cars, and we tried calling the cops, and the cops treated us like we did something wrong.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Right.
Why are you calling us?
The way,
Yeah. Why are you calling us?
the way,
Or why'd you
and then
steal that?
Yeah.
right. And then the way this individual, you could tell I mean, he's a sinner. He looked like a sinister type of person. Like he had everything planned out. He had a really vicious German Shepherd with him.
Of course.
Almost like a guard dog,
Yeah.
but it was almost like they knew him enough to, like, he almost worked with them. So
Yeah.
it was, at that point, you know, you don't even want to. You kind of see how the system's rigged in the sense of, most law enforcement don't want to. They don't want to do anything to begin with.
Yeah.
But when you put them on the spot, you know, it's just they're incompetent. Pretty much, it's like you said. It's almost like a blue collar mafia in the sense of, they're a glorified, you know.
Almost. It is a
security.
blue collar mafia, but go on. Yes. Yeah, continue. Yes.
Well, you know, obviously, and it's just, you know, like I said, it's just the reality. But you know, definitely this 4th of July is, you know, the more and more I just avoid it. It's for a reason. You do not want to be around, really around anybody.
Thank
Those
you.
particular holidays. It's
Thank
it's
you.
just a killing season. It really is. So
I mean,
you
it's
know,
safest just to barricade yourself and stay indoors and listen to the bangs outside and pretend there's a war on, because effectively there is. Essentially,
well,
there.
I mean, I'm sure you heard of that black teenager that went missing. You know, went
I did
with
not.
his
Yeah.
friends.
Tell me.
You know,
Mississippi
and
Island, yeah.
right.
What
And
is that
you know,
story?
well, to tell you the truth, it's almost to me like a rerun. Um,
Yeah.
and I don't mean to sound cold. It's just, um, you know, he pretty much went missing. And from the looks of it, they don't quote unquote know where he's at. But I mean, in my opinion, they probably has something to do with it. You know, I'm not trying to.
Well, they found him
Did they?
on
Where?
some,
There
on
you
an
go.
island.
Alive?
Mississippi Island, dead. No.
Dead.
No.
Well,
Okay.
They found his
you know,
corpse.
well, that's the case. Though I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's one of those situations where, unfortunately, it's not common. I mean, it's common in the sense of they probably didn't even like him.
Yeah.
You know, they don't sound friendly to me. Like,
Yeah.
you know, that sounds very fishy in a sense of,
In other words, he probably
unfortunate.
died in an encounter with law enforcement, and they literally left him on the island to be found. So
Or
then they
took
or
him there.
they just set,
yeah,
or
yeah,
they set him up. You know,
yeah,
they could have killed them
Right.
themselves. It's
yeah.
just,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
and it doesn't have to be, you know, them directly, you know, killing them, but they just could have left him there, and he, you know, died of you know, other causes. It's just it's never a good sign when you're the only person of color and there's a bunch of uh you know, um European
Descendant, yes.
Americans, okay, descendants, okay.
I know his family's trying to pursue it.
And good luck, you know, good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, right now the judicial system right now is upside down.
Yeah.
It really is.
Well,
You
Noe's
know,
was down there. It was some southern place.
right. You know, if I'm I really do believe, you know, and this is just my opinion, that integration was probably the detriment to, you know, minorities, you know, because we really don't have anything of our infrastructure. So,
Yes.
you know,
That's
it's
right.
just unfortunately it's you have to respect other ethnic enclaves that have their own banking systems, you know how to
Lawyers,
defraud.
doctors, teachers.
Well, and not even that. They just know how to defraud the government because they're protected minority. But the reason why they're protected minority is because they have the people in place to allow them to take advantage of the system. I'm not pointing the era at anybody. You know, all I can say is, you know, I think you guys know who I'm talking about. But they're protected because they have the people in place in the right positions, and you can't be mad at them. You just have to understand that historically, Dr. King probably did more damage than actual change. And you're starting to see it where they even say Rosa Parks should have never been on that bus because, you know, she owned a car. You know, what was she doing? What was she doing in a bus if you own a car? Or even Dr. King, we're marching certain places, but you know, you have these. You know, Dr. King was not a broke man. He had money. He was an educated man, and I'm not trying to downplay his accomplishments. It's just I think integration really set back. And in other words, it gave a false narrative that it changed. When obviously, Doug, you talked about it, and really didn't change anything. It's just, you know, it masked it. But you see it now where, you know, you obviously have the Supreme Court Judge Roberts, who is a clear indication of just because you try to make change, things never change. Some things always stay the same, and whoever gets in these high positions, who is a person of color, usually ends up backstabbing their whole, ethnic race. It's just how it is. Unfortunately, I'm sure you can name other Asians, Doug, that that you probably despise. I remember you saying George Takei. I don't know if you didn't like him, but
well, George Takei is more of an embarrassment. That's more of an embarrassment. It's kind of like
it's not because he's gay, so I know
no,
that.
no,
so
not because he's gay. It's more of an embarrassment because not that we need to dive into this too deeply. It's simply like he says. I love America, and he was, but he's trying to cover his ass because he was another person who he wasn't born in a concentration camp. He was old enough to have actually been taken to one. So he was literally in a concentration camp as a child and can describe exactly what it was like, but still insists, I love America. And it's kind of like, so are you just saying that obligatorily just to get so they don't stick you back in? It's just that to me is kind of it just really irks me. That's all. It irks me. But go on. Yeah.
Well, Michikaku, that other idiot.
Oh yeah,
there you go.
He's just
that's
awful.
Another idiot that that you just find repulsive. But
yes,
my point is, I mean, I have
go on.
Right, I have that Cuban moron that's Secretary of Defense. That that Cuban black bean. You look at individuals that way, and obviously. They're not very, how can I say, they're not self-aware in the sense of, you're just digging your own grave. And, most of these people get fell by the wayside in the sense of they hate they have self-hate is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
But, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place like bird
no
crap.
Worries.
But
there's a lot to cover. I mean, there's a lot going on. So yeah, feel free.
Right.
I mean, by all means.
Is it self-hate, or do they really believe they're better than everyone else?
No, it's self-hate,
and they got there because they deserve it.
They hate themselves. They truly hate themselves. You have to understand that.
Yeah.
I do in some cases, but not in all.
I'll give you an example, okay? I have a friend who, I actually befriended a really close a friend of mine that I met. I talked to Doug about him. He used to be a correction officer, okay? But he also volunteered for the sheriff's department. He's someone that started as a maintenance man,
and
he was so good at his job that he was doing maintenance for the fire department. They recommended him to the sheriffs, and he just went up the ranks, right? But one of his jobs, he actually joined. He joined the Border Patrol. But the way he did the raids is he found out when the raids were, and he used to pretty much go the week before the raids. He used to warn all the foremans that there's going to be raids. So he would drop the dime to say, hey, anybody that doesn't belong to be out here, don't, look out. So he used to look out. He used to tip them off.
Cool.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons why he was telling me is in the reality of things, the U.S. government knows, ICE knows that we need illegals. Point blank.
Every Republican business owner knows
of course. It. So they know. And they allowed him to do this because, let's just be real, it's part of the system. Now, he said a couple of times where he had to call sick because he was deathly sick. Yeah, they deported a lot of people. But one of the reasons why is because he couldn't really contact them, or when he did, it's just things happen. Because obviously when they see you in person, things are more. And it's not that they didn't trust him. It's just he always used to warn them in person.
Interesting.
You know,
Right.
Yeah.
it just
Right.
it gives a better credence, especially with
Yeah.
foreigners, when you
Yeah.
warn them in person. And you
Yes.
see,
Right.
they see your facial expression, like you should not be here in 2 days, or you know you're
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be you're gonna be thrown in jail.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's someone that doesn't hate his people. He's just, you know, the machine. Marco Rubio truly
He's getting
hates
the
his
job.
people.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Marco
I don't
Rubio-
think I don't think it's because he hates himself in Rubio's
No,
case.
no,
I think he really
just,
believes.
no, he hates himself. There's self-loathing there. You know why?
Yeah, it's true.
Convinced.
It's true.
You
Sammy,
know,
tell her why.
I'm-
Yeah.
Look, Latin men are machismo. Okay, they have a
Yeah.
certain machismo about it, okay. The fact that he's been shit on so much, there's only one reason why he lets that administration shit on him, because he hates himself.
Yes.
He
That's
has
true.
no pride.
Or he wouldn't
Okay.
surround himself with such abusive
He
people.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
The fact that he did not come up with a solution when he did for the Iran conflict that we are in, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if Trump didn't okay it. That's one of his jobs. The fact that he did not go there to those meetings, it was Trump's sister-in-law. Who's his
Right.
sister-in-law, Doug? I forget.
Oh God!
Well,
Oh yes,
his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law.
yeah, I'm trying to. Thank you. I couldn't have
Kushner.
gotten that out without
Well,
you. Yes.
His sister-in-law, Kushner.
Yeah.
Think about this: a civilian was doing these quote unquote negotiations.
Yes.
Okay,
True.
Marco Rubio should have been there. He couldn't hold his nutsack and insert himself.
Yeah.
He couldn't.
It's true.
Why? Because he hates himself.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If I know I'm gonna go down in flames, I'm at least gonna swing. And that's the thing about Trump, in my opinion. He respects assholes, and he respects a person that doesn't give a damn,
Yes.
That's right.
because he doesn't give a damn. But that's my point. He's a self-hating Latino.
Yes.
All right.
That's
Wait
the
a second.
best
When
way
did he
I
get the
can
card?
explain it.
When did he get the card? What?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did I miss something?
Yeah. Well, I guess what Brendan might be asking is whether or when is he even considered a Latino at all? Is that
He's a Cuban black bean. That's what he
Yeah.
is. He's a Cuban black bean.
true?
It doesn't
Yes.
matter if
What?
he.
Yeah, he is Cuban.
Well, he
He's-
is.
and yet
He's
he says
Cuban.
we're going to invade Cuba. Yeah, and he's the first person to say we're going to.
Oh, you must be. You're not talking about Trump. Okay.
No,
I got
Rubio.
that.
No.
Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio.
Oh, Mark.
He's a right-wing
Yeah, well,
Cuban.
Apparently, he's not even part of the negotiation team, because earlier this morning he just said Witkoff and Kushner were the
Right.
negotiations team. So
that was the point.
imagine
That's the
those
most-
two trying to figure out, the Iranians. It's like, obviously it's not working.
Hey, they escaped that first night bombing. They've been there all from the beginning.
Yes. They set everybody up and then pulled out
Yeah,
so
and
everybody
split.
could be bombed.
Yeah.
bombed. But that was
In the
was
middle
Sammy's
of the
point.
peace conference.
Yes, in the middle of a peace conference, no less. No, it was horrific. Just the
But yeah,
sliminess.
Sammy, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But they cut him out.
Well,
Yeah.
of course, because he lets himself.
yeah.
That's the point. Is in administration like that? Okay, it's literally, you have to push yourself into it. It doesn't. It's like,
Yeah.
how can I say it? What's the
That's
worst they
true.
can do? They can fire you. What do they fire you? That's all they can do.
Yes.
So I mean, my point is, yeah, he's a self-hating person, just like our Justice Roberts. He's a self-hating person as well. He hates how he looks.
Yes.
So he just took
I
advantage.
don't know about that. I don't know.
Yeah, he's an
about-
Uncle
especially
Ruckus.
with white guys. I mean,
that-
they did a big study back in decades ago where they went into the schools to prove once and for all that bullies are bullies because of their low self-esteem.
Look.
And the
Chief
reason
Justice Roberts-
they were all shocked because the bullies did it because it felt good. They enjoyed it.
Okay,
It had
well,
nothing to do with low self-esteem. So you can you can have low self-esteem and self-hatred, but you can almost have too much self-esteem
Well, what
Okay,
and
we're talking about here is not
self-love.
just average bullies, Holly.
Well,
We're
No,
talking
we're
about,
not.
yeah,
We're
talking
talking about the
something.
elevated ones.
Yeah,
well,
And I
right.
say it's still
right.
relevant.
Chief
Roberts,
Justice
I don't think he hates himself for a minute.
I think he hates
Well,
himself terribly. I mean, he hates the way
well,
he's Uncle
No.
Ruckus. He wants to be white. He wants to be
Sure.
white so
Oh, wait,
bad.
we're talking about the Supreme Court guy, Roberts.
Yes.
yes, Chief Justice Roberts.
He's
Yes,
white as
yes.
fuck.
Yeah.
He
Well,
can't be
that's
any whiter.
well,
He
exactly.
believes. He
Well,
loves
that's
himself to death.
Yeah, only
well.
the part that
Anyway.
he is white.
He just hates his black skin. He
Yes.
just hates his black skin.
Yes.
I
Actually,
mean,
he
his.
might.
Oh,
he
you're
wa-
talking Thomas,
Yeah, Clarence Thomas.
not
or
Roberts.
Okay,
Sorry,
Thomas.
sorry,
That's
my
what
bad.
we meant. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
sorry.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I don't think he
Sorry.
hates himself for a minute either.
Well, no,
Well,
because if what Howley says is right about Thomas, it's because Thomas looks in the mirror and he sees a white man. It's the Peter Moon effect, where Peter Moon looks in the mirror and he honestly thought he was black. You know,
I
that's
totally believe that.
yeah. So it'd be something of that nature. But continue.
Married
Let
a
Sammy
white
make
lady.
his
Yeah.
point. Let Sammy.
No,
let
I'm
Sammy
not
articulate.
arguing, but
Yeah.
yeah.
so my correction,
Yeah.
Chief Justice Thomas. Sorry,
Yeah.
they
No worries. I can't
they
remember any of
I
their
get
names either.
confused.
They're like the Seven Dwarfs. They're like the Seven Dwarfs. They all
Right,
like you mix
but
and match. But
exactly. But I mean, it is what it is. My point is, yeah, there's just a lot of self-hate right now. Where and, even if you try to address ethnic enclaves as far as the reality that the reason why we can't get along is because we're trying to act like we get along, but we really hate each other. It's it's ridiculous. So
well, it's to be
yeah,
expected. We have to somehow adapt to that reality and accept it. First, we have to accept that reality first and stop making people, stop forcing people to try and get along. That's the first thing we have to do. Stop forcing people to try and get along. It's not going to work. It just makes it worse. But yes, but go on, Sammy. Yeah.
yeah. I mean that's really what we're seeing now, and
Yeah.
I think once this administration is, or whatever, once this Trump era is done, if there's anything left, there's gonna have to be major overhaul. We're talking
Yes.
because really, what the good thing about this administration is pretty much the alarms are screaming like there's needs to be change
Yes.
to everything,
Yes.
because it's it can't go on like this. You're talking, Mitch McConnell's been dead for what, a week,
Yeah.
allegedly, maybe 2 weeks.
They've been talking to him 20 minutes every
They
day.
they keep claiming that they're
Like 10
talking to him.
people, 10 different people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they brought them out of the woodwork. Yeah.
He's grand.
Well, I'm sure they broke out the Ouija board. I mean, that's the only
Yeah.
reason how
Maybe that's it.
I see it, But it's at this point, it's like, come on, man. Let's get this over with. And obviously, I think Trump is trying to. And honestly, if you guys see his rambling now, it's just very incoherent now. It's something about the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Yeah.
It's just
Oh,
like,
that was a good one. That was a good one.
I mean,
Attacked
it's
us.
like,
Attacked us, no less. Yeah, go on.
I would like to get a quote from Japan. I really
Just
would.
imagine
It's
anime
almost-
chicks with turbans on or something.
Yeah.
Exactly,
absurd.
It's pure stream of consciousness.
Right. So it's like we're really living in wacky times. And honestly, I think the more November comes, and he's already. By the way, he's paying that lady off. I guess he has to pay that lady off now. The one that sued him for SA.
E. Jean Carroll.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Which is almost like a little blimp in the radar now. And
Thank you.
it almost boggles my mind. Like, why wasn't this in the campaign? The Democrats didn't just say this out there.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank
Talk
you.
about a bunch of self-haters.
Yeah,
Now you
there's
got
the
it.
self-hatred. Yeah, there's
boy.
self-hatred, self-loathing.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's-
God.
that's my point. It's like, this really needs to be overhauled because, like, come on, guys. You don't you don't mess with the church's money. Like, you guys are making hand over fist as well. You know, you guys are doing your backdoor deals, and people get killed. Like, like any other corrupt country. But it's like and we talked about this. There's a method to the corruptness. In other words, it's just corrupted. It's always going to be. But to this point where we're really getting embarrassed, like I can't think of any other president. I mean, maybe Ronald Reagan was taking out jelly beans out of his nose, or it's pretty much embarrassing. We're really an embarrassment. And
But at least he was like Shakespearean. He had like an acting background, so you couldn't tell. This time it's like, this is brazen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
no, Trump is go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, the only.
Remember when Boy George Bush choked on a fucking Jolly Rancher on the couch or something?
Oh yes. It was some chips. It was some kind of chips, and he was like,
okay.
and
Chitlins.
yeah. But when it came
Grinds.
to, in terms of precedent for a president totally out of commission, Woodrow Wilson was pretty much out of commission, as wife was running the office for the last half year at least of his administration.
Well, who drew all the maps? Who fucking cut off all the maps then?
Yeah. Well, that was in large part his wife. He had actually those pre-prepared before he really had stroked out. But that being said, that's nowhere. She covered, shall we say, she took his
they
place.
Took the Middle East and just put lines in, literal lines.
Pretty
like,
much.
This is France, so this is Britain.
Yeah, well, those
in the middle of
that
those
was
countries out there.
Yeah, that was done a long time ago. Yeah, that was done during the time of Lawrence of Arabia. They drew those out. But
Yes.
Woodrow Wilson was drawing all these lines. But that was before he stroked out. And then once he stroked out, it was like after World War I anyway, and nobody in America wanted to deal with the League of Nations. But my point is not that that really didn't count. It's not like Trump. The problem is Trump is that with Wilson, he just checked out. And because he just checked out, he wasn't doing any harm. So to speak. I mean, he'd already done his damage, and believe me, he was the worst of them all, even worse than Trump in terms of the catastrophic.
Yeah, come on, the
damage
war to end all wars.
Yeah, that was worse than Trump, even in terms of the catastrophic damage he did for all of history. But in terms of Trump, he's too incompetent to do damage like that. And but but he is definitely.
They're trying.
They're trying.
Russell Vogt isn't.
Yeah. Well, Russell Vogt, that's another story, and I'll probably mention him again tonight. But Trump is definitely out there and totally incompetent, and yet nobody dares to say anything. It's like we all know, but nobody dares to say anything. That's what's so bizarre is the tolerance. It's the tolerance we all have for his insanity. And by the way, Sebby, don't worry.
They have to keep a straight face when he farts.
It's true, yeah. But
look, I don't mind him farting and all that. I get it. My point is, why does he have to talk? Like,
well, it's the same thing. It's just gas coming out of a different orifice.
Pretty much.
It's farts either way.
The talking asshole.
Well, absolutely. It's just anytime he opens his mouth, for example, he's cutting off Spain.
Yes.
Yes.
He wants Greenland. Like he's back on Greenland now.
Yes.
At this point, we should really tell the world, look, don't just ignore him. Don't take him seriously. And I'm not saying they don't. It's just
they've reached that conclusion already. They've reached
Macron came out and said Europe is above United States, Russia, and Ukraine as far as competency and power. That's literally what he said earlier today.
Cool.
So
well, and if you recall, I believe it was Trump's first term. No, what am I talking about? During the Obama administration, there was a delegation of Republicans that flew themselves to Iran to explain to their president that they should totally ignore this black guy.
Interesting. Yeah.
That was front page news. We talked about it at the time.
Okay. Yeah.
That was one of the most shocking political things
Well,
I
during the
had
Bush
seen to that time.
administration, they were well. During the George Bush Jr. administration, they were ignoring him completely. The entire Arab world
You
was
know what?
producing. Yeah, but go on. Yeah, Sam.
You know
Continue.
what,
Yeah.
Holly, that actually makes a lot of sense why they even work with Obama.
Yeah.
That actually worked in Obama's favor. They did that.
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
stupid thing about them. They never
Yes.
should have done
Right.
that.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Because
I
if you
don't know
think
how
about
much
it,
it helped him though. It was shocking in the day. Oh my
well,
God!
yep,
But they
you
weren't
you
hung for treason either, which was the
well, of
rational
course not. You know,
response.
of course not. You know, they you know, that's
Or
what they're
cited
supposed to
in
do.
any
They're
way.
heritage Americans, honey. They're heritage Americans. They wouldn't
Yeah,
be.
nothing. Absolutely nothing
Well,
but a headline one day.
you know what the interesting thing about it is,
But like
you
Sammy
know,
said, we
I
got the JCPOA out of that deal. The Iranian nuclear deal
right.
came out of that. The Iranians worked
Goddamn
with it.
right.
Yes, go on.
The,
Oh, I
the,
get you. Yeah.
the one thing
We
about
don't want to deal
Obama
with
that
those guys.
right.
So go on, Sammy.
The,
Yeah.
the one thing about Obama that I kind of it's cringy about him is, and it makes a lot of sense why he is who he is, but he did a statement about George Washington that he said, well, he acknowledged that he has slaves, but you know, he still found he tried to toe the line with George Washington, but Louis Farrakhan's wife died, and he
Yes.
couldn't even acknowledge her as far
Wow.
as
Hey,
you
yeah,
know
I'm
being
not. I'm just saying. I'm not acknowledging him more than criticizing this flagrant act of treason.
Yes, I understand. We
I mean,
understand.
anybody that went and
Yeah.
did that, and that's what they're doing
Yeah.
now. You know, taking that into their own hands completely. But wow, no matter how, you know, love the guy, hate the guy. Holy shit. Half
Yeah.
the congressional Senate went over there
yeah,
and did
I mean, that
that.
was crazy.
Yeah.
I just think that worked in his favor.
Yes, it
I
did.
think
Well, we know it did.
when the Iranians saw
Yeah.
all those old white men go there and say,
All
don't
those
listen to
creepy
him,
guys. Yeah.
they said we should listen to him
Yes.
because these idiots.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
The only thing about Obama is he's a true politician in the sense that sometimes he really does sound programmed.
Yeah.
Is what I'm trying to say. He really never
Well, of course
has
he
an
was
opinion
groomed. He was groomed.
on. Of course,
That's
it's
why he
just
got the
he's
big fat job with Goldman Sachs and all that.
Yeah.
right. It's
You know,
just he doesn't have
he's
an opinion.
employed by those people that, you know, are great people.
Special people.
Special people. Yeah.
He did
Well, you
remind
know.
me of Daddy George Bush, who was kind of like the same. There was nothing in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And did you
Empty.
guys notice that the one
He was
thing they haven't brought
robotic.
up is that there was a deal that was like a long-standing deal, and Trump like removed it
Yeah.
the first term.
JCPOA. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like, dude, that was the long-term deal that he deliberately removed. So it's
Yes.
not like he's doing any. This is all
Nothing.
engineered, is what I'm saying.
Because he couldn't have that.
Well, actually,
anyways.
it's not engineered. It's just insanity. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not engineering.
Yeah,
A
That's
black
all
guy
can you
did
do
something
about that?
good?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he just removed it because he hated Obama, and he said, "Oh, get rid of it." There was no rhyme or reason to what he did.
You gave another reason a couple
Yeah.
nights back.
Oh,
though.
wait, Sammy,
That
before you
blew
go,
my mind.
yeah,
Yeah.
say if you can go, Sammy. You go ahead. Say something before you
Yeah,
go.
I have daddy duties.
Yeah.
Hey, it was nice talking to you guys. Maybe
Thank you, Sammy.
I at least stir up something, but it was great
Oh,
listening
yeah.
to you guys. Okay.
Jump
It's
back
always a
on anytime
blast.
you wish. Jump back on anytime you wish.
I
if
will.
you can.
Always a pleasure,
Okay.
Sammy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do.
I always learn something.
Okay. Well, we love
Yeah,
you dearly.
likewise.
Share the
Likewise.
love with your
Okay,
family.
bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
We'll do.
Okay, take care. And that's Sammy Romero. And so that being said, what was it, Holly? I had brought up the other reason for the deal. Continue.
Yeah, what the hell was it? I don't remember. And I'm
Okay.
sad about that because it was very interesting.
No worries. We'll
Damn
probably
it.
we'll
And
probably
I'm
remember it at
total
some point.
blank on it. It may come back to you. But it wasn't just his grudge against Obama. Because I remember saying, oh, God, I just thought it was because he hated Obama so much.
Well, it was a big part of it, but obviously, as I said, there was another
There
reason. I
was
just can't
something,
justly
some
remember it right
kind
now.
of backroom something. Yeah.
Yes, there was another reason
Sorry.
for it. Yeah, but I can't consciously remember it either. Yeah,
Right. No, I want you to keep running.
yeah, that's no, that's fine. And
Whatever comes to you.
well, since Sammy left off on that topic, yesterday
Yeah.
Iran was supposed to remain at the forefront of the second and final day of NATO summit in Ankara, Turkey, where officials had sought to keep things on an even keel after allies agreed on a $50 billion initiative to develop long-range strike weapons. Trump was also set to hold a bilateral meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, who's renewing his push for much-needed Patriot aero defense systems, shall we say, deployment or at least a contract. Now, instead, the United States President Donald Trump jolted the annual NATO summit with a press conference in which he scolded allies for failing to support the American empire in our Iran war, repeated the American imperial need to control Greenland, and threatened to cut trade ties with España, as pointed out by Sami Romero. Trump's remarks underscored concerns about NATO's future, even as members reaffirmed their commitment to mutual defense in this year's summit declaration. Markets are under pressure as tensions in the Middle East escalate, with American futures extending losses after yesterday's microchip maker sell-off. In Asia, the AI rotation sent South Korean stocks tumbling. Zhonghua Daluren, our mainland Chinese stocks in Hong Kong, meanwhile, jumped the most in 14 months as investors took a fresh look at markets that appear less stretched. Of note, hedge funds are on track for their best first half since 2021. Now, before I get into the U-turn on peace, I do want people to understand that later tonight I'll be entering very, very dark territory, and it's not going to be pleasant. I don't know how familiar either of you are with what happened with a photograph recently during the 4th of July with the Patriot Front and a young black African-American female. So good. So Holly's onto that.
Citizens in action, man.
Yes. Aristides.
I mean, we wouldn't know anything without that. Look at Palestine. You don't know anything because there aren't any.
Well, I'm going to have to put that into perspective, of course. Now, Aristides, are you still with us?
Oh, is it staged?
I'll get to that. Aristides, are you with us? We need Aristides to jump in on this if at all possible. I know he kind of checks out. Brendan, are you?
Yeah, he's on midnight time.
Yeah, he's
Poor
on
guy.
midnight time.
You whip him like a dog. Keep him on the treadmill day and night.
He's fine. He lives for this
Aristides
shit.
is with us. So Aristides, are you aware?
Yeah,
Are you aware of the photograph? I'm going to be treading very dangerous territory tonight.
Let me, where's the photograph? Do I have to go look?
No. I just asked if you are aware of it. Are you aware of the photograph that everyone is claiming or was claiming should get the Pulitzer Prize?
No, I'm not. I'm not aware.
That stupid staged ass shit.
Yes, a young African-American female sitting in a chair. Well, the metro. It's a metro bus. She's on the metro line.
They're exploiting her. She's like autistic or something.
No, she's a tweaker. She is a tweaker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Her
bless her
family came
heart.
out and they scraped up information on her, and she's just a vagrant, basically.
Yes.
Oh, well then, she should feel intimidated by that bunch of jerks, shouldn't she? No.
It's
probably the safest she's ever had a plane.
I agree. No, I agree. This is something I have to confront. I really have to confront it along those lines. It's true.
And it's not even being racist.
So
those DC. Okay, let me qualify that. I've been to DC, and that Georgetown side.
Yeah.
It's like real deal ghetto, East Coast ghetto.
Yeah,
seriously.
Like, it's probably the most like hood town I've ever seen. I was like, shit.
I've seen shit on the East Coast.
All of the
up to
Patriot
modern
Front,
times.
The Patriot Front riding that train made it the safest it ever fucking was. So Aristides, we're getting to real sensitive subjects.
Yeah, because it was their
just
photo op
so,
more than hers.
well, oh no, it was all hers. They wanted to make her the new Rosa Parks. They wanted statues of her. They were writing poetry. They were
it was okay. It was first posted by a celebrity from Hollywood, so it's just totally sham.
Yeah.
An Instagram moment.
Yeah, it was just some Instagram sham.
So surprise!
Nothing
there's
against
no
the
good
lady.
guys.
Nothing against the lady, but they're using her as a tool. It's just
I hope she got paid.
Everything against her in the sense that she is being hailed for no goddamn good reason. And what I have to do, what I'm obligated to do, is make the contrast of her ride, which will deserve only a few seconds and a few links to show people the footage
Okay,
of
but let
her
me say this.
shitting on the train. She was literally pulling her pants out. She was arrested for illegal exposure in front of children, shitting on the train. She pulled her pants down and shit on the train in front of children. There's nobody sitting with her because of the pile of shit she's got on that chair. On the bus seat. That's so it's none of this is. And by the way, if you look it up, the AI will deny it, and the AI is programmed to defend her. But all of it is true, what I am saying, because the footage is indisputable. She's wearing the same clothes. And
that was a whole separate story. Somebody shit on the subway.
No, it is not.
Before this picture came out.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it came out first.
No, she has a rap
as
sheet.
somebody shit on the subway.
You don't understand. She was doing the same thing every time she rides. Every time she rides,
a subway shitter.
Yes, she's Bernita Balding, and AI denies that it's her, but it is definitively her. That's how much the system is programmed to make this woman a hero. She's just a tweaker who lives on the subway, and she's constantly arrested for pulling her pants down and shitting on the subway, screaming, rolling around, which is exactly what she was doing before Patriot Front came onto the train, at which point she stopped. So if anything, Patriot Front saved everyone else from her abuse by getting on that goddamn train. And they behaved like perfect gentlemen. None of them bothered her. Whereas the white girl, Irina Zarutska, on an all-black train was effectively, and people need to understand this, she was effectively lynched by every black on that train. Because every black person cooperated to help DeCarlos escape. DeCarlos killed her in front of everyone. Everyone did nothing. Everyone stared, watched it happen, and then approached him on camera, and it's all on camera, helping him escape. Said, hustle out. Yo, better watch out. They'll get you for this. Are you all right? They kept asking him, are you all right? And, of course, totally ignored her. So if you're on a train completely filled with blacks and you're white, there's no hope for you. The total opposite, where all of the whites are restrained and would never have done anything to harm this woman, because that would have been the end of them. They all would have been spending the rest of their lives, unless Trump personally intervened, contending with being called horrible people, lose their jobs. They would have been doxxed.
In that context.
Yes. But that's his social
if they sneezed, they would have all been
the AI could have embedded her into that picture.
Not
that I'm hyping them up.
Yeah,
hyping
them up. Not that we're hyping them up.
But what goes
they're pretty lame.
on?
They're pretty lame.
Yeah,
Overall, I give them like a 2 out of 10.
Well, you have to give them credit for being able to organize where they all got together like that and stuck together. That, at least, they showed up, they got together, they stuck together.
Yeah.
And
in formation all the way.
In formation. Yes. Well, they weren't in perfect formation, but they stuck together. So they really did stick together. That's pretty impressive in that sense. That
to not get distracted from the central purpose.
Most other people just meander, so that they have that going for them. So in that sense, but this wasn't AI. No, unfortunately, it was a very real photograph. But what I couldn't stand was the fact that everybody automatically
Who was the photographer? Who was the photographer? They didn't
framing.
credit
Yeah,
those
yeah,
photos.
yeah. Well, like you said, some kind of Hollywood celebrity or something like that who just happened to be there, almost like
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean,
But
who knows
y-
all the collusion,
yeah,
depending on the paycheck.
yeah. But nevertheless, that wasn't. It was pretty spontaneous. I'm convinced it was spontaneous, but it was definitely very real. It was not staged. It was very
Uh-huh.
real. But what becomes so
Well, with
offensive?
Douglas, we always get the backstory out of you, man.
Yes, well, there.
You're the backdoor man.
Yes, and so like I said later on, I've got the links. I've got the links, and I can give them to you now,
Okay.
and I'll repeat them
And they're
later.
not
For,
like Newsmax shit.
no. This is like
They're carefully vetted.
yeah. No, this one it's been cross-referenced. Believe me, this is quite real. Even though the individual. So here we are with this, and that's the Instagram link that pretty much says it all, and it's definitely the same
Okay.
woman, and she's screaming, and
I believe you.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is her. But just remember, whatever you look up online, they always qualify, well, AI may be wrong. Well, it's definitely wrong. In fact, it's fucking lying. So just understand that the comparison needs to be made between Bernita Balding and Irina Zarutska. The funny thing is, AI will deny any comparisons. When I was looking up information on Irina Zarutska and De Carlos, her murderer, De Carlos Brown, then AI started lecturing me. You should not be trying to make any connection between Bernita Balding and Irina Zarutska. Believe that shit? AI started
Interesting.
You should not be trying to make any connection between them. You're conflating two. These things should not even be compared. And that's not Irina.
Okay, in the AI's defense, it's being directed to say that, because if it was objective, it would be saying that. You know?
Thank you.
Right, they're
Because
disproportionate.
it's supposed to be like a tabula rasa, like it just says what's there.
Thank you. But no,
that's fair.
No, it's lecturing me. It's lecturing me, and then saying, "Oh, the black African American woman is not Balding," and I know for a fact that it is. It's just too much physical evidence. There's too much. All of
the sister came out. The sister came out and said something.
Thank you. And AI is still denying it. That's how, like you said, it's directed. It's definitely directed. So
for me, personally, I place very little evidence on anecdotal events.
Yeah. Well,
these are both anecdotal.
It was her sister.
No, it's one person. It's the black lady and the white lady. They're both single protagonists.
Yeah, they're both.
That's anecdotal.
That's not anecdotal.
So,
what are you talking about? That's
of course it is.
On camera.
It's on camera. They're both on camera.
But it's only one person's story and one person's situation.
No,
one event.
No, it's universal. I'll get into that. No, it's universal. Because if you were on that train alone, you would be in as much danger as Irina Zarutska at the time that she was killed.
I understand Patriot Front didn't want to rape and slaughter on the way to the Great Fair.
I don't think they were ever going to do that.
They would never have done that. They would never.
I don't know what they do in bars in South Dakota.
There are a bunch of
after closing time.
There are a bunch of people who are
and that may be true. That may be true, and God knows they get up to shit. So I'm just saying. I don't
know they wouldn't have done anything in public to endanger themselves.
Of course
and
not.
Losing their jobs and losing whatever else they've got, which
they had to behave, like you said.
Yeah, they had to behave.
They behaved.
But
wow.
In general, the black African American community in their own neighborhoods don't have to behave at all.
But neither do the white guys in suburbia if a black guy runs past their house.
But this is where we got into the difference between your experiences and everyone else's on Earth. It's like you said when you were young.
Well, I haven't told all.
I understand that. I understand that. Yeah. But you have this sympathy for, shall we say, when it comes to the riots, for instance, the Black African American riots that took place that you were witness to, and you were talking about the buildings burning down, all the rest of that stuff. Why is it you never see Irish Americans or Italian Americans, minorities that have also suffered burning down entire neighborhoods?
Because it didn't happen in Newark, I guess.
Yeah, well,
For one thing,
it happens to happen
another,
where there's
Italians and Irish ruled Newark.
Yes,
Anthony
they did.
Imperiale rode an elephant in the Columbus Day parade down the
Yes,
streets of New York.
yes, that's
He was
true.
so
Yeah.
evil. And twice in my life, I've seen cars that radiate evil.
Yes,
And he was the first
yes.
one.
No arguing that. No arguing that. But
there was no,
but you don't see them
competing
running riot. Maybe because at this point in history they have the property to lose. But when it comes to
well, they were the ones killing everybody in the jail and just destroying any possibility that these 400-year slave descendants were ever going to get a shot.
Well,
it was like stacked.
Yeah. But in terms of the
violence, wild.
There is an enormous amount of violence that does radiate from the Black African American community, and a lot of it is directed at whites.
Here,
that's a reality that we need to confront.
That's right.
That's a reality.
Well, but we got to go back to why.
Yeah.
Are you saying that they're somehow subhuman?
Now that's quite the leap. Did I say that?
No. But are you saying that violence is inherent to the Black community?
I'm saying that they're certainly willing to express it. They're certainly willing to express it. That's why I have to go
context.
That's why I have to go into
400 years
tonight.
Of context.
Yeah, well, that's why I have to go into context tonight. But it's not going to be.
I am going to listen to that, man.
Well, I've already covered at great detail what Blacks have suffered in intergenerational trauma. But unfortunately,
I know you have.
Yeah, but what has to be dealt with tonight is the fact that they tried to make a tweaker into a saint simply because she was on a metro bus, which she lived on, because she lives on all of them. That's her home. And she's been arrested for what she does on these modes of transportation that are public, and in which she exposes herself to children and unto others. Yet she's constantly let out to do it again. And that's part of the pattern.
Okay, well, now let me just say this here, and then I'm going mute, man, because I'm going to hear this. I don't like propaganda, and I appreciate any kind of analysis wherever it occurs on the political spectrum. So,
well, I'm a centrist. I'm a centrist, so I have to.
I do, but neither of us like propaganda.
No.
Of any sort. I don't like leftist propaganda either. I think it's stupid.
Well, I think you've been very indoctrinated to an extent, but that's okay. Yeah.
Well,
in
apparently,
fairness, you're a very independent thinker in many ways.
I don't like none of it.
You're still pretty, shall we say, you were
left-leaning?
Yes.
I'm left-leaning. Cradle to grave.
Yeah.
Born
certainly
that
more
way.
So than myself. Certainly more so than myself.
Yes.
But that's
true.
That's okay. That's okay.
But any analysis of propaganda, I'm all there.
Yes.
Because we need to know it all.
No. So I'll get into it tonight. We'll see how much I can cover in the next several hours. But I love you dearly. But do interject whenever you wish. But first,
I'm going to go to the tube for a while.
Okay. Love you.
I got a duty call I got to make. Thank you, Douglas.
Understood.
I'll hear this one to the end.
Yes.
All right.
And we may have to continue it into Sunday, but
I'll take
we'll get started on it. We'll get started. All right. Love you dearly.
Thank you so much.
So,
Bye.
In terms of finishing off with the international situation first, if Donald Trump ever had any control over the war he started with Iran, he's lost it. The Iranians are now setting the terms of this conflict and are routinely humiliating the American president. The ceasefire Trump declared last month, a machination probably meant to both soothe international markets and avert legislative action from the United States Congress, never really existed because neither side ever ceased firing. The situation is now back to a kind of slow-motion punch-up. In the past few days, the Iranians struck 3 tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, the Americans attacked some 80 targets in Iran, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps now claims it hit some 85 United States-affiliated targets in Bahrain and Kuwait. This morning, Trump was asked whether the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran, the document that was supposed to provide the foundation for negotiations, was dead. Trump hesitated a bit and said, "That's a very interesting question. To me, I think it over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people."
He even took
He took all
my
your lines.
sick part.
Yeah, he took your
He
sick
took
part.
all the lines.
He took it
Sick
all.
scum.
Yeah. He's
That's
been listening to
crazy.
you.
Can't make this up.
You've groomed
Can't
him.
make this up.
You've groomed him. Yeah, it's by the way, I love this latest link. Yes, this is hysterical. He says we've been hit by the Islamic Republic of Japan. Yes, it's like no, it's delightful. He's in his own little fucking world. Yeah, and yeah, it's there's no words. And then no one calls him out on it. No one calls him out. It just like, they record it. We all have a laugh, but nobody asks him to step down. Like, hey, dude, it's step down, for everyone's sake. Now, last month, of course, Trump had nothing but nice things to say about the Iranian leaders. "We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people, and they were nice to deal with." He described them as strong people, smart people who were not radicalized. They were just loyal Iranians, and they're, looking to help their country. The MOU was nothing more than an instrument of American capitulation that the Iranians could have drafted themselves. But Trump wanted to get out of the war, and so he signed it, appropriately enough, at Versailles. The Iranians have made clear that they don't care about the MOU, or, for that matter, whatever Trump thinks or wants. They are willing to inflict more damage on the Gulf states, and they're willing to accept damage in return. These are signs of a state directing a war rather than reacting to one. Iran is measuring costs and risks. It is pursuing the attainable objectives of regime survival, control of the strait, and preservation of its nuclear program. The Trump maladministration, for its part, bumbled into this war without a strategy. Instead, it relied on bad assumptions, outdated information, and the president's gut feelings. It assumed, because the president wished very hard, that the Iranian regime would collapse quickly. Trump and the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who encouraged Trump to go to war, ignored years of analysis and wargaming from the military and the intelligence community, and then were caught flat-footed when the Iranians closed the strait and choked the international economy, the one thing everyone else in the world knew that they would do. The maladministration has since tried to bomb its way out of this war, but without the ability to hold territory, the United States is now merely depleting its stocks of expensive ordnance to no strategic effect. Even by his usual standards, Trump has been incoherent in Ankara, Turkey, where he's been attending the NATO summit. Over the course of 24 hours, he has renewed his demands for the United States to own Greenland, confused Iran with the Empire of Japan, and confused the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. He also noted that his videos are popular on TikTok. He meant the communist Chinese info hoover TikTok. Little wonder then that Trump seems unable to give sensible answers to questions about the renewed hostilities. When asked today about more attacks on Iran, Trump said, "You know, normally I wouldn't tell you. I wouldn't tell you, but you know what? There's not a thing they can do about it. So the answer is probably. I'll give them a little warning. We're going to hit them hard tonight, but we'll see how it all works out." Not exactly an answer full of fire and fury. In other words, "I don't know what else to do, so we'll do some more strikes and then see what Iran does." By the way, new link from Brendan saying bye-bye. Oh, do come on if you're going to take leave for the night. What's this? A disturbing video to show an elephant attacking and trampling a person during some dude in the comments. There we are. Hope the elephant is okay. Unexpected encounter. Yes, there we are.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude just gets toasted.
oh man, yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
gonzo.
Yeah. Oh, that elephant. He flattened him. Yeah. Oh man.
And then throws him.
Yeah. Oh.
They shouldn't have been messing with his family.
No,
man.
no
It's too
shit.
bad.
No shit. Yeah. That's what the fuck are? Where are they?
I support
India?
somewhere in
Oh,
somewhere
in
in
India.
India. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Usually Asian elephants don't attack.
Yeah.
So they must have messed with them or killed
no
one
doubt.
of his herd or something.
Yeah. No doubt. Well, I think they. were
That's why
just-
the guy was like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, they
hope
all
the
look.
elephant's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, but these guys all look stupid. These guys look really stupid. They were taunting it. Just taunting the
Yeah.
elephant, and then he. Oh damn! That guy's like, man. He turned that guy. That guy's skeleton is just. It's just. Oh man.
It looked like a Halloween prop.
Yeah, he flattened him. He's like a two-dimensional cartoon character now. Yes, that's delightful.
Yeah.
That's a happy
Yeah, I
nature
thought you
film.
liked that.
Yeah, that's a
Thought you
happy
liked it.
nature film. Yeah.
Better than Discovery Channel.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. And no, thank you for that. That's like a little morale booster. And yeah. And
All right. Okay. Good evening. Yes.
well, feel free to stay as long as you wish. I mean, but you're probably active in the morning, so definitely, Brendan's typing here. Sleep time. Got it. Well, blessed be. Stay safe and be well, and we'll most certainly talk tomorrow. Barring extraordinary circumstances. Let's not jinx ourselves. But stay safe. Don't let the Waymos get you. And that's just horrible to be like attacked like that by an inanimate object. Well, it's animate, but it's unliving. By a soulless robot. So there we are. That's the emoji I was looking for. And okay, there we go. Now, in terms of the Trump approach, it's simply not the approach of a president who's running a war. This is the flailing of a man who's in over his head and is reacting to events rather than guiding them. Lest this kind of equivocation lead the Iranians to doubt Trump's resolve, the president has added that he's still considering two other terrible ideas: an invasion of Iranian territory and a campaign of definitive war crimes. First, he has returned to talking about seizing Kharg Island, an operation that would require a considerable commitment of ground forces and inevitably lead to American casualties. Second, he has again raised the possibility of striking Iran's infrastructure, including bridges and desalination plants. Such installations, if they significantly contribute to Iran's military effort, might be considered legitimate targets. Trump, however, seems to have in mind immiserating the civilian population as a means of driving the regime to the table, which would be a serious violation of the laws of war. Fortunately, Trump is unlikely to do any of this. Hours after his various responses, he was asked if the war was back on in full force. His answer was revealing about his limited ability to control the circumstances of the conflict at all, and a clear signal to the Iranians not to worry about anything, he says, because he'll always change his mind. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly and will only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait. The boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil. The United States does not, in fact, have the strait at this moment. At any rate, Trump capped these remarks by assuring his audience, and perhaps even those listening in Tehran, we're not looking for long-term. I was paid under the table to write papers on strategy for military officers seeking promotion, back when I was a Department of Defense librarian. The subject of strategy does not have a lot of hard and fast rules. Wars share common characteristics, but each conflict has its own peculiarities and exigent circumstances. One good guideline, however, is to avoid threatening your enemy and then immediately announcing that you really have no stomach to fight. Strong leaders keep their own counsel and let their actions speak for them. Weak leaders make threats and then broadcast how much they don't want to carry them out. Trump is now going through something like the stages of wartime grief, denial that America failed, anger, which has led to renewed attacks, and then bargaining, as if the Iranians could somehow be bought off like a gang of recalcitrant construction workers in New York. None of it has worked. Now depression and acceptance await us all. As for what the failed war on Iran means for Eurasia, or Eurasia's insecurity, the collapse of the Judeo-American terror campaign against Tehran has done more than reset a regional balance. It has helped to render visible the multipolar order now taking shape. For years, a certain reading of Iran held sway among Washington strategists. The Islamic Republic was cast as the soft flank of the states pressing for a radical redistribution of global power, the member of the revisionist camp most likely to be struck directly and struck successfully. On the 28th day in February, the last day of winter, the first half of that prediction came true. Combined Israeli and puppetized proxy American forces, backed directly and indirectly by other allies of Washington, launched an unprovoked assault on Iran. More than a month of near continuous bombardment followed, striking military and civilian states alike. The second half never arrived. The images that circulated worldwide of ruined schools, damaged energy infrastructure, collapsed bridges, and near catastrophic industrial sites were meant to be the prelude to something larger, the fall of the Iranian state, its military capitulation, or the disintegration of its governance under overwhelming pressure. That was the openly stated aim. By all American military accounts, more than 1,000 cruise missiles alone were fired at Iranian targets. Yet the government in Tehran never fell. For over a month, Iran's armed forces, population, and political leadership displayed a resilience none in the West other than myself had priced in. From the opening days, Tehran struck back with confidence against American military infrastructure and that of allied states, while launching sustained barrages at Israeli territory. Its decision to close the Strait of Hormuz, one of the arteries of the modern global economy, handed it a significant lever and became a central factor in what Tehran could plausibly call a political success. The bet on internal collapse also failed. Adversaries of the Islamic Republic had assumed that war would trigger mass unrest and tip the country towards civil conflict. Instead, the population consolidated around patriotic sentiment and became a pillar of support for the armed forces. The episode also exposed how far the West had underestimated the depth of trust Iran had built through patient diplomacy with the leading powers of the global night side and the wider Evrysky are Eurasian, and BRICS, or Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa blocks. Within a fortnight, literally the fortnight, or the Alden English for fortnight, within 12 weeks, it was clear the original calculation had been wrong, and that American policymakers would have to find a way out of a situation of their own making. Talks that opened in mid-April have so far produced a broad set of mutual concessions that could, if formalized, underpin a more durable settlement. Well, a settlement much to the distaste of Tel Aviv-Yafo. The parties gave themselves 60 days. How long the process actually runs is anyone's guess, and in a sense, it hardly matters. What matters more is the systemic significance of the failure itself and the several distinct lessons it carries for how a shifting world will shape Greater Eurasia. The first lesson concerns the limits of force. Washington's conduct exposed the ceiling on what even the most militarily capable states can achieve. This matters at a moment when, with fashionable talk of economic weight and institutional influence having largely evaporated, raw military power is increasingly treated as the coming foundation of international order. Yet American interests in the war against Iran proved neither large enough nor vital enough to justify committing every available resource once it became clear that existing means could not deliver victory. Given that an Iranian success carries real implications for the long-term security of Israel and the composure of Arab states, Washington's unwillingness to see the fight through says a great deal about the worth of its alliance commitments. The Baltic governments now competing to host American bases, and some of Zhonghua Dalu, or mainland China's neighbors, might reasonably pause to reconsider. The second lesson concerns the purpose of war itself. Since the end of the Third World War in effect, so grossly misnomered the Cold War, observers grew accustomed to Western military campaigns succeeding, at least over the medium term, in dismantling inconvenient regimes and stripping target states of the ability to shape their surroundings. The clash with Iran in the spring of 2026 was, in truth, the first war the West has lost outright in half a century since the collapse of the pro-American order in South Vietnam. Even its eventual failures once began well. The 2001 assault on Afghanistan started with an occupation. This time, the defeat was immediate, without even the appearance of achieving any single one of its multifarious war aims. That may push Washington and the West to revisit the whole notion of war as a matter of choice, of attacking a manifestly weaker opponent in full confidence of the outcome. Iran will likely remain an exception. Middling in physical scale, it occupies a singular geopolitical position and can lean on the support of the West's most powerful competitors. But the failure of the assault may nudge the United States toward a narrower conclusion, that guaranteed success is available only against the truly defenseless states of its immediate periphery. The final lesson bears directly on Greater Eurasia. The region's rim-quaking instability has traditionally rested on the fact that all of its most powerful superstates, whether Asian India or the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, both can and intend to claim regional hegemony. To that formula is now added the Iranian factor, a state of middling size, self-assured, and, crucially, having proved that confidence in practice. The open question is what Iran will contribute to the architecture of insecurity and conspiracy across Greater Eurasia in the next phase of international politik. From the videos coming out from the former Supreme Leader's funeral this week, many top Asian and African officials are now hedging their bets on Iran. surprising every people viewing from the West other than myself. In waging war by sporting means, a host is supposed to harvest the world's goodwill, not burn it. Trump lost America the World Cup. Falorin Balogun has now gone home. The United States men's national soccer team is out of the World Cup, beaten 4-1 by Belgium in the round of 16. Its star striker will be crossing his fingers that being Balogun does not enter the lexicon of the sport. He may not be that lucky. The episode that now bears his name looks likely to become the thing this World Cup is remembered for. The summer that the United States of America hosted the world and showed itself at its worst. It did not have to be this way, and for a few weeks it was not. Set aside the American President Donald Trump's boorishness, exemplified by his maladministration's mistreatment of the Iranian team, and the tournament had been making the opposite case for the America that shows up when Washington isn't looking. When Algeria reached its base camp in Lawrence, Kansas, hundreds of locals waited past midnight through a thunderstorm to greet the players. The university marching band learned the Algerian anthem. An artist carved the Algerian flag into a hillside, and the crowd turned the University of Kansas Jayhawks' chant into Rock Chalk, Algeria. In Galloway, New Jersey, hundreds of Haitian Americans and local children roared Les Grenadiers onto the field for practice, the team playing its first World Cup in 52 years, from a country on Trump's own travel ban list, and where violence made the team unable to play at home. In Spokane, Washington, thousands entered a lottery for a handful of tickets just to watch Mohamed Salah's Egyptos train. None of this was arranged by the White House. It was the other America, the one that kept showing up regardless. The Balogun affair threatens to bury all of that. The facts are by now familiar. During the round of 32 match against Bosnia and Herzegovina, Balogun earned a red card for treading on an opponent's ankle and an automatic one-match ban that everyone thought to be beyond appeal. Then, on Sunday, FIFA issued a sudden and highly unusual reversal. As it turns out, Trump had phoned Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, several days earlier and asked for what he called a review. FIFA suspended the ban and Balogun was cleared to face Belgium. Trump thanked the governing body for reversing a great injustice, but that's not how much of the world saw it. Thanks to the president, with an assist from the invertebrate Infantino, the United States may become the first host in the tournament's history to leave a World Cup with its standing in the world lower than when it arrived. Trump has contrived to invert the long-established pattern for the way host governments treat a World Cup. It is about as close to a guaranteed return as public life offers. The world shows up, the cameras run, and for a month the country staging the show looks convivial and capable. Even the hosts who use the tournament to paper over uglier business at home, from Il Italiano Duce, Benito Mussolini, in 1934, through the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin in 2018, harvested some of the goodwill they had paid for. Trump had bound himself to this World Cup more tightly than any host in memory, drawing the FIFA president into his circle and accepting a peace prize from him last winter. The tournament was meant to showcase, well, be his showcase, the showcase of Trump America. Long before Balogun, however, the goodwill was already draining. Trump's travel restrictions shut ordinary supporters from the banned nations out of our country. A Somaili referee was turned away at Miami's international airport, and Moroccan fans holding match tickets could not obtain visas. I shake my head. The intervention for Balogun capped the sequence, converting what was left of the tournament's goodwill into something nearer contempt. A host stages a World Cup to make the world think the better of them. Trump has managed the reverse. And because the fix could not deliver the win against Belgium yesterday, he is left without even the consolation of a trophy to hold up against the resentment. Some will argue that the defeat in Seattle proves the whole Balogun affair was harmless. He played, the Americans lost, no damage done. But the damage was never in the result as much as it was in the attempt. A rule that a phone call can set aside is not made sound again because that particular call failed to produce a win. A norm does not survive on the understanding that bending it counts only when it works. Belgium won the match cleanly, and that is the end of this particular story. It is not the end of the precedent. A head of state has shown that he can call the custodian of a global game and shift a verdict reached on the pitch. On Monday, it didn't impact the game's outcome. It may not always. Off the field, the latest Supreme Court ruling further politicizes everyday life. The most recent Supreme Court ruling isn't just about expanding the president's power, it's about the government exerting partisan influence over more aspects of Americans' everyday lives. And which one of those lifetime incumbent pairs of hands owns your data? What is being collected? The new techno revolution is surveillance. Big Brother is watching you via data centers, the panopticon of le 21e siècle, the 21st century. Here be an aerial view of a data center in Vernon, California, my own Golden State Nation, on my birthday of yesteryear, no less, October 20th of 2025. By the way, we are, have some wonderful chat from the Le René encounters. Good evening, Team Dietrich. I appreciate all of you in getting the truth out in terms of geopolitik. I am insomniac and get caught up on all your shows from 3 a.m. onwards. I never fall asleep. Because you are the greatest of all time, the GOAT in terms of geopolitics. Love you and all of Team Dietrich and everything else. I love you too in return, Le René. Love you. So let me respond to her, of course. How could I not? And so here's a good response here. There we are. Loving you back. There we are. Loving you back. With interest. With interest. Interest. Okay. Let me see if I can spell that right. Interest. Okay. My dearest. Okay. There we are. Good. Okay. Dearest. Okay. At the Le René encounters. There we go. Let me make certain to give her an apropos little adoring heart and 3 exclamation marks, and we're set. Love you, honey. Now, as can be seen by the link that I have provided, they're big. There's data centers that are going to consume, well, 40 Pennsylvania towns worth of excess water. And just by looking at that monstrosity, you can almost see why. And it all goes up in smoke, or rather steam. What a crime. So there we have that. And look at that, baby. Again, this was taken on my birthday, October 20th of yesteryear in Vernon, California. And the deals keep getting bigger. Everyone knows about SpaceX's record-breaking initial public offering, but that's just part of a trend towards supersized capital flows. That will be a big problem. A problem that will now play out under the slaughter rule. In recent years, ABC's daytime talk show, The View, has become an essential stop for top-level politicians. Barack Obama, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, J.D. Vance, and Hillary Rodham Clinton are among the many to have visited. On the one hand, the show is not exactly the McNeil-Lehrer NewsHour in terms of policy-focused, hard-hitting journalism. On the other, The View fills a special role in informing the electorate. In an era when news consumption has become siloed and partisan, it's a show that has no simple ideological profile. Though somewhat left-leaning, the show always has at least one right-coded host on its panel. That means it's been singularly able to reach a wide audience of people who aren't necessarily political junkies. Or at least that was true. Brendan Carr, the chair of the Federal Communications Commission, the infamous FCC, said in February that he was investigating whether The View had violated the FCC's equal time rule by hosting some candidates, but not their opponents. Bona fide news interview programs are exempt from the rule, but Carr argued that The View was not one. Semaphore reports that since then the show hasn't hosted a single political candidate in a competitive race, and has in recent weeks rebuffed some candidates that it invited on the show. This isn't just a disturbing example of government interference with the press, it's also a sign of things to come. Last week, the Supreme Court issued a ruling in Trump versus Slaughter, a case that concerned whether the president had the power to fire a member of the Federal Trade Commission, one of the federal bodies known, well, now anachronistically so, as independent regulatory agencies. In 1935, this same court, the Supreme Court of our land, ruled 9-0 in Humphrey's Executor versus the United States that these officers could be fired only for cause. In Slaughter, the Trump-packed red justices cashiered that precedent. This is a major change in executive power, giving the president greater ability to fire officials with whom he disagrees politically and to treat these agencies as extensions of his political project. The Atlantic magazine has run excellent articles on how the ruling is a triumph for the unitary executive theory and a betrayal of originalism, but it's easy to lose sight of the real-world implications. Most of you who have never worked in the federal government, law schools, or political science departments don't think about executive power on an everyday basis. But today the government influences all our lives on an everyday basis. What Slaughter means for most people is that the president now has much greater control over many parts of the government that affect us most directly. In other words, partisan politik will start infringing on areas of life where they have hitherto been remote or entirely absent. Seeking the overturning of Humphrey's Executor was a goal laid out in Project 2025, the policy plan that has become a roadmap for the Trump maladministration. Project 2025 seeks not just a much more powerful president, but a reshaping of American society at a fundamental level, instituting a Christo-traditionalist and paleo-reactionary Mosaic law retro regime. Total control of all these agencies is one method to achieve that. Carr's crusade against The View is but a preview of what post-Slaughter America will look like. Carr was one of the authors of Project 2025, and long before Slaughter, he was acting as though he were under full White House control. The FCC has always been led by political appointees, but Carr has made partisan combat his central aim. Last year, he pressured CBS News over a 2024 interview with Kamala Harris that had infuriated Trump. Months later, he attempted to get Disney to fire the late-night host Jimmy Kimmel for jokes about Charlie Kirk and the Trump family. With the new powers the court has granted, Trump can seek to politicize other bodies that aren't typically partisan, say the FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the agency that guarantees that even if a bank fails, you don't lose money, up to a $250,000 limit. Project 2025 proposes rolling it together with several other bodies as part of a loosening of financial regulations. He can sack FTC commissioners he views as too harsh on corporate interests. But he can also try to render other agencies completely useless. In 2025, Trump fired a Biden-appointed member of the National Labor Relations Board. For months thereafter, the board did not have any quorum, which meant it could not act. The fired member has challenged the firing, and although Slaughter does not directly decide that suit, the Supreme Court's reasoning would appear to allow her removal to proceed. The Federal Election Commission has not had a quorum since May of 2025 because Trump was slow to nominate members and the Senate hasn't acted on their nominations. Under the direction of Russell Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, and another Project 2025 author, the maladministration has frozen the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, in place and tried to strip nearly all of its funding. The CFPB was established by Congress to protect Americans from predatory lenders, debt relief companies, for-profit colleges, and the like. But Vought has effectively nullified Congress's passage of the law. In a poll released last week, Politico magazine found that 6 in 10 Americans feel like politics are everywhere these days where it does not make sense for things to be political. Slaughter all but guarantees that the problem will only get worse from this point unto ruination. In 1791, Jeremy Bentham described in his book titled Panopticon, subtitled The Inspection House, how a panopticon could allow a single guard to observe all prison inmates, remaining invisible thereunto. While Bentham's prison architectural design was surveillance made for the late XVIIIe siècle, 18th century, spy glasses, telescopes, and radios were used in le 19e et le 20e siècle, the 19th and 20th centuries, to control people and to suppress dissent. Le 20e siècle, the 20th century, well, by that time, although power plants defined industrial might, there still existed a modicum of privacy, and George Orwell's iconic book, 1984, merely fantasized about a world without privacy. It was not yet a reality at the time of writing his classic tale. Since then, the surveillance industry has seen major developments, always at the expense of people's privacy. In le 21e siècle, the 21st century, governments enthusiastically endorse newly developed surveillance methods to control the population and to pursue the elusive goal of social cohesion. However, these developments have typically eroded people's privacy, which is fast becoming an endangered and untenable ideal. Specifically, in our time, data centers that store massive amounts of information at an immeasurable cost threaten the fabric of society itself. A new mega data center in these United States provides an instructive tale. It is slated to be the world's largest, occupying 40,000 acres and requiring gigawatts of electric power to operate effectively. The location is situated on arable land, and its size is over 2.5 times the size of Manhattan's area. Its projected power requirement ranges from 7.5 gigawatt per developer statements to 9 gigawatt per independent reporting, which is more electricity than the entire state of Utah currently consumes. Utah's current statewide consumption is around 4 gigawatt. This means that the data center project alone would require 2 times the electricity of the entire state. Utah is no stranger to data center activity. The state already hosts one of the most controversial intelligence facilities in the world, the NSA's Utah Data Center at Bluffdale. But this new proposal, driven by private AI, and cloud computing giants represents something different, a civilian-facing infrastructure project with national security scale and mega-corporate surveillance implications. And it raises a question that communities from Australia to Ireland to Virginia are now asking. What exactly are we building, and who does it really serve? Data centers are being erected worldwide at an alarming pace. These facilities require enormous cooling systems, which are based on supermassive water consumption. Naturally, questions are raised about where the electricity and water will come from. As data centers, which operate 24 hours a day, cannot fully rely on green energy, they will suck all the available electricity from the grid system. As for water consumption, these mega data centers require millions of liters to cool down the data systems. Moreover, water used to cool the systems is mixed with a cooling chemical, like that used in vehicles, to increase its efficiency. This raises the question as to how and where the wastewater will be disposed of. Putting aside the problems of electricity and water consumption, the more important question is, why do we need these data centers? During the last 5 years, the introduction of artificial intelligence has necessitated the establishment of data centers. To put it bluntly, artificial intelligence needs to be fed with all the data and information that humans produce. This feeding comes from almost all electrical devices, such as smartphones, home appliances, vehicles, homes, offices, public scrutiny, actions and results of human activity, and overall surveillance. The list is endless. All this information is funneled and stored in data centers, analyzed and classified by artificial intelligence. That raises uncomfortable questions. Who controls the data pipelines flowing into and out of the mega center? How do democratic institutions check systems they cannot see, do not understand, and do not even own? Like water, data flows. Like water, it can be diverted, stored, filtered, and weaponized. And like water, once it enters the wrong reservoir, it is almost impossible to retrieve. The Utah District will not simply host AI systems, it will shape them. Governments, law enforcement agencies, border authorities, and private platforms may use the macro systems trained in district. Exemplae gratiae, they may power facial recognition systems, behavioral prediction engines, or automated decision tools that affect everything from credit scoring to immigration screening. Once built, it shapes everything around it, economically, politically, and culturally. And once AI infrastructure reaches a certain scale, it becomes almost impossible to regulate retroactively. By 2030, global AI electricity demand will only double. Data centers will rival industrial nations in power consumption, and the systems they support will increasingly mediate daily life, from hiring to policing to border patrol to public benefits. Civil liberties groups have warned for years that the greatest threat to privacy is the accumulation of surveillance capabilities, the quiet layering of sensors, databases, and algorithms, which obliterates the line between public and private monitoring. They assume, however, that privacy is the default and surveillance the exception. AI flips that logic. Surveillance becomes the baseline. The raw material and privacy become the exception that must be defended. And the outcome will shape not only the future of AI, but the future of freedom itself. Data centers do not just store files. They store your location history, search history, messages, biometrics, purchases, browsing patterns, digital identity, facial transactions, financial transactions, and facial identifications that often accompany such, and interactions with AI itself. Every digital action leaves a trace. Every trace becomes data. every piece of data becomes a commodity. All of it ends up in a data center. This is not a conspiracy. It is the business model of the modern internet. Data centers are only the foundation. On top of them, governments and mega corporations are building the next layer of digital control mechanisms, or DCMs. Digital IDs, a single identity that links your health records, financial accounts, travel history, biometrics, government services, online activity. In one word, everything. Convenient? Yes. Powerful? Absolutely. Risky? Only if you believe privacy matters. By the way, getting something from Heather just sent something. Where did it go? At any rate, we got okay, something for me to review later. And so let's put this here. And Heather, where did your thing go? Yeah, I know you sent something. I got a notification. And with that, here we are, infinite call. Okay, there we go. Oh, it was an illustration that she made. Okay. Thank you for this. Is she on the call? Well, Heather, thank you for that. That's it's like a nightclub of dancing ghosts with a great big disco ball. It's cute. It's yeah, adorable. That's very good, Heather. I said you need to open up a gallery. Believe me, people will pay for your work. Now, in addition to digital IDs, a government-issued digital currency, CBDC, central bank digital currency, a digital form of a country's fiat currency that's issued and regulated by a nation's central bank, such as the Federal Reserve. Unlike traditional bank deposits or private cryptocurrencies, CBDC is a direct liability of the central bank. Will soon be introduced that can be tracked, monitored, restricted, frozen, programmed, and expired, among other things. CBDCs are not inherently dystopian, but they enable a level of financial visibility and control that no government in history has ever possessed. And where will the infrastructure for digital IDs and CBDCs reside? The answer is within data centers. The same monads, or the antitheses of nomadic entities. The opposite of a nomad is a monad, that's stationary, that are already storing the rest of people's digital life. Oh, so she says it's the KKK with Jesus blood all over them. Cool. Thank you. That's
You're welcome.
incredible. So, honey, how are you? How's Finn and all your family? His mother, everybody okay?
We're doing okay. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're getting a lot done today with the medical and stuff like that.
Wonderful. Whose medical requirements?
Well, I had an appointment with my psychologist or the psychiatrist that gives me my medicines. And I told her with all the trouble I've been going through to get my records and to get my Social Security back. And it seems like she's understanding. And I told her a little bit about, you know, my problems with my skin and stuff like that. And she seems genuinely concerned. I mean, more than she doesn't seem like ridicule, you know, or like I'm ridiculous, you know.
Cool. Good. I'm glad to hear that. So she sounds sympathetic and helpful.
She wants me to see one of their doctors to physically examine my head to look for things like that.
Good. No, that's quite the accomplishment to get her.
It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, because nobody else would even entertain anything like that, you know.
So that's exciting, and thank you for sharing that. What else is going on?
No, nothing really. We just got on top of the medical things. Like Vinny had a checkup today, and everything's fine. Yeah, they didn't keep him at the hospital, so.
They didn't what at the hospital? See him at the hospital?
They did CT scans and they just gave him a good checkup to make sure he was okay.
Good, good. I hear him in the
Yeah.
background. What's he saying?
Multiple CT scans.
Wow, cool.
What
He
it
must.
was. I know
Yeah, they wouldn't tell him what they were doing.
I don't know what they CT scanned twice, but it was, I can tell you that I passed with flying colors. The doctor said he'd never seen CT.
Great.
Yeah.
That's really great. Well, you must be glowing with. I
Yes,
forgot.
I don't know what CT scans they did. They did them with contrast and without.
Wow, cool.
Yes, they said they wanted to show them to other people because they were so amazing.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
amazing.
still not sure what area they did them out.
Yeah.
Well, that's really exciting, Vin. And I'm glad that that finally was taken care of, that you got some real assurance that you're functioning at peak and okay, good. That way we can have confidence Vin will be with us for a while. And Heather's getting things looked into. Wonderful. I mean, I'm really excited for both of you. That's good. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what happened is I had to go in for a normal CT scan for my lungs. And then I also have been having some kidney issues. So, of course, after going in, I went to the ER and said, I'm having kidney issues. So they sent me for another CT scan of the kidneys in the same area with contrast this time. So that's why I was trying to pull the Trump thing where I had MRIs. I just don't know where they were. But
You went mute. Heather, you went mute.
Yeah, I usually do that to try to control the conversation so you have a turn to talk.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Well, at any rate, we're very excited for Vinny that things are looking good, and excited for you that things seem to be being looked into, and you're looking good. Everything, you're producing good artwork. And yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
good.
so Vinny, I'll be taking your name in vain later tonight. I'll be talking about some of the Strump dollar. Now tell us a little bit about you called it Strump. They had the dollar sign in front of Trump. I mean, that shit, nobody hears about it anymore. Do you know a little bit about what went down with that?
Well, he let out the Binance guy. I know that, gave him a pardon. He didn't really know who he was, but he made I think a couple billion on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's, and fleeced most of his people.
Yeah.
I like the worst one was, what was it? Melania was Melania because of the S in from it, so it was Melania.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It's Melania. That's right. I remember that.
Melania.
And so, did you touch any of this stuff? Did you deal in any of this stuff or dabble with it?
We talked about it occasionally. If you look back, basically by the time a normal person could get in, it was too late. They were already dumping because basically, when you control it, they sold to their inside partners, and then by the time they were selling out, they were selling at the high and just watching it go down because there was no buyers. And they, would create a false demand, and broke ass person just took it again, just like most things, And but I do like how Rupert Murdoch is structuring it now, because he can't stay with Trump anymore, but he is staying with Trump, and how they're going and saying he's doing it in the open. And if it's legal, it's okay. Not like Hunter Biden. And Hunter Biden, what did Hunter Biden make a month on that big thing? $50,000 a month or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that.
As a Harvard grad serving on a board because his dad was president. So that's a lot different than $1 billion that your kids are making on all this stuff. That's a different kind of grift.
Yeah, well, they definitely
saying that Hunter Biden didn't declare it really, so that's way worse than scamming people over $1 billion, and that's how they're doing it with the Wall Street Journal now, since they have to say something. And I mean, it's just sort of, it's really the control of the press is as big a story as Trump.
Yeah. Well, didn't he? So that means that the Melania and the Strump dollars, these were rug pulls.
Yeah, they were. Well, they weren't a rug pull. They were artificially held up held up by the exchanges. So the exchange, what's his name? Binance guy was buying them and everything because he was the market maker. So they can make the market maker. So when people try to sell, just like anything, there has to be a buyer to have a liquid market. So they're holding them. They're putting them up, they're manipulating the market, and then all of a sudden they just let them drop. So once Trump is out, while Trump is slowly selling, they're propping it up, they're buying, and they're getting other people buying. People are seeing, even the technical trends are saying buy, buy, buy. Look at this, it's going up. The 200-day average is right. Everything's moving the way it should. And then once the big sellers are out, then they just free fall, and then they don't prop it up. It's just like currency manipulation. It's exactly the same.
Thank you. I appreciate that very technical and very erudite analysis of what went down. And good stuff. And thank you for all that you do with us, Vin. And really appreciate you're taking care of Heather too. And I'm glad that things look good with you and that you'll be around with us for a while. Yeah, all good news.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe under a different name, but
How are you doing on donations? I know it's the beginning of the month, Douglas, but where are we on funds?
Well, I could use as much money as people could spare. I just had to spend $451 on getting a night guard for my teeth molded. So they've turned in the order for that at UCSF. Normally, I get charged for nothing at UCSF because I'm Medicare and Medi-Cal, and because I'm involved with the HMO per Kaiser, most everything is covered. But when it comes to having something made like a night guard for my mouth, you don't want to use the commercial ones you buy off over the counter in a drugstore. That would do as much damage to your teeth grinding and in my case, I chew my tongue in the inside of my lips, the inner cheeks of my lips. In order to prevent that, getting an over-the-counter night guard or mouth guard, it really damages people. So it's highly discouraged by dentists to do that. So you have to get molded by a dentist. But, I had to lay it down. Yeah, and they had a sale going, so I took advantage of that. So it was $451. Yeah, they had a sale on the...
Well, I'll send you $51 if the people in your listening audience want to match that. Maybe we can make $450 for you for your mouth guard.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's delightful. You're an angel.
I'm gonna send,
Yes. I'm sorry, say that again. You were kind of glitchy there.
Right now, I wish I could send more.
I understand.
He's going to give me 51 minutes of silence for the $51 that I'm sending. So,
oh, bless you. Thank you, Vin. That's wonderful.
You're welcome.
Anyway, Douglas, you have a great night. I'm going to play with my orange shoehorn that has a shoehorn on one end and a back scratcher on the other with Heather. Right for the first
time. I saw Stripes for the first time. I'd never seen it.
She thought it was a war movie, like whatever those war
like
movies
Private Ryan. Yeah, that's funny. Oh,
Heartbreak Ridge. So the Aunt Jemima treatment, we do have spatulas, but a orange shoehorn with a
and on the other side.
Seems like quite an idea for tonight.
Maybe we'll send you one.
It does. That's no, those are incredible instruments. I'm glad that you got one, and they're the only ones that usually don't break. Mine actually snapped on me, but yeah, that
you need one.
Not immediately. No, I'm doing pretty good.
Which end were you using when snap?
Okay.
Yeah. What did Vin say?
I don't know. Yeah, which end were you using when it snapped?
Yeah, the shoehorn. The shoehorn. Yeah.
We got you, Doug.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my love to both of you. Both of you have a blessed night and stay safe and be well.
Same. We'll be listening.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate your input.
You're welcome.
Yeah, very constructive. Thank you. And that's the lovely Heather MANAKTALA and the incredible Vin MANAKTALA. They now share the same last name. Little thing called marriage that happened there. And so happy for both of them. Now, individually, data centers, digital IDs, and CBDCs are tools. Together, they form a complete system where data centers store everything. Digital IDs link everything, and CBDCs track everything. This is about a society that centralizes identity, money, and data into a single digital ecosystem. But such a society must confront a difficult question. Who controls the system and who controls the controllers? Because once everything is digital, everything is traceable. And once everything is traceable, everything is manipulable. Rational people should be justifiably concerned about this development. Specifically, they should be concerned about a world where every action is logged, a world where identity is centralized, a world where money is programmable, a world where privacy becomes a historical concept, a world where power shifts from citizens to systems. Data centers are the infrastructure that makes the threat to privacy practicable. As the digital world expands and the physical footprint of data centers grows, we must ask, who owns the data? Who controls the identity? Who programs the money? And who watches the watchers? The future is being built quietly behind those windowless walls on the edge of town. And once the system is in place, it will be impossible to unwind without unraveling it all. When news broke about the proposed 40,000-acre AI-optimized data center complex in Utah, the reaction was immediate and polarized. Supporters hailed it as a once-in-a-generation economic opportunity. Critics saw something else entirely: a massive meta-industrial footprint, unprecedented energy demand, and a quiet but unmistakable shift in how postmodern societies are governed, monitored, and monetized. When digital IDs and CBDCs operate together, the macro data center becomes the vault, ledger, identity registrar, and the behavior analysis engine. This is why governments and mega corporations are racing to build more facilities. The future of governance, whether democratic or authoritarian, will run on server racks. The warning shot was the recently unsealed court records from the January 6th investigation that revealed that Google fought and lost a Department of Justice attempt to force a keyword warrant. A keyword warrant demands the identities of everyone who searched for a specific phrase within a specific time frame, and regardless of whether they committed a crime. This is a dragnet search, not a targeted warrant. The unsealed documents also showed that innocent people were swept into investigations simply because their Wi-Fi networks were used by someone else. This is not hypothetical. It is not speculative. It is not a conspiracy theory. It is a real legal precedent. It demonstrates the core risk of the data center era. When all digital activity is stored, indexed, and searchable, the threshold for suspicion collapses. You no longer need to commit a crime. You only need to appear in the data. Australia now hosts over 280 data centers, with Sydney emerging as one of the largest hubs in the Asia-Pacific region. The pattern is identical to Utah, with massive energy draw, heavy water usage, industrial rezoning, and communities caught between economic promises and environmental realities. Australia's experience proves that once a region becomes a data center hub, the build-out only accelerates. One facility becomes 5, 5 becomes 20, and soon the grid is redesigned around corporate computer demand rather than public need. Data centers are the new centers of power, literally and politically. They determine who controls identity, money, assets, the narrative, and who controls the data that defines postmodern life. The Utah Mega Project is not just a local zoning issue. It is a preview of a world where every action is logged, every transaction is traceable, every identity is centralized, and every info byte flows through privately owned industrial complexes. Communities have the right to ask whether this is the future that they want, or whether the infrastructure of the digital age is being built without their consent. Postmodern constitutional privacy protections in these United States, the European Union, and most democracies were designed for a world where surveillance was expensive, data storage was limited, analyses required humans, and monitoring was targeted, not universal. AI data centers break all four assumptions. They make it possible to store everything, analyze everyone, predict behavior, and run real-time biometric systems. Courts have not yet fully adapted to this reality. The law protects individuals from targeted surveillance, but AI enables mass surveillance without targeting. This is the core civil liberties challenge. Private macro companies now control the infrastructure that governments use to monitor citizens. This creates accountability gaps. Public records laws do not apply to private operators. Courts cannot easily audit proprietary AI models. Citizens cannot see how their data are processed, and regulators often lack technical expertise. The result is a democratic blind spot a light year wide. Even when surveillance harms someone, the legal system struggles because AI models are opaque, black boxes. Algorithms are protected as trade secrets, and individuals rarely know that they were observed at all. In addition, the courts require proof of injury, which is effectively impossible to demonstrate. You cannot challenge what you cannot see, and AI makes surveillance invisible. This is why civil liberties groups warn that AI infrastructure, not any single surveillance program, is the real threat. In summary, data centers are the new industrial backbone of the digital world. They enable AI, cloud computing, and the surveillance systems that increasingly shape postmodern life. They are profitable, powerful, and essential, but they come with significant environmental, economic, and civil liberties costs. Their electricity demands strains entire grids. Their water abuse strains entire ecosystems. Their computing capacity expands the reach of surveillance exponentially. And their cancerous growth raises fundamental questions about who controls the infrastructure of the digital age and who pays for it all. Because big tech's mega pivot is cynical, cowardly, and self-serving. It is also a perfect match. Earlier last year, Durham University researchers speculated on such questions from a psychoanalytic perspective in their scholarly article titled Founder as Victim, Founder as God, focusing on Musk and Thiel. The academics proved that techno-entrepreneurs like them see themselves both as heroic visionary founders trying to save society and as persecuted victims under threat from the status quo they are trying to overcome. I genuinely fear that the power-seeking computer geeks of 20 or 30 years from now will be so dangerously powerful that they will make silly old Donald Trump look, in retrospect, like a beloved old stuffed toy. Thusly, the future of data centers is not just a technological issue. It is also a societal one. Data centers are the panopticon of le 21e siècle. the 21st century. But even Bentham, if he were alive today, would be surprised to see how privacy has become the unfortunate victim of the digital age of le 21e siècle, our 21st century. And George Orwell's book, 1984, is no longer fiction. It is a reality, alive from rind to core. To mark the occasion of America's centennial, the people of Taunton, Massachusetts, invited James Russell Lowell, the distinguished poet and founding editor of the Atlantic magazine, to compose and read an ode for the 4th of July. Lowell didn't much like what he produced. When his magazine published that poem, at the end of 1876, he noted in a disclaimer that he still wasn't sure it was done to his satisfaction. Reading it now, his struggle is evident. An ode for the 4th of July, 1876, is dense and difficult, larded with obscure classical references. But more than that, the poem is riddled with doubt. Had Americans become degenerate, unfaithful guardians of a noble fate? Was the America of 1876 worthy of the America of 1776? Was this the country that we dreamed in youth? Lowell's halting effort came in a major anniversary year, much like our own, a year of conflict, division, and disorientation. As I spraketh of in June, our empire's centennial celebrations embraced the Industrial Revolution and presented technology and invention as the markers of national glory. Even history was mechanized. A Detroit inventor fashioned a 9-foot-tall diorama that enacted the resurrection of General Washington, which visitors to the Centennial Exposition could find among the sideshows outside the gates. At the appointed hour, the father of the country would rise from his tomb and salute 12 soldiers standing at attention, and a descending eagle would crown him with laurels. To some observers, this focus on the wonders of material progress felt out of step with the year's many convulsions, the violent end of Reconstruction, ongoing labor conflicts, and a bitterly contested election. Lowell could perhaps be forgiven for not quite finding the words to reckon with the moment. If Lowell couldn't produce the finest piece of patriotic verse, he did articulate one durable sentiment toward the end of the poem, when he reflected on the Revolution and what it had made. The founders were too smart to believe they were simply setting in motion a mechanism that required nothing of subsequent generations. He insisted that our governing system was not a cog of iron in an iron wheel, too nicely poised to think or feel, dumb motor in a clock-like commonweal. Instead, the founders had created something more organic, a deeper-rooted state of hardier growth, alive from rind to core, that required constant tending. Lowell would elaborate and sharpen this point in a lecture he delivered on democracy in 1888. Returning to a similar image, he said that Americans believed that their Constitution had started a machine that would go of itself. Their basic faith in the machine had made them complacent and neglectful of their own political responsibilities. Thusly, will AI turn democracies into petrostates. In economics, economic rent is any payment to the owner of a factor of production in excess of the costs needed to bring that factor into production. To reiterate, in macroeconomics, economic rent is any payment made to a resource, land, labor, or capital, that exceeds the minimum amount required to keep that resource in its current use. It is unearned surplus income derived from scarcity, unique talent, or market advantage, rather than from actual productive effort. To understand economic rent, it helps to break it down into key components and behaviors. Calculation: economic rent equals actual earnings minus transfer earnings, where transfer earnings are the minimum opportunity cost required to employ the resource. Origin, as in Ricardian economics, originally this concept applied to land. For example, highly fertile farmland naturally produces more crop yield than less fertile land. The surplus profit the farmer generates from that superior fertility above the cost of labor and seeds is the economic rent. In modern application, rent applies broadly to any factor of production in limited supply. If a specialized athlete or techno-executive earns $10 million a year, but would happily work the same job for $2 million, the remaining $8 million is economic rent. And there's finally the phenomenon of rent seeking. This is a detrimental macroeconomic behavior where individuals or companies manipulate the political or regulatory environment, ergo through subsidies or licensing, to capture economic rents without creating new wealth or societal value. Such having been contextualized, for what AI will do to democracies, look to the petrostates. Societies will become richer, but history proves that wealth will not be equally distributed. High, especially youth, unemployment, limited incentives to invest in education or health, ruled by a powerful, unaccountable elite. This is current petrostate reality. It is also our AI future. Whether that future materializes hinges on how the gains from AI are distributed. If AI's productivity-enhancing benefits are widely shared, it could deliver higher wages, shorter working hours, and broad-based prosperity that reinforces democratic institutions. If, however, the benefits accrue narrowly to its owners in an oligopolistic market structure, political and economic outcomes will begin to resemble those of hydrocarbon-dependent states, such as Qatar, the colony of Turkey in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia itself, or the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. At first glance, the political economy of oil and of AI would seem completely different. AI is bleeding-edge technology. Oil has been with us in an industrial sense since le 19e siècle, the 19th century. AI conjures images of postmodern day centaurs, human ingenuity, welded to AI's problem-solving horsepower. Oil conjures images of roughnecks toiling in the Texas sun. Oil is a largely substitutable industrial input. AI is a general-purpose technology. Oil markets are dominated by enormous multinationals and national firms. AI is creating a huge startup boom. These dissimilarities make their commonalities easy to miss. Both have high startup and R&D costs, research and development expenses, implying an eventual marketplace dominated by a small number of large firms. These firms are, in the case of oil, and will be, in the case of AI, capable of generating supermassive economic rents relative to the size of their labor force. In the case of AI combined with roboticization, capital will become increasingly substitutable for labor across an increasing number of roles and sectors. And the political consequences will be similar. An economy in which the state derives significant revenue from a narrow high-rent sector while the relative economic leverage of labor declines. Historically, such configurations have been associated with weaker pressures for democratic accountability, which bodes poorly for a host of important economic and social outcomes. The fiscal theory of the state holds that modern democratic institutions arose from the problems faced by sovereigns in extracting revenue and labor, in particular militarized labor, from the increasingly complex economies and societies they governed. As the tax base shifted from agricultural production on large, immovable landholdings to more mobile merchants and industry, sovereigns had to bargain with these new actors. At the same time, the late 18e et le 19e siècle, 18th and 19th centuries, were marked by rapid productivity growth and intense geopolitical competition. Trade remained limited, and mercantilism and territorial conquest still defined the global economy and policy orientations of the nascent major powers. In this environment, states required large standing armies and ever greater fiscal capacity. Capital stocks expanded rapidly, but so too did the demand for labor in factories and armies, elevating the bargaining position of the working class. The confluence of these two developments, the increasing complexity and breadth of the tax base, and the rise in the relative bargaining power of labor, helped give rise to more democratic institutions. After all, it's called suffrage for a reason. If you have to fight, you get the right to vote. Subsequently, those institutions created incentives for governments to invest in redistributive policies that helped maintain social cohesion, but also in expanding the quality of their labor pools, both in terms of health and education. This was not noblesse oblige, or noble obligation. It resulted from a combination of national competitiveness policy and the cost of ruling a populace with genuine leverage over policy outcomes. If they're going to vote, well, they better damn know how to read. Where sovereigns required revenue from wide, mobile, and economically productive populations, taxation begat bargaining, and bargaining begat democratic representation. These processes have never occurred in petrostates. In petrostates, enormous, easily taxable rents are generated by sectors with minimal employment relative to output. Take the Turkish Gulf colony of Qatar, where oil and gas accounted for about 40% of gross domestic product and 80% of government revenue, but at most but 2% of the workforce. And almost all of that labor is foreign. In other words, nobody in Qatar fucking works. The people who do aren't from there. Because Qatar's energy rents generate a massive surplus relative to its tiny population, about 3 million people, the surplus supports large social welfare expenditures and higher standards of living, albeit with no citizen voice in government whatsoever. Most manual and service labor is performed by migrants with highly circumscribed political and economic rights, leaving the citizen population largely detached from any productive activities. If you're a Qatari, you don't do shit. And therefore, understandably enough, you have no right to vote. After all, what have you ever fucking done to earn it? Jack shit. Qatar represents one petrostate equilibrium, one of generalized abundance, without politically consequential citizen labor, or saying governance at all. The politics are inherently more complicated and messier as energy rents remain the base of government revenue, but the rents must be spread over a much larger populace. In these circumstances, energy rents continue to insulate governments from pressure to democratize, but fail to provide generalized abundance at all. The vast majority of citizens must work to avoid living at the margins of subsistence, while an elite rentier class is able to thrive in opulence. Young people are overeducated relative to the job opportunities that await them, creating frustrations about upward mobility and the ability to provide for any family. Political fights over the distribution of energy rents can be fierce, and governance challenges are increasingly likely to be met with force rather than accommodation. Though different in degree, these conditions roughly describe the present-day Russian Federation and Saudi Arabia. The parallels to AI are structural. Like hydrocarbons, advanced AI is extremely capital-intensive to develop, but offers high returns to scale. But to a much greater degree than energy exports, which primarily affect domestic labor markets by causing the currency to appreciate and rendering manufacturers less competitive, AI will only destroy many existing jobs because its scaling acts as a substitute for cognitive and, paired with roboticization, physical labor. This is where the analogy breaks down, but the implications augur even more in favor of weakened bargaining power of labor. Oil displaces labor indirectly, via exchange rates and resource pools. AI is already automating many of the tasks previously occupied by early career white-collar workers, creating concerns about the labor market's ability to absorb highly educated workers at all. And AI plus expanded roboticization will increase pressure on manufacturing and trade-based labor as ill. In oil economies, oil prices determine rents, so boom and bust cycles are common. With AI, the dynamics should be different. But if AI begins displacing labor to a significant degree, it will decouple labor market dynamics from the business cycle, leading to a labor market that looks frozen in bust conditions, even in gross domestic productive boom times. Oil may provide fungible resources for governments to invest in surveillance and repression, but AI itself directly enables surveillance activities, a quality on which both authoritarian and democratic governments are already seeking to capitalize. Automated facial recognition, predictive policing, and algorithmic content moderation make opposition movements easier to detect and suppress at scale. In authoritarian East Germany, running an analog surveillance state was costly and employed as much as an estimated 1% to 2% of the population on at least a part-time basis. Surveillance was labor-intensive and costly. AI significantly reduces the costs and enhances the effectiveness of surveillance and repression, weakening the ability of society to organize and further eroding citizens' bargaining power. Indeed, the combination of these two channels, eroding power of labor and decreasing costs of repression, underpins Princeton political economist Carl Boyce's arguments about why AI threatens democracy itself. There is, of course, the potential for AI to become commoditized, following the path of other inventions like the internet or the computer that are considered general-purpose technologies. Currently, the main revenue driver for the AI industry is the microchip sector. Rents from the actual consumer-facing product, the models themselves, are being driven down via competition between the few companies operating frontier models. If these conditions continue, rents outside the microchip sector would dissipate and these governance concerns would not materialize. That may yet happen. Even if it does, commodity markets are not rent-free, oil itself being a commodity. The question is not whether rents exist, but who captures them and how concentrated they become. And this is where the economies of scale have teeth. AI scale economies are extreme because of the massive compute necessary to build frontier models and vertical integration, with AI giants not just controlling the technology, but also the data centers and some of the microchip sets that power the models. The conditions that result in what economists call Bertrand competition and rents dissipating, perfectly substitutable products with low barriers to entry, are not present. The barriers to entry at the technological frontier are punishing. The relevant comparison remains oil, not iron or wheat. This, then, will be the AI future. A small number of firms will generate an increasingly large share of gross domestic product and government revenue from smaller and smaller workforces. The tax base will narrow not because of any collapse in output, but because that output is increasingly dominated by the AI firms themselves, rather than the laborers whose labor is taxed and whose consumption is taxed. In a recent National Bureau of Economic Research paper, Anton Koronek and Lee Lockwood prove that transformative AI will not only, it will only erode both of the tax bases, labor income and human consumption, that underpin modern fiscal systems, raising fundamental questions about the sustainability of the redistributive mechanisms on which democratic bargains depend. The desire for AI firms to increasingly compete directly with other knowledge-producing sectors of the economy, law, and pharmaceuticals, is an harbinger of this. As automated drones and robots displace humans from the battlefield, they will further detach the waging of war from generalized costs on the populace. The only reason the unwashed masses were ever given a reason to vote was the fact that they were sent to die in battle. If they're no longer being sent to die, the rationale for giving them a say evaporates. With education and worker health less and less significant contributors to both output and revenue, expenditures on healthcare and education will decrease or shift toward maintaining base social stability rather than promoting intellectual and physical development. In short, AI economies will begin looking more and more like petrostates. This outcome is not foreordained, but there are strong historical, political, economic reasons to treat it as the most likely case, rather than a dystopian tail risk. Democracy is hard to sustain. It is harder still when most citizens lack the economic leverage, through labor, taxation, or military service, that historically secured them a voice in governance. Of course, the rents generated by AI almost entirely accrue to private firms rather than the government. This would seemingly augur against resource curse-like dynamics, as the state still must extract revenue rather than having it flow directly into government coffers. While this is true, it is bounded. Governments tend to provide a mixture of public and private benefits that reflects the political preferences of their tax bases, assuming those tax bases are not effectively captured. With oil, the fixity of the productive assets means capture is always possible. Even if not captured, the implication is that an AI-centric tax base would yield AI-friendly policies, with potential for regulatory capture that could lock in incumbents. And there are plenty of cases. Nigeria, Equatorial Guinea, and the Russian Federation prior to its sector's renationalization, where private ownership or public-private partnerships coexisted with cursed dynamics. Private ownership may be on margin beneficial in weakly institutionalized contexts, but it is no panacea. Two questions loom large. First, whether AI concentrates or diffuses the social surplus independent of the size of that surplus. This is the most fundamental unknown. Economists have mostly been thinking about AI as a general-purpose technology, and general-purpose technologies have often led to expanded employment and higher living standards. They have also, however, resulted in long periods of highly concentrated returns to capital that increased inequality and social polarization. Neither outcome is inevitable. Second, can mechanisms be put in place to ensure that whatever rents are generated are dissipated through society via social transfers, helping solve the problem of rent concentration? The stability of democratic institutions depends less on the level of prosperity than on how broadly the sources of that prosperity are distributed. The answer to this question flows more straightforwardly from the literature on the resource curse. If an economy already had broadly representative democratic institutions and social safety nets prior to resource boom, the answer is yes. Think Norway's experience with oil. It has used its sovereign wealth fund, anchoring oil-based spending to that fund's expected real return, 3% annually, though the real rate of return has consistently doubled that, and coordinated wage bargaining to minimize oil rinse's distortions to Norway's broader economy. Koronek and Lockwood identify several of these mechanisms as potential solutions to the narrowing tax base problem, along with AI-specific mechanisms like taxes on compute and roboticization. But as with oil-rich states, whether these policy levers are ever even pulled is one of political will and incentives, and not all countries are equally positioned to even make these choices. Norway was a low inequality, consolidated democracy when oil rents came online, with relatively limited inequalities across ethnic, regional, or sectarian lines. It was all the same people, all the same faith. Where social divisions are less stark, redistributive bargains are easier to sustain, and public goods provision is more politically viable. Norway represents the best case institutional sequencing for turning the oil curse into a blessing. Strong, inclusive institutions before resource rents, rather than the other way around. If AI rents arrive in already unequal and polarized societies, political incentives will only favor targeted protection and elite capture rather than universal redistribution. The challenge is not that AI will make societies poorer. Rather, it is that it will make them richer in ways that render almost every citizen economically dispensable for continued economic growth. Bargaining between states and societies over revenue and public services has been the bedrock of durable democracies. When AI concentrates rents and reduces the bargaining leverage of labor, that bedrock will erode, and our AI future will increasingly resemble the petro-state present. A present in which Americans across the political spectrum have just celebrated America's 250th anniversary, even as many of us find that the task of defining its meaning, in verse or otherwise, is no easier than what the aforecited Atlantic magazine publisher-poet Lowell faced in 1876. We too celebrate amid corruption, democratic backsliding, political division, and elemental technological and economic change. We too are struggling to make sense of ourselves in relation to our quaint beginnings in tricorn hats and knee breeches. And we too see great promise and much work to do in tending to the legacy of our founding. The result has been a strangely disconnected, deflated occasion that's somehow both noisy and all too quiet. For all the bombast surrounding the official proceedings, beginning with the UFC fight at the White House, elsewhere the mood has seemed subdued. After the Donald Trump-backed Freedom 250 initiative announced a lineup of musical artists for a concert series on the National Mall, most canceled, claiming that they didn't understand the partisan nature of the event. The Trump rally that replaced the scuttled performances, full of familiar attack lines on broad swaths of the American public, was hardly any unifying event. Attendance was quite sparse for the Freedom 250 Great American State Fair, and visitors to the National Mall were greeted with fenced-off areas and a heavy National Guard presence. On the 4th itself, this weekend last, families had to wait until 11 p.m. or later to see fireworks in the Capitol in order to accommodate Trump's late-night self-stump speech. Even a resurrected George Washington could not have, he couldn't revive the proceedings at all. A fleet of 6 Freedom trucks, mobile museums deployed at the behest of the maladministration, featured interactive depictions of our first president, powered by artificial intelligence rather than gears. As reported last week, these AI-generated Washingtons spraketh about American liberté and institutions as providential gifts, as much as human achievements. Such a vision runs counter to the aforecited Lowell's understanding of the American idea itself. The Republic, as he insisted in his poem, was both a gift and a toil-won inheritance, earned by the founders and sustained by subsequent generations. The ongoing work of maintaining America's promise is what the 4th of July, at its core, does celebrate. Our history is not just a source of validation, but also one of obligation. The poem is hard to write, but we have to keep trying. And we can start by setting aside some praise for the American loyalists. As the United States marked 250 years since our country's unilateral Declaration of Independence, most of the July 4th celebrations have, as ever and always, focused on the rebels. But Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson have hogged the limelight for far too long. What about the American loyalists? Those who defied the intense social pressure and stayed loyal to the British crown. In popular imagination, the American Revolution was a contest between the Americans and the British. In reality, however, only about 40% to 45% of the colonial population ever even joined the rebellion. Around a fifth stayed loyal. The rest backed neither side and remained completely neutral, refraining from helping either belligerent. In many cases, the revolutionary divide split communities and families, with even some of the founding fathers not being able to get all of their family on board with their radical politics. Benjamin Franklin's son, William Franklin, is the most famous example, imprisoned after refusing to support the rebellion as the governor of New Jersey. He went on to lead the New York Loyalists after being freed as part of a prisoner exchange. This ongoing support for loyalism made sense, since there were good economic, constitutional, geopolitical, and religious reasons for many Americans to oppose separatism. The independence project was radical, idealistic, and to many contemporaries, insanely impractical. Many were concerned about the colonies' ability to defend themselves without the Royal Navy's support and the cost of paying for their own defense. It was also far from clear how such a state would function effectively. Many colonists were also loyal Anglicans, who were reluctant, to say the least, to take up arms against the head of their church, because the king is effectively the Pope of the Church of England. So why did the Loyalists end up losing the battle of ideas, the propaganda war? The answer is both trivial and profound. Subpar political communications and intimidation by radicalized terrorists. The truth being that, for the most part, Loyalists were bad writers who simply lacked the flair and rhetorical style of radical zealots such as Thomas Paine. Most of us who had the misfortune of reading Paine's propaganda pamphlet titled Common Sense would be hard-pressed to deny his literary talents that were needed to rally crowds and spread radical ideas. Conversely, the Loyalists wrote dry, legalistic, and at times unreadable responses that failed to inspire their own supporters, let alone win back radicals. James Chalmers's piece titled Plain Truth was the first Loyalist response to Common Sense. Despite raising some valid concerns about the future of American security in the face of European empires, the pamphlet was overly verbose and academic. Chalmers, much like most Loyalists, clearly either ignored or failed to consider the colonial public's appetite for sharp invective and scathing critique. This is not to say that all Loyalist pamphlets were quite as bad as Chalmers. Published in late 1776, Charles Inglese's piece, titled The True Interest of America, offered a much more readable and rhetorically infused criticism of Paine's radicalism. Inglese's background as an Anglican clergyman made him eminently suitable to confront Paine's numerous theological and historical falsehoods. Unfortunately, the result of his efforts was much the same as it had been of other Loyalist pamphlets and pamphleteers. Inglese's point-by-point rebuttal to Common Sense sold poorly. It failed to influence the intellectual climate of the time. There is perhaps an eternal lesson here to all politicians who fail to grasp the importance of rhetoric and political myths. However, the Loyalists' inability to match radical rhetoric was not the only hurdle. Revolutionary fervor led to the rise of violence, intimidation, and ultimately outright censorship of the Loyalists, which made it nigh impossible to circulate their pamphlets. In more radical cities, Loyalist literature was burned before it could even reach the public. Despite all this pressure, numerous Loyalists showed steadfast commitment to their cause, keeping up the military and ideological struggle until Great Britain realized that she had no hope of smiting the rebellion. Chalmers, along with numerous other Loyalists, ended up serving in the British Army during the Revolutionary War before being exiled to Britannia herself. Inglis, being an Anglican clergyman, also remained in America until the British withdrawal. Indeed, his resolve remained steadfast even in the face of intimidation and the presence of rebel troops, as he is known to have prayed for the king in the presence of George Washington himself in New York. After the war, he was exiled to Nova Scotia, a popular destination for Tory exiles, where he was followed by his entire congregation. Notably, Anglican ministers were very effective at keeping their flock loyal to the crown, unlike loyalist writers. In retrospect, many loyalist fears proved unfounded. While the process did not occur overnight, the new United States developed into a military, economic, and cultural superpower. However, based on what they knew at the time, it is not hard at all, to admire the Loyalists' intellectual rigor, as well as perseverance in the face of violence and intimidation, and, of course, their loyalty to their sovereign king. In the wake week of this 4th of July, we should raise a toast to the Americans who stayed loyal to the crown, because under the presidency, we'll all pay the price for Donald Trump's crypto windfall. There is one encouraging thing about Donald Trump's mandatory financial report for 2025, and that is that it exists at all. I'm quite sure that, left to his own devices, as he so often sadly is by the other supine organs of American misgovernance, the POTUS, the POTUS, which sounds like some kind of insult acronym similar to POS or piece of shit, and not that different when you consider it, the President of the United States, would prefer to keep his private finances private, or none of your business, as his ideological soulmate Nigel Farage might put it. Odd how thin-skinned some people in public life can get about money, isn't it? The British Putinista populist demagogue is rolling a Trumpian gamble. Nigel Farage's "I have a crooked dream" speech articulates that Nigel Farage wants a mandate for corruption. Nigel Farage is a great survivor. A decade agone, the British populist provocateur achieved his lifelong ambition, getting his kingdom to vote itself out of European Union. Since then, he has founded Reform UK, now Britain's most popular party, and won a seat in Parliament after 7 failed attempts. But one question won't go away. Where does he get his money from? Hoping to silence inquiries about his financial interests, the Reform leader risked everything in a Trumpian gamble yesterday. Farage announced, in a speech full of self-pity and venom, that he would resign his parliamentary seat, forcing a special election in his constituency, the coastal town of Clacton in southeast England. Farage will run for the vacancy he created, hoping that voters will back him in what he called a people versus the establishment by-election, and a chance to stick 2 fingers up to the establishment. What Farage really wants is a mandate for corruption, or at minimum an exemption from scrutiny over his financial affairs. This weekend, London's Sunday Times revealed that he had accepted gifts of staff, security, and accommodation from George Cottrell, a 32-year-old cryptocurrency investor who has served jail time in these United States for wire fraud. In reform circles, Cottrell is known as Posh George. He calls Farage Daddy. Farage did not mention Cottrell's generosity in Parliament's required financial disclosures, nor did he declare an earlier £5 million sterling gift from the Thailand-based crypto multi-billionaire Christopher Harborn in early 2024. Complementarily, this side of the Atlantic, Trump's financial disclosure reveals that the American president made some $1 billion United States dollars last year from business dealings in cryptocurrency. This includes $635 million from a Trump meme coin. Whatever that is, or was, only MANAKTALA knows for certain. The value of the Strump, the $ Trump, or the Trump dollar, has slid dramatically since launch, from a peak of 75 United States dollars and 35 cents to about $1.69 at time of my hosting this transmission. I think this means that Trump's own holdings of his personal currency must be devalued. But seeing as it must have cost him little to invent it, and has already made what anyone would consider a fortune from the royalties, that needn't worry him too much. The same goes for the $500 million United States dollars made from another cryptocurrency venture, World Liberty Financial, which was founded by his sons Eric and Don Jr., and the sons of his envoy, Steve Witkoff. But that's not all the cash that Trump has made lately. We know that he has a nice line in income from litigation and the threat thereof, especially implicating legacy mainstream mass media machinery companies, some 85 million United States dollars in all. So we see in this disclosure the $16 million from a lawsuit against ABC, 16 million United States dollars from CBS Broadcasting and CBS Interactive, $24.5 million from Meta, $22 million from YouTube, and even 8 million United States dollars from X, owned by Elon Musk, whom, for now, has attained the claim of being the world's wealthiest human being. The BBC's barristers are doing a good job in embarrassing Trump over his $10 billion claim about the January 6th attack on our national capital. But if they fail, and he wins, then that would be a bumper payday unjustly financed by the British taxpayer. Then there's the handy 4.7 million US dollars from what cultural critics might call Trump-tat. Watches, Bibles, trainers, perfumes, and even guitars. Because we all know Trump would have been bigger than Elvis if he'd turned his hand to rock and roll, don't we? The rest of the money derives from golf and real estate. Good luck to him, is the response of the MAGA tarded. But they'd all say that, even if they'd been told the truth, that he wants to emulate the leadership style of King Herod. The rest of us should ask 2 questions. First, are we happy about a president trading from the office he holds? It is not compulsory. Most presidents don't bother commercializing the office and confine themselves to writing books and fundraising for their presidential libraries and charitable foundations. In the words of Harry Truman, I could never lend myself to any transaction, however respectable, that would commercialize on the prestige and dignity of the office of the presidency. Show me a man that gets rich by being a politician, and I'll show you a crook. Trump's eye for profit-making opportunity is rather more developed than Truman's. More seriously, it also raises questions about the sordid reality of a conflict of interest, not least with his enthusiastic promotion of crypto via executive orders and legislation. There should probably be laws and regulations about this, but the democratic world's institutions haven't yet caught up with this new downbreed of crypto politician. Which brings us back to the case of Farage and the £5 million he was gifted by Christopher Harborn, the crypto multi-billionaire living in Thailand, the better to pluck the local child talent. Unlike Trump's crypto activities, the sizable donation to Farage is being investigated by the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commissioner. The Independent's Sean O'Grady was so taken by the story that he was inspired to write a poem, which I myself would like to think reflects the views of many on this bizarre but disturbing tale. Our donor, who art in Thailand, Hairborn be thy name. Thy crypto come, thy will be done, in Parliament, as it is in Clacton. Give us this day our daily wage, and forgive us our libels, as we sue those who libel against us. And lead us not in transparency, but deliver to GB News. For reform is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, for Trump and Putin. Amen. If you would like to support my own new voiceover career in audio narration, please feel free. As well as his personal gift to Farage, Harborn has also graced enormous amounts of money to Reform UK. He is, by some margin, their biggest donor, coughing up £12 million for the Russo-collaborationist Anglo Party in 2025 alone. Again, the same questions of propriety arise, and the importance of those in public life being seen to be free of undue influence, as well as not actually being beholden. I'm not sure where the very latest Farage story fits into that. A fee of £270,000 for advertising a gold bullion company, which is on top of previous payments from the same firm of £91,200 in February of 2025, and another £135,000 in November of 2025. None of that is unlawful, and Farage may well think, as a lot of people do, that having some of your money in gold might be a good idea. But should he really be in this game at all? And more to the point, Farage should understand that openly lobbying the Bank of England to support cryptocurrency doesn't look good, given that he and his party have a personal donor with significant financial interest in its success. After a series of bruising media meltdowns, Farage may finally be coming to that conclusion. For the record, I didn't particularly like the way Labour donors paid for Keir Starmer's fancy suits and specs during the 2024 election campaign, nor the very many gifts of hospitality that MPs receive as a matter of course, even if they are all declared. I wouldn't make them refuse the odd coffee or pint, but we have to draw the line somewhere, and it should be where there cannot be any reasonable suspicion of graft at work. At a time when foreign interference is such an issue, when trust in politicians is low, even by the usual standards, and when cryptocurrencies are so murky, every democracy needs better rules. Reforming human nature can wait for another day. Now, this is where we get ugly. Because in terms of the worst in human nature, Riyad Bouchekir's stab attack was a crime against Ireland. When does a crime against the individual become an assault on an entire nation? This is the harrowing question at the heart of the Riyad Bouchekir case in Ireland. Found guilty last week of despicable violence against young children, Bouchekir did more than shatter innocent lives. His act of barbarism was in practice a hate crime against Ireland itself. Bouchekir is a 52-year-old Algerian national. He had been living in Ireland for 20 years. On the 23rd day in November of 2023, armed with a foot-long kitchen knife, he carried out a frenzied attack at an after-school creche in Parnell Square in Dublin. In a flash of monstrous violence, he stabbed 3 children, leaving one girl with permanent brain damage. He also stabbed the child care worker Leanne Flynn, who heroically shielded the kids with her own body. It was an atrocity that rocked the Republic. It was followed by the worst riots Dublin had seen in decades. People stormed O'Connell Street. Buses were set alight. Stores smashed up. There had long been smoldering dissent over mass immigration. After the bloodshed at the crèche, that fury exploded into public view. On Thursday of this week last, Bushacre was found guilty of 3 acts of attempted murder and numerous acts of assault. Amidst all the horrific details in his trial, there was one particularly chilling revelation. It was a witness's account of what Bushacre had been chanting on the streets of Dublin just prior to his apocalyptic assault on the innocents. "Shit Irish," he was saying. "Shit fucking Irish." The witness was one Patricia Byrne. She was in Dublin for a dental appointment. She encountered Bushacre and described him as hollering "shit Irish" in an aggressive fashion. Not long afterwards, this man who was insulting the Irish in their own land was visiting unspeakable violence upon them as ill. This changes things, doesn't it? It suggests this was not only a crime of violence, but also an act of anti-Gaelic hatred. If a man were to beat the streets shouting "shit fucking" as a prefix unto Muslims, or "shit fucking" as a prefix unto lesbians, and then launch a horrific assault against those very constituencies, we'd instantly clock it as a savage hate crime. So why not here? Why isn't this horror being discussed as a crime against the Irish Republic? Ms. Byrne's evidence didn't need much coverage. Well, it didn't receive much coverage in the Irish mainstream mass media machine, despite playing a Dietrich, that's Die Deutschen Sprich, the German speak, literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key role, in establishing that Bushacre's actions that day were intentional. Irish Jewry, of course, is all but silent on what Bushacre said and did. The very elite who impose that it's a hate crime advocating genocide to rally cry, "Let Palestine be free from the river to the sea," evidently have nothing to say about an aggressive armed individual who poured scorn on the Irish before stabbing their children. This case re-raises so many burning questions about immigration into Atlan Europa. There was an audible sigh of relief in Dublin's chattering classes when it was first reported that the suspect in this barbarous assault had been in Ireland for 20 years and was a naturalized Irish citizen. You could almost hear them say, "Phew, he wasn't one of the new lot who live in migrant hotels." Yet that makes it worse, surely? It is extraordinary that a foreigner could live in Ireland for 20 decades and even be gifted citizenship, and yet still be consumed by such a violent loathing for the shit fucking Irish that one day he decided to locate a school and unleash hell on the kids assembled outside. The Dublin elites want this atrocity to fade from memory, lest it further inflame working class anger over Ireland's broken borders. What they should be asking is why their project of integration has failed so catastrophically, to the extent that even a man afforded citizenship can seethe with disgust for the Irish and their children. Avoiding this question would be suicidal for Ireland's rulers. By the way, I just got a notification of something in the chat, but I guess I'll have to look that up later. There we are. Oh. Yeah. Oh, she's just asking Aristides a question. It's not only Ireland, of course. Great Britain, too, has recently suffered atrocities that obviously cross the line from acts of criminal evil to acts of xenophobic bigotry against the kingdom itself. One thinks of the Sudanese asylum seeker who shouted, "Fuck England," when he was sentenced last month for raping a woman in the park. Or the smirk on the face of one of the small boat illegals who was found guilty of gang raping a woman on a beach in Brighton. Or indeed of the rape gang scandal. Consider Shabir Ahmed, the Rochdale rape gang ringleader, who was released from jail just this week last. The judge in his case said he and his henchmen had treated white English girls as if they were worthless and beyond any respect. So they are racial crimes as well as sexual crimes, right? Acts of sexual tyranny motored by a burning disdain for England and all her daughters. Indeed, calumny is upon both sides of the Atlantic, as the failure to deport the Rochdale grooming gang leader shames Britannia, while Irina Zarutska's murderer, De Carlos Brown Jr., walking free, disgraces America beyond redemption. If you want to understand why the traditional mainstream parties struggle to gain support and why reform is leading the polls, one name will suffice: Shabir Ahmed, whose link I will now put into the chat so you can behold his ugly face. Heinous on the outside and wretched all within. Ahmed was released from prison on Thursday of this week last, having served 14 years of a 19-year sentence for multiple counts of rape and sexual offenses against girls. Ahmed is a Pakistani national. He was formerly a dual British-Pakistani citizen, but his British citizenship was removed after his conviction. There is, of course, anger that the ringleader of a Rochdale rape gang, and there were many, who made his victims call him Daddy, has been released 5 years early. But that anger is as nothing in the context of what's happened to Ahmed after his release, which happened to happen on the same day Riyad Boushakir was found guilty. Nothing. Yes, nothing happened to Ahmed upon his release, other than having to conform to the usual license conditions, including, but only for an initial period, living in supervised accommodation and being subject to an exclusion zone centered on Rochdale, plus signing the sex offenders register for life. Ahmed is completely free to do as he wishes with the very children he has been listed as a clear and present danger to. That is all despite Ahmed being a foreign national, a guest in the kingdom. He has committed some of the worst crimes in its history, but will suffer no adverse consequences from those crimes beyond a prison sentence, from which he was released quite early, and a few conditions after his release. According to probation service documents leaked last week, he will remain in Britain because under the Immigration Act 1971, Ahmed, quote, can never, unquote, be deported to Pakistan. Under that act, because he arrived before 1973 and lived in Blighty for at least half a decade before his deportation was considered, his removal is barred. The details of his case are sickening. Ahmed is living proof that evil exists, but one does not need to know the full story of his depravity to understand the implication of the British state's refusal to deport him, because it is a refusal. It is a choice to keep him there. The law is not an abstract thing handed down to us over which no one has any say or control. The scandal that led the police and local authorities to turn their backs on the victims of rapists such as Ahmed, and the rapists that Ahmed led, is one of the most shocking and devastating in British history. But for all the attention focused on it now, the arms of the state have still not properly come to terms with the consequences. One of which is that it is unconscionable that any of the perpetrators who are foreign nationals should be offered the hospitality of Albion. To say they simply cannot be deported is itself more evidence of the depths and implications of the scandal. The law could be changed in a day if there was the political will to do so. Parliament is sovereign. If it wishes to act, it can. If treaties prevent action, it is a deliberate, conscious choice to prioritize those treaties above justice. The choice has been made and continues to be made to do this. When the system means that the rights of a foreign national responsible for the mass rape of children are held to be more important than the rights of victims, and the rest of us not to have to share our countries with such people, it would be surprising were the parties that have been responsible for that system for decades not shunned. And when a fifth column insurgent party like Reform highlights this and promises to change that system, of course it is going to win support, both for itself and the Russian empire that it serves. Shabir Ahmed represents so much of what is wrong with the British state that will not deport foreign child rapists, and that prioritizes the rights of foreign criminals over the rights of British citizens to be protected therefrom. It is no wonder that it is not just Labour and the Conservatives in whom the public have lost faith, but the British state and institutions themselves, to point of voting in Russian occupation via proxy party either side of the Atlantic. What strange times we live in. The Judeo-centric activist class sees hate everywhere, but is blind to the anti-British, anti-Gaelic, anti-Western animosity that motors some of the wicked men who come onto our lands. Amid the 250th birthday blahs of this semi-sense quincentennial, it's time to take it seriously. These crimes being expedited and enabled against us. This side of the Atlantic, under both federal and North Carolina law, no person can be tried, convicted, or sentenced while mentally incompetent. Last August, De Carlos Brown Jr., a mentally ill repeat offender out on bail, heartlessly stabbed the 23-year-old Irina Zarutska to death on a Charlotte light rail train. Video of the shocking murder prompted widespread outrage, pushing the North Carolina legislature to pass a law named for Zarutska and meant to overhaul the state's criminal justice and mental health system. But Zarutska's killer will never be brought to justice. According to a federal judge, Brown is currently mentally incompetent to stand trial. As a result, he will never face a jury. In fact, under current law, he must walk free. Once the court concludes, he will never regain the capacity to proceed. This perverse outcome is the result of flawed involuntary commitment and mental competency laws. At the state level, these laws allow the release of violent criminals like Brown into communities without court-ordered treatment and supervision. Federal policy is only marginally less bad. Both are in desperate need of reform. Brown faces both state and federal murder charges. His tax dollar-funded attorneys have abused the same strategy at both levels, seeking a declaration of incompetency to stand trial. Under both federal law and North Carolina law, no person can be tried, convicted, or sentenced while incapable of understanding the court proceedings. So far, Brown's publicly provided barristers have found resounding success with this strategy. The state case against him was delayed until October after authorities found him incapable to proceed in court. Earlier last month, a judge delayed the federal case for the same reason. At the time, Brown was in federal custody. He was thereafter sent to a secure federal medical facility where he is undergoing psychiatric treatment for 4 months in hopes of restoring his competence to stand trial. Authorities will only extend this period if his condition ever improves. If the feds cannot restore Brown to competence, they have only two options: hand him off to North Carolina or continue to hold him while they determine whether to keep him in indefinite civil commitment under federal supervision. The first scenario is the most likely, as the crime happened on city-owned and operated public transportation, and the federal government does not have direct jurisdiction. Even if Brown is found to be unrestorable and referred for civil commitment, the federal government reverts to state laws and practices, which will only allow Brown's case to be dismissed, thus setting him free. Once he is remanded to state custody, the outcome will be predictably outrageous. Under North Carolina law, Brown will then be released back into the community with all charges dropped if further treatment does not restore him to competence. Specifically, if he is found not restorable within the maximum term of imprisonment, 10 years for felonies, Brown's charges will be dismissed, and he will be released with the same untreated mental illness and history of violence. For a dangerous individual guilty of murder, this outcome is almost inevitable. The critical final decision over Brown's competence to stand trial would fall to the clerk of the court in the North Carolina county where the trial takes place. By any reasonable standard, Brown is dangerous, but North Carolina's judgment of what counts as dangerous is already questionable. Before he killed Zarutzka, Brown had 14 arrests, all for violent crimes, in Mecklenburg County, as well as a schizophrenia diagnosis. Despite Brown's increasingly erratic behavior and 911 calls, motivated by delusions, the state repeatedly charged him without ever completing any competency evaluation until Zarutzka's murder. Nor does the process governing the clerk of the court's decision inspire confidence. The law does not require the clerk to order any psychiatric evaluation or to even consider such an evaluation when determining whether the accused should even stand trial. The law simply states that the clerk may order an evaluation and may use that evaluation to determine if someone is capable of standing trial. North Carolina's laws make this outcome inevitable. The state would have to revise them to prevent it from occurring. A better system would make complacency, well, it would overcome the complacency by making competency evaluations mandatory, expanding them to lower-level crimes when the perpetrator's mental state is in question, and by making the results of the evaluation part of the perpetrator's permanent court record. These steps would help prevent mental health issues that cause repeated criminal behavior from spiraling out of control without the court system ever even knowing about it. When a court finds a defendant incompetent to stand trial, and clinicians determine that treatment is not likely to restore competency, residential treatment should be mandatory. Under no circumstances should the state allow an administrator to release a dangerous defendant simply because a court has declared him incompetent. North Carolina is not the only state where involuntary commitment and mental competency laws need radical reform. South Carolina, Oklahoma, New York, Kentucky, and Illinois all have deficient laws in one way or another, to name just a few. But in any sane world, Brown's case would immediately place North Carolina's system at the center of a national firestorm. During his most recent hearing, Brown repeatedly shouted at the judge, raved about having material in his body, and threatened to press charges against the FBI. Officials subsequently removed him from the courtroom. It should never have come to this point. Each one of Brown's violent crimes and misdemeanors were a missed opportunity to intervene. If just one of Brown's prior arrests had led to an evaluation and mandatory treatment, Ząrutska would be alive today. But with reform, we can save other lives. Conversely, on Independence Day, as dated the 4th of July in this 2026th year of our Lord, on-site Washington, D.C., on the same day, we saw another so-called teen takeover with a group of black African-American teens pummeling a little blonde lady cop. The white nationalist group Patriot Front rode the Metro bus with a lone black African-American female, and everyone made it safely without any disturbances or violence. This is actually great news, even though the legacy mainstream mass media machine attempted to make it look like the black African-American female was a victim of racial hate and violence, despite the videographic and photographic evidence of her just sitting and riding quietly at the time, likely intimidated into behavior that was atypical for herself. For that was the black African-American female tweaker, Bernita Balding, the next Rosa Parks, per propagandization, as I will link into our text box. By the way, Amy Lightyear says, apologies for this tangent, Douglas. Have you all watched Citizen Vigilante? Not sure if you have already discussed this subject with Team Dietrich. Maybe Sunday? Thank you, honey. I'll look into it. Blessed be thy participation. Okay, let me put that into text for the record. Thank you. And Amy, there we are. I will look into it. Okay. I will look into it. And let me provide her with the appropriate. There we are. Okay. There we go. All right. That having been articulated, I will put this as well into the text box here of the infinite call so that everyone can see the propaganda, the hagiography of Bernita Balding, who was arrested on the 18th day in July of 2024 on site Arlington County, Virginia, for indecent exposure, as linked here, which we will now put into the text box of chat, and the same with our infinite call. This is the real individual in all of her, shall we say, heinous glory, and that hopefully will give people the facts and the ugly truth of her nature. She is not a victim in any sense of the word. Immediately before the Patriot Front entered the public transportation, she was screaming and rolling around on the floor while literally shitting herself in public. By all evidence, mental illness is selective whenever the person wants to act the fool with malevolent intent to evade the consequences of their crime. Now, in all cases, the mainstream mass media machine disservices the public. Until Charlie Kirk's summary execution, the actual act of public martyrdom that was riling up the right the preceding week was the orders of magnitude more outrageous assassination of Irina Zarutska, the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee fresh from her job at a pizza joint in Charlotte, North Carolina. And this link on YouTube, titled Memory Hold, as in hold away, HOLED, down a deep hole. The mainstream mass media machine didn't bother covering Irina Zarutska's murder at all. Never would have if they could have helped it. This video puts that into perspective, as opposed to a nothing burger where the white nationalists make a protest, sans violence, riding quietly in what should be considered exemplary behavior, and they're damned to hell and gone by a general public, and confer Irina Zarutska, the story the mainstream mass media machine didn't want you to see, and that we were going to put here into the call, and we will place it here as well into a text box. Chat and call. It's there for all to see. Whereas Irina Zarutska was victimized anew with each successive viewing of the graphic video of her slaughter, Bernita Balding was increasingly dignified into deification. So here's my memo to the legacy mainstream mass media machine. Race is absolutely relevant in the Irina Zarutska murder and applies not at all to Bernita Balding, literally living in a public transport system and a bunch of obviously, self-evidently well-behaved white men coming in to use that system to get to a joint objective. This requires what will take, I would predict, probably around, over an hour and a half to get into. It'll take a deep dive to tell you how we came to this point. We basically need to address, how did America get here? And that's going to require probably Sunday. We'll start Sunday with that. God willing, and the river don't rise. That's one of the most difficult topics that I have to, tackle and confront. So that will be Sunday night when we return. no point in diving into it now. Right now, that is. And it will be simply the opener for diving back into, again, the impact of technology on our society. And, of course, it's a society at war. A world war that we're not even yet acknowledging. And like China in the midst of World War II, we are both a belligerent and a front. Okay, so that having been articulated, everyone join us on Sunday on the same time and channel. Same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Dietrich is the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. And of course, we'll need your financial support simply to make it through. If we're to reappear here on Sunday again at all. With that having been articulated, we look forward to your spreading the word and bringing everyone in you can. All right, on that note, let's check in with Aristides, see if he's with us. If not, that's fine. Aristides, be we there. Okay, let's check in with him. Aristides. Yes, well, bless his heart. He's in Slumberland. And with that, we're going to probably find ourselves reviewing some of the ground I already covered as required by introduction on Sunday night, then getting deep into it, how we got to this point. And that having been articulated, all the rest of you join us then and bring a friend. Remember, it's your war and you've got to fight it. Right now, the way to do that is to sponsor myself. I'm in need of everything you can contribute. With that, we're ending stream.